I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Happy Friday indeed. Kay, good to see you. Conserve Liberalism, good to see you. Eben, good to see you. Christian Valeris, good to see you. Randy Chang, happy Friday, nerds. Thank you. Jen Winkler says, you have to summarize the entire J-Stock thing. I couldn't stand watching. I hate him so much. I will do that. Patriarch says, what's up? What's up, Patriarch? What up? Eben says, wait, Connor talked to the J-Stocker? I sure did. I did last night. Wait, what was the J-Stock thing? Don't worry, chat. We'll go over it. Quick show, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got it, memberships if you got them. My parasocial love you. Thank you for being here. So what happened, they did. They kind of did. Now, they might not characterize it that way, but effectively that's what happened last night. Jen Winkler says Connor got grilled by him for 4 hours. Nah, it was like 2 hours. I think it was like maybe 60 minutes to 90 minutes. I don't think it was that crazy. Now, I just let my dog in. Now my dog wants out. Hi, Tyler. Give me a second, Tyler. Give me a second, guys. My dogs insist. They insist on coming in and coming out. Jen Winkler, Chase Stock, bad faith argument. Connor, you're arsler. No. I would say no. Destiny has not ceased doxing operations. I would say they've reached a point in warfare. Okay, so in warfare, there's major military operations, and then I would say there's counterinsurgency operations, and nation building. And if you actually look at the Iraq war and the Afghan war, the major military operations were like maybe a couple of months. And then counterinsurgency operations and nation building operations was probably about a decade or two of the military operations in Afghanistan and Iraq. And I would say that this is not maybe this is a mission accomplished moment. Maybe this is a George W. Bush mission accomplished moment. But I would say it's the end of major military operations in the doxing war. Conservative liberalism says, my knowledge of J-Stock consists of his use of a PFP that vaguely resembles one of the Bogdanov twins. Ignorance is bliss. Okay, well, I'll try to get you guys caught up real quick. Let me pull up J-Stock's Rebellion drawing. Who wanted this combo? He did. He did. He asked for it, but like I said, I try to be as transparent as I can be, right? Whenever somebody asks for something, if it's within my power to do so, I typically try to do it. And then same thing with conversations. If somebody wants a conversation, even if it's uncomfortable for me or for other people, then I think that whenever I have the ability to say yes, then I should be able to say yes, even if it's people that maybe we don't like each other. So I'm flipping through my drawings, which I love. I love my drawings. I need to go post these in the Discord. God, I love some of these. Some of these are so cool. God, I love my life. Okay, here we go. I found the drawing. Let me pull it up and try to explain, not briefly. You guys know me. I love the yap. So I'm going to yap quite a bit this morning. What is the point of talking to that wussy? Because I felt like it. How about that, Christian Valeris? You're getting a little high in your britches. I know you're a major oiler now, but Why do you want to talk to that loser? Because I feel like it. Because it's content. That's why. Officer Nasty says, bruh, laugh my ass off. True. We'll talk about it. I will also need some opinion on the CBP shooting dangerous trender Aragua rapist, then bailing without detaining them. What? Kuwait says, standing back and standing by for DGG. Interesting. Jonah Boy says, what's up, guys? Good morning. Good morning to you. Giga Impact says, Connor, what's your thoughts on the Iran protests? Based, and I hope they overthrow their regime. But at the same time, obviously, I'm worried about destabilization. Obviously, I'm worried about, the Iranian regime busting out belt-fed machine guns and then just massacring a few hundred civilians and then sending everybody home and telling them to eat a giant wiener. That's probably what's going to happen, unfortunately. So Khazra, I don't know if Khazra is here or if Khazra is going to hear it. Khazra, don't be in the front line of the protest. Be like 100 yards back. How about that? Evan says, I love all the art. Me too. You need to convert your Excel sheets as images now too. True. Officer Nasty says, Darius Spurgin in Discord last night was really funny. What did he Spurg about? The art is peak content, unironically. I agree. TS Phantom says, you need a website, Connor. I sure do, but you know what I need to do first? Number one, y'all need to go check out Counterpoint Star Wars and Counterpoint Sci-Fi because I have 2 fire episodes releasing today. Matter of fact, I'm going to shill for myself real quick before I do anything else. We're still doing the 2D animation Clone Wars, which I gotta say, dude, it's like peak. It's peak content. It is the best Star Wars content that exists. And it's like 20 years old. Do you understand how crazy that would be if I told you that like if I was born in late 80s and I told you that one of the best things I'd ever seen from a TV show was in the late 60s? Do you understand how crazy of a sentence that is? And yet, because animation what was so good, it was so good. It was so good in the 80s and 90s, and I would say that it even peaked in the 90s and the thousands. 2D animation was so good. And so what ends up happening is Genndy Tartakovsky, the guy who made Primal, Dexter's Laboratory, and Samurai Jack, he made a phenomenal TV show 20 years ago. And it's so good. And so if you go check this out, you should. If you're a Star Wars fan in the slightest, you should type in Counterpoint Star Wars in your search bar. You should go subscribe to this. You should watch the most recent episode. The most recent episode is a breakdown of Obi-Wan Kenobi being absolutely amazing during the Clone Wars. Do you understand how peak this is? This is Obi-Wan Kenobi on a jet speeder with a lightsaber, clone armor. He's fighting a Gendai bounty hunter, which is basically like a tentacle monster that can regenerate. He almost gets smoked a whole bunch of times. He's doing a special forces operation with clone commandos. It's so good, dude. It's so good. So anyways, you should go check this out. And then same thing with Counterpoint Sci-Fi. Last week I released Elysium, which was fire. And then this week I'm releasing the first episode of The Expanse, which is also fire. The thumbnail is trash because it's hard to convey the amazingness of space battles in a thumbnail. But again, if you're into science fiction or if you're into Star Wars, you should go check out Counterpoint Star Wars, Counterpoint Sci-Fi, end of yap. Now, here's another thing that I'm going to share with you that's already on screen. Is that Fazaraka? I'll take a look at who actually gifted in a second. But if that's Fazaraka, thank you for lurking and gifting all the time. Nagatarog says, could you make your face cam smaller to better see the episodes? Thanks. No. That's going to be my answer every single time. Okay. My face takes up 15% of the of the thing. If you want to watch the original, go watch the original, you effing R slurs. Okay. That's going to be my answer every single time. The whole point of me being there is to react to it. That way it's technically transformative. And then not just that, but to interrupt the action with transformative commentary and art. So if you don't like that, don't watch the product. If you want to watch the original, go watch the original. The amount of slurs that I wish I could call these people who constantly ask for me to make my react window smaller. No. No, it has to be transformative. I'm not going to get sued just because you're too lazy to go find the original content. Officer Nasty says that bra was at you, Connor. Love you parasocially. Well, you've saved yourself again, Officer Nasty. You've saved yourself again. Similar to Beef Supreme, you are a reply guy who infuriates me to no degrees. But if you have parasocial love for me, I must give you parasocial love as well. And therefore, I cannot murder you digitally. Nightgale Wing says, if you love maps so much, play the Paradox Simulator games. It's got great graphs, charts, and maps for you, Connor. Listen, I don't have that much autism. Jesus Christ. Patriarch says, my question is, why would you talk to that wussy and not stream it? Because I didn't want you guys to color my commentary. I didn't want you guys to... I didn't want to be having a conversation and answering earnestly and then have somebody be like, boo, you suck, or like, boo, you're being too nice, or boo, like, you know, you're being too mean. Like I didn't want the glazers who glaze Destiny to affect my commentary, and I didn't want the haters who hate Destiny to affect my commentary. I just wanted to answer as earnestly as possible as a human being. And so don't worry, I'll be breaking down my Game of Thrones drawing momentarily. Christian Blair says, so you're going to talk about the convo, or are you going to react to your convo with J-Stock? So I'll be reacting to the Rose deposition, although weirdly enough, I could actually just turn on the J-Stock conversation and then walk away. I wouldn't even have commentary. I would just let you guys do that. So, but I was going to summarize the J-Stock conversation and J-Stock's rebellion. I was going to do J-Stock's rebellion, summary of the J-Stock conversation from my perspective, the alleged ending to the Docs war. Then I was going to play the Rose Depot from Destiny's perspective. And then I was going to update the mind map drawing based off of the revelations within the past 24 to 48 hours. That's what I was going to do. Jen Winkler says, Connor, do you not know about the Portland shootings yesterday? Nope. In a country of 330 million, law enforcement is going to smoke random people every now and then. If it's particularly spicy, for instance, the ICE shooting, then I'll check it out. And maybe the CBP shooting is just as spicy. But I think the media and the liberals are trying to nail the ICE guy to the wall. So I have not seen anywhere near as much coverage on the CBP stuff as the ICE stuff. And then you also need to bear in mind that my Twitter was blown away. And you know, once again, I've lost 2 over 10,000 follower Twitter accounts at this point. And so I was taking a break from Twitter because I didn't want to endlessly have schizophrenia. And then I created a new Twitter yesterday so I could get access to the ICE footage that was most readily available on Twitter. But then what's happened as a result of me creating a new Twitter profile that only follows 1 or 2 profiles and me looking up the ICE shooting, now Elon Musk's algorithm is like, hey, do you like gore porn? Do you like black people randomly knocking out 80-year-old women and men? Do you like to see people get hit by giant plates of glass and die? Do you like seeing Chinese people getting swallowed by escalators and sinkholes? And it's like, Jesus Christ, Elon Musk. Like, could your algorithm be like is Elon Musk's algorithm like, hey, you liked gore once, I will show you endless amounts of gore? It's actually crazy. Officer Nasty says he joined the J-Stock Discord and was just drunk, arguing with people, then started to scream and dox people and got banned. Laughed my ass off. That's unsurprising for Darius. Christian Blair says Connor needs to get on Kick or at least stream the convos that he has. That's true. Vazaraka! Thank you, Vazaraka. Vazaraka, you are my favorite lurker, okay? We used to have a girl named Brooklyn. I hope Brooklyn's still lurking somewhere. But I would always say my favorite lurker, Brooklyn. And then Brooklyn would be like, hi. So Vazaraka, you are my new Brooklyn. I don't know what your gender is, but the fact that you just kind of lurk and donate every now and then, I appreciate. So thank you for the membership and thank you for the gift. Christian Blair says, unless the convo intended to be offline, which given J-Stock streamed, it's not the case. Sure. A ghostly apparition said, dude, General Grievous is effing baller in that show. I've already shot the Grievous episode. I just haven't edited it yet. So I have the clip. I have it clipped up. I have me reacting to it clipped up. I have the script done. I just need to go back and I need to put the script and the reaction together. And then I need to put art over the script. But yes, General Grievous is amazing in that segment. Absolutely. Samson 484 says Samurai Jack is goated. I agree. Good Grief says Gendy is a literal legend. I would say legendary animator and storyteller. It's unreal. He is. He's actually amazing. Subry Keller says, holy smack, Trump's ASVAD score would be so bad that no branch could take him. The only way Trump could make it into any branch is through the draft, and he already dodged that. True. I actually think he's an arsler. First T News says, I appreciated that you went on to talk with J-Stock. Yeah. I hope that they can remain enemies. I don't care if J-Stock and Destiny and Queeman remain digital enemies, but I think that if J-Stock and Queeman stop covering Steven as much or balance their coverage to the point that it doesn't feel like hate-filled A-logging, and then Steven, as a result, relents in the docs war, that could be a new status quo that I think is sustainable for the entire space. Jed Winkler says, can you make your face bigger? Oh, my God. Sen Patriarch says that video slap. Thank you, Sen Patriarch. I appreciate your comments. I appreciate your comments on the videos. Officer Nasty says we stand Connor even if we disagree. Thank you, Officer Nasty. I'll stop trying to kill you. My apologies. Giga Impact says, Connor, the Discord link is expired. I want an invite. Okay. Let me pull up the Discord real quick. Hopefully I don't dox anyone. You know, the whole like streamer mode thing where you don't show people the thing. Like, yeah, I know that's a thing, but I don't know. How do I phrase this? I'm tired of always looking over my... I don't want to look over my back all the time. Okay? I want people to be sane. I want people to be rational-ish. I want people to not try to murder each other digitally all the time. That's what I want. I know it's too much to ask, but it's what I want. So let me go ahead and remove this real quick. I promise we'll get into a reaction. I will do some content, but I also just want to engage with chat. I said I wanted to do crowd work as a part of the opening of the show, so I want to do crowd work. I want to hang out. Human being. Yeah, bean, B-E-A-N. Awesome. I like that. First T News says sweeping. True. Junork says, boo, you didn't trust us. Boo. True. Evan says, Connor, will you commit to submit all the art files as a means to push the administration to release the Epstein files? I'm sorry, it's the Mueller report and no one cares, sadly. Yes, I commit to releasing all of the counterpoints drawings. Christian Blair says, I thought Connor was going to practice not responding to chat anyway. Lol, that would be the best training mode. Yeah, but no, I like hanging out with you guys. Rodney Hobbs says, I just tuned in and having trouble being snarky when I can't figure out what's going on. Sorry, Rodney Hobbs. Sorry. Well, I'll give you something meaty to be a dick about in a second. Good Grief Griff says, Darius, as the incestuous oathbreaker, is peak. True. Beef Supreme says, the rose just makes me happy. I didn't jump the bandwagon with the haters. Yeah, sure. Actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and pull up the drawing. And maybe, because I feel like this entire segment will be relatively parasocial. Maybe I should like start the content a little bit earlier than just engaging with chat. Officer Nasty says, holy shit, that Subry comment on screen is funny. Uh-oh. What do you say? Subry Keller says, is there a way that we can take away Elon Musk's citizenship? Yeah, I think he can be denaturalized partially because his naturalization process was fraudulent due to him violating a student visa. I think you could denaturalize him. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think you could. So, oh, you actually said that in the second half of the comment. My bad. Christian Lara says, well, that is certainly a surrender. In another world, J-Stock sided with Destiny and company because Sherry told him to, lol. True. Jar says, Twitter is a neurological weapon of mass destruction at this point. True. Eben says, I prefer separation of ICE officers and other Leos. The lack of training and following a procedure makes them difficult to include them in the Leo umbrella. You say that, and yet local cops are totally R-slurred. Like, I worked for a city, but I worked with like a pretty high-quality city. There's some real podunk-ass cowboy municipalities out there. Ask me how I know. Ray Sunlight says, good morning. I see ICE continues madness in Colorado, probably. Anonymous Chatter says, I missed the morning benediction again. Forgive me, well, QC John. I don't know if he said it yet, so I'll say it. I'll say it in his stead until I see his comment. May the grill stay hot, may your beer stay cold, and may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Thank you, well, QC John, for inspiring the morning benediction and also holding us accountable when we forget to pray. Son Patriarch says Connor went into the Wolves' Den and came out looking pretty damn good, in my opinion. Thank you, Son Patriarch. Officer Nasty says, yo, Connor did great. Thank you. I just don't like your doxing takes, bro. That's it. That's fine. Officer Nasty, you also don't like his cop takes either. True. Normalize normalcy. True. Jonah says the only downside of the second Clone Wars is that it set up Grievous as this badass Terminator of Jedi right before the movie, where he was kind of pathetic in comparison. Kid me hated the movie because of that. Weirdly enough, Jonah, I think the biggest objection between the Tartakovsky 2D animation and the Revenge of the Sith is that the Tartakovsky animations made the characters look so cool that their IRL equivalents were nowhere near as cool. And what I mean by that is the ARC Commandos were running around in the background, and the clones did do some cool stuff in the Revenge of the Sith movie, particularly smoking all the Jedi. But when it came to Grievous, yes, Grievous was a little underwhelming, but I do think that having all the lightsabers and the 4 arms and the opening battle where he's able to kind of like mess with Obi-Wan Kenobi and mess with Anakin Skywalker without getting smoked, I did still think he was pretty cool in the Revenge of the Sith. But I do understand people being furious that Kit Fisto, Mace Windu, the other guy, General Tin. Oh my God, General Tin is amazing. General Tin, Kit Fisto, and was it Shakti? Did Shakti get smoked by Sidious? I forget. But Sidious, apparently what happened with the Revenge of the Sith is the guy who plays Sidious, even though he's really good at playing a villain, he's very bad at lightsaber dueling. And so they didn't want to use his stunt double for everything. And so they cut the Sidious duel by like 90%. But realistically, if we saw the 2D animation, which I didn't at the time, but if you saw the 2D animation, and then if you saw Kit Fisto, Shakti, General Tin at their peak, and Sidious dueled all of them and annihilated them, that would have been peak. That would have been if there was a Duel of the Fates style duel, and if there was a Anakin versus Obi-Wan style duel between Sidious and 4 of the peak Jedi, whew, that would have been for the ages. And as it is, like, Star Wars is already like a legendary series. Sorry for getting distracted with Star Wars, but it's actually worth thinking about because Kit Fisto and General Tin in the 2D animation, they're incredible characters. They're amazing characters, and they're there for so brief a time. They're only there for 5 minutes, 7 minutes, and they're amazing. I could do an entire my breakdown series of the 2D animation is effectively like, hey, here's the coolest action in the series, and here's the lore around it. But if you actually wanted to explore like theme and characterization and character design and action and Jedi powers and power scaling and all that kind of stuff, you could probably write entire thesis papers about the 2D animation. It's that good. Horatio Man 2 says, sane, rational these days. Yeah, but not happening. I know. I'm just doing my best in my small corner of the internet. Sultan Al Fahim says, I wish people didn't cancel each other over dumb stuff. True. Ray Sunlight says, Dank Brandon Chan is back on to this week. What? Senpath Chan? What? Who are you talking about? Void Parrot says, I've been a victim to countless war crimes in Grand Theft Auto. I don't know what that's related to, but that's true. It's true. I had a friend named Alex O'Brien. I still have a friend named Alex O'Brien. And he likes to play Grand Theft Auto Online. And I did not like to play Grand Theft Auto Online, even though it's a fun game. But he would want to spend hours playing it. And I was like, dude, I don't have time like this, whatever. But I jumped on to play with him one time, and we did stay there for 2 or 3 hours. And so our idea of a good time was putting C4 on the exterior of our vehicles, charging each other, screaming Allahu Akbar, and then blowing each other up. And we probably did that for like 2 or 3 hours, and that was hilarious and fun. Dank Brandon says, I started playing the Hogwarts game a minute ago. It took 45 minutes to get through the opening and save the game. That's terrible. Jen Winkler says, my boss's boss came in. Did Connor address Portland? No, I haven't. I haven't addressed Portland. I have no idea what's happening. Is there footage of the Portland incident? If there's footage, I'll take a look at it. If there isn't footage, then I don't care. Kilotonic says, this guy and his mind maps. True. Christian Blair says, about cop tactics on the ground versus policy, which changes depending upon the threat at the time. Sure. Randy Chang says, it's much easier to sell badass action through animation. You can do a frame for frame live action remake and it'll just look goofy. In the end, they have to address things differently. I agree. I don't think that you could fully do what was done in Genndy Tartakovsky's art IRL. It's just too hardcore. Eben says, good animation that's non-lolly anime is the best way to do storytelling. Debate a wall because I'm dying on that hill. Yeah, Fashion 40. I haven't seen Fashion 40 yesterday or recently. I don't know if I've pissed him off or if he's busy or something. But Fashion 40 wants me to break down the Gundam series, and I am having a hard time getting into where I should get into. And I think this is a common complaint with the Gundam series. So sorry that this isn't, you brought up non-lolly animation, which is how I got here. I have ADD. Apologies. But for Gundam, I saw a show last night that recommended F91, which is set 30 years after the main events of Gundam. Then for the main events of Gundam, it's weird because, hold on, let me try to be as brief as possible from what I understand after watching the fact that I understand so little about Gundam after having watched 3 hours of lore vids is alarming to me, because it should be way easier to summarize than the way that these people approach the topic, but I digress. As far as I can tell, humanity achieves space travel at some point in the near future. And then they start creating effectively long-range voyage ships that are space stations. So think of the Nauvoo from The Expanse. It's like a generation ship that has a gravity cycler that you can live on in perpetuity, and they send those out into the solar system, maybe even the stars. And what happens is Earth still nominally rules these things. But what happens is some of the most distant space stations say, well, we don't need Earth anymore. Let's do our own thing. We're going to declare our own autocratic, militaristic empire, and we're going to try to seize power over Earth and over the other space stations because we're the best. And so they send a bunch of Zakus into Earth, and Earth is not sufficiently militarized. And so they have a Gundam, which is a super advanced robot. So what I understand is that the kingdoms of Zeon, which are the autocratic, militaristic societies, they have the Zaku, which is an iconic battle mech, but it's not as powerful as a Gundam. And then the Gundams, even though there's only like one of them, and their logistics personnel are incredibly vulnerable, so the Zakus are able to consistently attack civilians and the logistics personnel. The Gundam itself just kicks ass. Like it's almost impossible to destroy in the opening battles. But then it feels like anime power scaling, where the bad guys get increasingly more powerful all the time until they're near peers to the Gundam. But the Gundam is always able to pull out something out of its ass at the end of the battle in order to win the battle. And that's what it feels like. Is apparently there's like a 43 episode first series that was released in 1979 or something, or 1983, I forget. But that was turned into 3 movies. And then after that, there's like a billion Gundam TV series and movies. And it's really hard to figure out like what's good, what's cringe. How do I research the tech? How do I research the weapons? How do I break down the different suits? How do I break down the different chronologies? Like it's actually really, really, really hard to figure out how to do any of this. Oh, here's Fashion 40. Big Connor touched the poo and his hand still came out clean. Thank you. So yeah, Fashion 40. You and Taze and I need to have a conversation, because I'm borderline tempted to break down like Gundam F91 and Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans and then come back to it later when I understand it more. But maybe if you could offer some insight, I could understand it more, because honestly, my summary of what it is so far is actually terrible. Officer Nasty says, did you see the XQC tweets about the shooting in DGG? No. What do you say? Tell me things. My Twitter has 1 follower. Weirdly enough, it's like tequila. And I think tequila is like Tequila Kid 0071 or something like that. Tequila Kid, I think, is a conservatarian reply guy. If Tequila Kid is here, please let me know. But I got perma'd for the second time off of Twitter. And then Tequila Kid was the first guy who followed me. So I have to figure he watches the stream, even if he doesn't talk. Fashion 40 for 5 says, dude, you can't piss me off. Much love, much respect. We can have a Discord call. Excellent. Thank you for the 5, by the way. Death Lily says, Connor, Mobile Suit Wing is the best intro. Interesting. Lots of people have different opinions on this. Short says, I see Connor schizo mapping again. Brother, it's going to get bad real quick. You guys don't even want me to start the content. You don't want me to start the content. It's going to be crazy. I couldn't get into GTA Online. I got bored, but I played it before they added heists. Yeah. No. GTA 5 looks brilliant. I just don't have the time. That's my only. If I was an immortal creature, I would spend a century playing GTA 5 online. I'm just not an immortal creature, and I have to dedicate my energy to things that actually produce money and experiences. Smash Dance has just got here. What the fuck is bro talking about? Don't ever try to figure that out, Smash Dan. Don't ever try to figure that out. Just go with the flow. Eben says, I think as a former Leo yourself, Psycho-Pass is a better anime to get into. Not heavy, intensive lore, Western themes, and a cyberpunk future. Gundam is good for sure, but just a lot. Okay. Eben, just remind me of Psycho-Pass, because obviously I'm going to have to do Cyberpunk 2077 eventually. Subry says, yeah, most people say you should start with Wing, but it has so much annoying little kids in it that rewatching it now is really hard. I'm no longer a fan of Child Soldiers. I also need dubs, not subs, bro. I need dubs, not subs. Okay? I need, I know that purists prefer subtitles because the voices are less annoying, but I need dubs because I can't be trying to watch the action and reading a book at the same time. That's not a thing. Subry says, when you're a kid, you don't think too deeply about that. I know, but I'm trying to break it down. Yeah, has the entire galaxy as a backyard, goes back to Earth. I know, bro. I know that. I thought that was cringe too. Fashion 40 says, yeah, their movies just stick to the UC timeline for now. Where's Taze? I agree. Subry says, if we're talking about space, military, and politics, I will die on that hill. But Babylon 5 is the best base station TV show ever. I love Deep Space Nine, but Babylon 5 is better. Interesting. Time for Connor to take a trip to Japan. Is it? Not a fan of Japan, not going to lie. Thomas Dudley says, what information are you going to get into about the situation going in Iran? I hear that people are protesting the government sustainably, even with the IRGC crackdowns. I don't have anything substantive for you. I have whatever Khazra says, okay? Khazra is a community member from Iran that, weirdly enough, has Western internet and likes the show and speaks English enough to watch it. And they were saying that the protests are getting crazy and that if they don't come back online for a few weeks, it's because there's a bunch of crackdowns. And I think I've heard reports of protesters getting shot with live ammunition, but I don't know. It seems like every 5 to 10 years this happens, and everybody's waiting for the Iranian regime to be deposed, but it doesn't seem like it ever happens because the central government is just too powerful. So I have no idea what's going on. I don't think we're going to know. That's going to keep happening in Iran until the authoritarian central government is eventually deposed. Then we'll actually have insight into what's going on in Iran, in my opinion. Christian Blair says, Tay's got a full-time job working for his dad and a girlfriend. He's been busy. He's been hella busy, bro. Jim Baker, my favorite FBI employee, says, hello, Connor and the Cogs. Good morning. Good morning, King. Death Lily says, I'm Connor's only follower. Are you Tequila Kid, Death Lily? Are you Tequila Kid? That is so weird. That your one profile is Death Lily and your other profile is Tequila Kid. That's kind of crazy. Officer Nasty says, super too long, don't read. XQC pretty much agrees with everything Asmongold said and called Steven the King Cuck and Dan Mooten are the mini cucks. Wow. XQC bridge burn when? Wow. Those are fierce words for someone who's been such an ally for so long. Ooh. Smash Dan says, I just forget I'm ever reading the subtitles at some point. I don't. Christian Blair says he doesn't have to worry about ICE given he moved back to French Canada. True. Wait, what's your new Twitter? It's Neo Counter Connor. NEO, and then counter Connor. Jonah says, thank you. I hate anime purists that poo-poo dub watchers. And it's not that like the voices aren't annoying. I hate it when like a woman or a child is like, huh? I hate that. I would rather kill myself than listen to that sound. But I have to deal with what I'm going. I have to deal with what I'm given. Voided Parrot says, lol, the ending of season 1 of Psychopaths gave me my very first panic attack. I hated the ending so much, I'll never watch the show again. Ooh. Can you link your Twitter in chat? Nope. Go use your search bar. Neo counter Connor. Giga Impact says, Connor, you should watch the DGG Awards of this year. You came in pretty close to Buddy of the Year, and there are some funny clips. Good. Good. Maybe, not today, but maybe. And then my question is, how close? Was I in second? Was I in third? Was I in fifth? Officer Nasty says, I can't believe Darius got second to last for Buddy of the Year. That's so effed. Yeah, did I get last? Did I get second to last? Did I get third to last? Did I get first? Did I get second? What did I get? If I got second or third, I mean, that's fine. I'm just originally I didn't even think I was in, and I was kind of, I'm not gonna lie, I know I shouldn't be bitter about it, but I was a little bitter about it. I was a little bitter. Third's fine. Third's respectable. There's a whole cast of characters in the DGG sphere. And I think, who is it? Who beat me? So I lost to Dan and Mooten. That's fine. That's fine. Dan and Mooten have been Steven's friends for what, like a decade? And I've known him for 5 years. And I would say, only have been friends over maybe the past like year or two. And also, I've been quite critical of Steven while still being friendly with him. That's fine. That's fine. If I lost to Dan and Mooten, I think that's respectable. But anyways, let's I caught up with chat, so let me start the content, I suppose. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Philip Coffee, thank you for the 20. Did someone say lurker parasocial love, man? Thank you. Thank you. The only person, Philip Coffee has the only license in the COG to have a polycule. Everybody else is a amateur. Fashion 40 for 5 says, dude, you can't piss me off. Okay. Thank you, Fashion 40 for the 5. Thank you, Vazaraka, for the gifted. Thank you, Vazaraka, for the membership. So thank you to Philip Coffee, Fashion 40, Vazaraka for kicking us off today. Thank you kindly. And Jen Winkler just linked the Twitter. So there you go. Have you considered getting rid of Mooten? No, I'm not going to Game of Thrones. I'm not going to Game of Thrones the orbit. All right, let's get cracking. And by the way, guys, we're doing this thing now. So I want to give you a heads up. My chat, the True Cog, the 50 to 70 people who are True Coggers, they are used to me having ADD. They are used to me getting one guide off topic. They're used to me getting one guide on topic. They're used to the sporadic and attention deficit disorder nature of my programming. Whereas some people who come into the show, it's very off-putting. So what I'm trying to do, faultingly, is I'm going to try to do segments, and we're about to try to move into a segment. Of course, I've done segments in the past. I'm just saying that I'm going to try to keep my commentary narratively coherent, which I know is very difficult for me, but I'm going to try it anyways. And I'm going to try to stay on topic. If I get one guide by a chatter, I'm going to try to make sure that my one guy is actually on topic. And I'm going to try to push through the segment until the segment is done to improve the quality of the content that I am creating for VOD viewers. So, you know, I'm not promising that I'm going to do it well, but I'm promising that I'm going to try. Okay. Actually, you know what? Somebody said no red wedding. I think the red wedding should be the Mr. Girl breakup. We should probably draw a new mind map with the red wedding going over the Mr. Girl drama, but let's focus on this for now. So let me do an intro. Let's get cracking. So, hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and today is going to be a Destiny drama day. My apologies to those of you who want substance in politics. But the truth is, I had an interesting conversation last night. I also want to go over the drama as it sits, as it stands right now. We'll probably be using the Rose deposition as background fodder while I update with some mind maps. But let's go ahead and pull up the Game of Thrones-esque mind map that I already created, and let's explain this to new people as if it was real, okay? Or not as if it was real, as if it was new to these people, okay? So in my mind map, for those of you who don't know, Game of Thrones is a high fantasy medieval drama in which they take the technology and cultural tropes of medieval Europe and medieval Ottoman Empire and Arabia, and they created a political, sexual, military drama that's very compelling with some magic and dragons mixed in there to make the world more interesting. And so a lot of people will understand that, understand the Twitch and YouTube political sphere through that lens, effectively because there's rich and powerful people in online politics and online commentary who create miniature kingdoms for themselves. They get money, they get clout, they get attention, they get orbiters, which I would say are the analogy of feudal lords, all of that kind of stuff. And so as a result, what I did is I drew this mind map of different characters being in different roles, analogized to Game of Thrones, and yet still relevant to our conversation. And so for those of you who don't know, this is effectively the War of the Rose. Okay. I'm not going to explain all the Game of Thrones characters, but I'm going to explain the drama as it sits. Destiny, I drew as I selected as the Mad King. Okay. And I do like Destiny. I do consider Destiny a friend. However, he can run his kingdom kind of like a Mad King. And what I mean by that is if you try to hurt him, he will hang you or burn you or both. And he's kind of like a dictatorial monarch. And he does not brook rebellion from his feudal lords. And J-Stock used to be a feudal lord. I drew him as a Baratheon. Okay. Looks like Henry Cavill as a Baratheon, but J-Stock is a Baratheon, where he was a minor feudal lord of the king. And for those of you who don't know J-Stock used to run a Destiny after show. Okay. And the Destiny after show, effectively what happened was Steven would go live. He would run from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., somewhere in there. He would wrap it up. And then J-Stock would stream, I think from like 10 p.m. to like 2 a.m. And other feudal lords would go on his show. So Sherry would go on his show. Kelly Jean would go on his show. Dan Saltman would go on his show. I would go on the show on occasion. Darius would go on the show. And so it was effectively like J-Stock was a loyal bannerman, a loyal feudal lord to Destiny for a long time. But what happened in November of 2024 and what happened in January 20th of 2025 was J-Stock's rebellion. What happened was Steven, being the Mad King that he is, shared private and personal, lurid information with a gal named Rose. And Rose was actually, weirdly enough, this is a recent revelation, a gentleman by the name of Solo who was pimping out his girlfriend. And so Rose, aka Solo, leaked all of Destiny's personal information, private information, homemade, lurid photos and videos to the internet. And this damaged Destiny's reputation severely because what happened is he had a ton of orbiters. He had a ton of feudal lords, but the feudal lords were like, oh, well, if you're going to betray Pixie, who was your friend for 2 or 3 years, because Pixie was caught up in the leaks, then if you're going to betray her by leaking this information to Rose, then who's to say that you're not going to betray me? And as a result of this betrayal, I can no longer be your friend. And so what I would say is Pisco, who he's a lawyer. Now he's a full-time creator. He's an interesting character. He has decent legalistic analysis. He's a fiery debater. He has a little bit of autism, but he used to be considered a orbiter of Destiny. He broke off and started aspiring to be his own king of his own kingdom. And so he's attacked Destiny here and there, thrown an elbow, kind of had some relations with J-Stock's rebellion, but not really that much. And so he's broken off and wanted to be the king. And what's interesting, too, is that there used to be a left-wing creator named Vosh who used to debate Destiny all the time. But I drew him as the king beyond the wall because he's effectively gone into what he called a fortress arc, which meant that he wasn't going to associate with anybody else and he was going to run his own kingdom. And then I drew Demon Mama as a warg because Demon Mama is a trans gal who has a girlfriend named Doe who actually thinks that they're an animal. Not really thinks that they're an animal, but they're trans and they pretend to be like a deer and they go by its pronouns, which is supposed to be an online shitpost, but I don't care because it's so obnoxious that who cares? And so Demon Mama, I drew as the warg because she has a relationship with an animal. And for those of you who don't know what a warg is a magical person who's able to like psychically possess animals and control them and stuff. And so that's actually kind of like a deep cut shit post. Okay. Now, unfortunately, Vosh is out of orbit, no longer playing the Game of Thrones. He's past the wall. He's ignoring everything. Okay. And then Hassan Piker, I would say, is similar, where Hassan Piker is another, I'm not ADHD, and this is perfectly relevant. Shut up, Eben. Shut up, Eben. I love you, but shut up. I would say Hassan Piker is another feudal lord, and Dorne, for those of you who don't know, in the Game of Thrones analogy, Dorne is a kingdom to the south that used to be quite powerful and used to be surrounding the Targaryen kingdom, but largely sticks to itself since it has been betrayed by the king. So they're still technically like a part of Twitch and YouTube politics, but they're kind of doing their own thing. And so I would say Hassan Piker stopped orbiting Destiny, became his own orbiter, became his own king. And then I drew Mike from PA, Frogan, and Bad Bunny as the Sand Snakes. Okay. So I'm eliminating the characters who are not key players. That's what I'm doing right now off of my drawing. Okay. And then I would say that in the COG, we are the community of grill hottists. We are financially backed by Grassroots Hegemon. I wanted to draw Grassroots Hegemon as the Iron Bank, but Grassroots Hegemon asked that he be, I forget this girl's name, but the matriarch of the Tyrell family. He asked to be that, so I drew him as that. And then Horse God said that he was Hot Pie, and Hot Pie is the fat guy from King's Landing who knows how to cook a mean bread. And so Horse God is Hot Pie, and Grassroots Hegemon is whatever Tyrell. Is it Martell or Tyrell? I think the Martells are the Dornians, and I think the Tyrells are this place. Highgarden. Excuse me. And the interesting thing about Highgarden is that Highgarden is nominally loyal to the throne. They were loyal to the Mad King when the Mad King was in power. They were loyal to the Lannister succession, the Baratheon succession when that was a thing. They kind of just, they're loyal to the realms, I suppose, but they don't like getting sucked into the war because Highgarden is an economically, socially, culturally, militaristically vibrant place. And its wealth and its prosperity is kind of like necessarily involved in not becoming overly involved in the wars of the kingdom. So they become, they are involved in the wars. They do commit forces, they do fight, they do this, they do that, but they don't commit all of their forces and all of their wealth and all of their clout and all of their power to the Game of Thrones because they know that their survival is reliant upon some level of neutrality, I suppose. So anyways, in reference to J-Stock's rebellion, what happened was J-Stock decided, despite being a feudal lord of the Mad King Destiny, he decided that the Rose situation was too far. It violated his personally held beliefs. He believes that it made Destiny a hypocrite and a bad person and deserving of rebelling against. And so in January and February, he declared open rebellion against the Mad King, Stephen Bennell II. And so what happened is you had a whole new drawing of the orbiter sphere. Destiny lost 90% of his orbiters, but he retained Dan Saltman. Dan Saltman is a rich man who likes to play mind games and play the Game of Thrones for himself and for Destiny's benefit. So I analogized him to Tywin Lannister. And I still think that's true. And then Pisco broke off into his own orbit. Vosh broke off into his own orbit. Hassan Piker broke off into his own orbit. And I've been loyal to the Mad King, but I haven't committed all of my forces to battle. Because I do think that in some degrees, the Mad King has made some mistakes. And I don't want to lose all of my wealth and all of my clout, all of my reputation, all of my money, all of everything by committing to battle on the Mad King's behalf. Okay. And Doobie, weirdly enough, I think Doobie should get an honorable mention. Doobie, I made Varys the Spider because Varys the Spider is a spy master. Okay. And in the TV series, also in the book series, Varys is always in the background and he's manipulating people and he's feeding information to different people and he's doing this and he's doing that. And a lot of people don't like Varys because he seems to always have his finger in whatever is going on, or he seems to be constantly feeding information to other parties so they fight each other, which is to his benefit and presumably the benefit of the people he serves. But as the book and TV series goes on, when Varys is accused of being like a duplicitous, manipulative spy master, freak monster, his consistent argument is that he is loyal to the realm. So he's not betraying Destiny or criticizing Destiny or emboldening Destiny's enemies out of some hatred of Steven, some kind of like irrational hatred. It's because he legitimately thinks that by supporting the rebels, he is actually, he's serving the broader realm of online politics. Okay. Who is the ice guy? Do I have an ice guy in here? Where's an ice guy? If you're talking about this guy, that's Vosh. He's the king beyond the wall. He's, I forget his name, but basically he's a wildling king. He's a wildling king. He's a barbarian king north of the wall who is trying to come into the kingdoms, but realistically, he's out there doing his own thing. All right, anyways, but we need to get into what's happened over the past year because this is what's pertinent to my conversation with Mr. J Stock last night, which Mance Raider. Thank you. Somebody bumped it up. So the Mad King in his war has engaged in a lawsuit. Who is Boogie 2988? I haven't added him. I haven't added Boogie 2988 to the map. We'll figure that out later. But in this war, Pixie, I drew as a Martell, which is a Dornian girl who actually got murdered in the Game of Thrones series. But effectively, Pixie is what kicked off the war, in my opinion, because Pixie was the first person to rebel against the Night King. Yeah, I haven't added the Night King yet. But Pixie was one of the first people to rebel because she sued Steven, right? She sued Steven because some of her personal information was leaked. She blamed Steven for the leaks. And it's been Steven's argument like, hey, I didn't mean to leak it on purpose. I just trusted Rose with this information, which was actually Solo. And as a result, that's why everybody got hurt. Well, with J Stock declaring open rebellion, there's a few people who have joined him in his rebellion, okay? Esports Batman, I think, somebody could correct me on the lore, but Esports Batman is a lawyer who used to be a DGGer, but started to dislike Steven. And as a result, he has helped J Stock interpret legal documents in order to continue coverage of the drama. And so I made Esports Batman a random Baratheon bannerman with a Warhammer. Now, Queeman is a drama YouTuber who has no loyalty to anyone. He has at maximum a tepid loyalty to J Stock because they've created drama content together. Also, when J Stock got into drama with Sherry, Queeman wasn't overly vicious when he was covering it. The closest thing to loyalty that Queeman has is loyalty to J Stock. But Queeman realistically attacks anyone, and he's trying to build his own kingdom of marauders and bandits. And so I actually made him is it the Saltborn? Is it the Seaborn The Ironborn. The Ironborn. And the Ironborn are the Game of Thrones equivalent of like Viking marauders. Okay. So that's Queeman. He's a drama YouTuber who hates Steven, who's allied with J-Stock in his rebellion against Steven, and has also been hypercritical of Steven in the past. Now, Ryle Kittenhouse, this is like House Swan. House Swan is a random bannerman to House Baratheon. And I made Ryle Kittenhouse a bannerman to the Baratheon household because Ryle is J-Stock's liaison to YouTube. J-Stock has been banned off of YouTube. I don't know why. Maybe his drama commentary was too spicy. Maybe he said a slur. Maybe it was a community guideline. I forget. But Ryle Kittenhouse he takes J-Stock's content, he chops it up, he puts it onto YouTube, and as a result, I think Ryle financially benefits from that. As a matter of fact, J-Stock last night said that he doesn't get a financial benefit from that, but it's still kind of like a necessary action for J-Stock to continue to grow because discoverability on YouTube is way better than it is on Kick. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you perceive the entire drama, J-Stock is currently banned to Kick. Okay. Now he has one more bannerman that he would say is not a bannerman, which is why I kind of drew this line as being not fully drawn in. There's a guy named Saba. Okay. So Saba is a gentleman. I drew him as a Baratheon bannerman, but Saba is a gentleman who decided to involve himself in the drama by participating in the Game of Thrones, despite him being such a small player. Okay. Nobody knows who this guy is. He's just a random Baratheon bannerman. He's a random guy from J-Stock's Discord. He's a random guy from Kiwi Farms. He's a random guy, maybe from Dockspin. I don't know. But he's involved in the drama sphere somehow. And he decided to personally get involved in the lawsuit. And so in the lawsuit, there are two things that people are critical of Steven for. And then the counter argument is people being critical of Saba as a bannerman to J-Stock. So what people are critical of Steven for is that Solo, pretending to be Rose, was the original leaker of the material. And so Steven's justification was, well, this person has actually hurt me, hurt my friends, tried to destroy my life actively. And as a result, I want to know who they are. I'm going to put all of their information out onto the internet, which is effectively, it's doxing. And I want the internet to try to help me find this person. And that is allegedly after trying to hire a private investigator to find her. And the private investigator was not able to find her. And I can corroborate this because I have personally seen text messages from Steven that he was communicating and hiring and paying a private investigator in November of 24. So if you think the private investigator story from Steven is just self-sweeping, it's actually not. He actually did try to hire a private investigator in order to resolve the situation before he went with the doxing. And so people don't like Steven number one, they don't like how he's treating Pixie, where he's basically denying her any kind of settlement or justice. But they also don't like that he doxed Rose, because they feel like you have just exposed this random woman to extreme digital harassment through publishing all of her information. And we don't know if she technically deserves that extreme digital harassment. Okay. We probably do need to throw President Sunday in here. He should probably be a Baratheon bannerman, but I've run out of space and I'm just trying to explain the story. So I'm going to keep going. So anyway, so Saba is a random Baratheon bannerman. But what he did that a lot of people don't like is that he emailed Rose to say, hey, you are being brought up. Somehow she got found. I think it was Kiwi Farms who found her. But they found Rose. They found her email. And what ended up happening was, you know what? Maybe Charlie Kirk could be the Night King. Maybe MAGA could be the Night King. Actually, I think that makes a lot of sense. Number one, because he's undead. Badumps. Number two, because MAGA and the Republicans, the hardcore Republicans, not the actual principled Republicans, but the MAGA, who are sweeping through the country. They're the actual true existential threat. And the drama, the War of the Five Kings, or whatever this is, this is all a distraction from MAGA and the Night King coming in to slaughter everybody. So I actually think Charlie Kirk and MAGA would be the Night King. Anyways, you guys are distracting me. Stop distracting me. We're almost there. And then I can talk about my call with J-Stock last night. So what Saiba did that I think a lot of people objected to is the fact that, excuse me, Saiba emailed her, Rose, trying to get her to be involved in the court case, which is touching the poo. And then also he emailed her family when she stopped communicating with him. Okay. And so that's seen as touching the poo, being overly involved in something that you're not a part of, trying to benefit J-Stock and J-Stock's rebellion and the people who hate Steven the most. It's seen as like overly personal, overly harassy, and overly weird to involve yourself in this situation, right? And so that's everybody's criticisms of Saiba. And then the J-Stock, since he's like tepidly a bannerman of J-Stock caught some blowback for Saiba's interaction with the case. Now we're almost there. So Darius, I made Jaime Lannister. And that's not just because he's interested in girls who allegedly participate in incest. For those of you who don't know, that's a Grace Thorpe deep cut. Can I explain that real quick? It's not even a part of the Game of Thrones, but it's actually really funny. So for those of you who don't watch Game of Thrones, Jaime Lannister is in love with his sister, and they have an incestuous relationship. And Darius was simping for a girl named Grace Thorpe, and Grace Thorpe used to joke that she was in an incestuous relationship with her father. I don't know if it's true. But I think that's like a funny parallel that I hadn't thought of until now, is that Darius, who I have shown as Jaime Lannister, is interested in Grace Thorpe. Get him back on track. Don't tell me what to do. Okay. Olenna Tyrell. That was Grassroots name. Olenna. True. Okay. So we're almost done, guys. We're almost done. And so food shops, I have drawn, as the mountain. And so in Game of Thrones, the mountain is the king's executioner. He is the dirty hand. He's the assassin. He's the brigand. He's the marauder. And so in the TV series, he's kind of like an errant knight, a knight errant. He's a black knight. He does whatever dirty work his lords command him to. And so what's weird is food shops, she, her pronouns, trans girl. She became a drama orbiter of the Mad King, and arguably was trying to create a relationship with Dan Saltman, Tywin Lannister. In the TV show, Tywin Lannister and the Hound and the Mountain are actually bannermen to Dan Saltman or Tywin Lannister. But in this scenario, Food Shops is actually closer to a bannerman of Destiny. But for the sake of the drawing, Dan Saltman and Food Shops have a fractious relationship. So I drew their relationship as being fractious. And then similarly in the TV show, Tywin Lannister has to disavow the Mountain, because the Mountain's running around being a marauder north of King's Landing. And so Food Shops is basically a marauder, a drama farmer who drama farms on the drama farmers. Okay. So Food Shops has attacked J-Stock, has attacked Ryle, has attacked Saiba, arguably, Queeman, Esports Batman, all that kind of stuff. She effectively attacks the king's attackers. And so that's why I made her the Mountain, which I also think is hysterical. So to wrap this all up in a bow, I think these analogies are perfectly apt. Effectively, what happened was a bunch of homemade pornography got leaked from Rose, also Solo, aka Solo. Solo was a guy. Rose was the girl. Pixie is suing the king. The king is at war with J-Stock's rebellion. And then we have all these other people who I have drawn hilariously. So let's talk about last night. So last night, what happened was I made a comment within the past 48 hours where I said, Was it yesterday or was it the day before that the Rose stuff got leaked? I think it was either yesterday or the day before. I think I wanted to cover it yesterday, so it must have been the day before. So 48 hours ago, we got Rose's deposition. And she is arguably at the center of this civil war of digital feudal lords. Okay. And Rose's testimony is actually incredibly pertinent to how this war is going to shake out. Because what Rose said, the entire accusation has been that Stephen is a reckless gooner degenerate, which is true, but that he's, as a matter of fact, I have the arguments right here. These are the arguments as I remember them. Last year, President Sunday, who should be on this map but isn't, but I would consider a J-Stock bannerman, he's the one who broke the drama on January 20th, 2025. And he said that Destiny has used his platform to take advantage of mentally ill women and has used his clout, power, and influence to bully anyone who criticizes him. And then I was going to make the point that he basically stole his arguments from Mr. Girl, and that was ironic because he attacked Mr. Girl for the Mr. Girl report. But that was President Sunday's thrust, was that Stephen is an abusive person who uses his position of power, clout, and influence in order to harass people who betray him, and he also uses his power, clout, and influence in order to have casual relations with women. J-Stock, I think, repeated this argumentation and also said that the main story of this drama is the infinite grape machine, which is effectively a conveyor belt of mentally ill women that Stephen can have casual relationships, discard them when they become inconvenient, and then retaliate against them digitally if they ever criticize him, and use his audience and his orbiters in order to harass said people until they're no longer interested in criticizing him. And I think one of the arguments that was made during this allegation by J-Stock and by other people is that if the women knew what they were signing up for, they wouldn't participate in the dynamic. Queeman has said that Destiny is a predator who takes advantage of people for his own gratification. And his abuse is to the point that he should be criminally held accountable and he should be put on a registry. That was Queeman's argument last year. And I think J-Stock actually said last night that Queeman and him still believe that. Now, Lav said in a very vulgar way that I would assist Stephen commit his crimes while shaking my head the whole time. Like, I would be like, hey, Stephen, let me aid and abet you while you commit your crimes, while I would be like, this is bad, though. You should stop that. It's funny, but it's also kind of messed up. Now, Sherry probably has, and she's not on this drawing, but she should be on this drawing as well. Sherry has said that her and Stephen had a consensual encounter, but there is an audio recording that was created without her consent, and she is pursuing a criminal case against him. And so we need to do some research on that end. Those are all the arguments from Stephen's detractors. And I would say that my argument as a member of the Tyrell household has been that Stephen messed up by communicating with Rose intimate details of his previous partners so quickly. And he is a self-destructive nihilist hedonist. And what he did was bad, but we shouldn't be treating him as the equivalent of a predator or a forcible rapist. And that I object to a variety of Stephen's misbehaviors that his detractors don't necessarily criticize. Okay? And that was my argument a year ago. It's my argument now. It'll be my argument in the future. And so effectively, that's been my position and it is my position. So sorry, let me get into the conversation last night. So my criticism of Queeman and J-Stock is that it was revealed through the court case, allegedly, that Rose never communicated with Stephen. Okay. Which is interesting because Rose has been alleged to be underage. And then therefore this backed up the argumentation that Stephen was this like predatory, malicious, evil, abusive actor. And so Rose, being 17 instead of 18, would back up this narrative. But what actually happened during the deposition is that according to Rose, which she has a motivation to lie, which I'll address momentarily, she was pimped out by her boyfriend, Solo. And Solo was an online person that she met on an app for kids. He groomed her, he pimped her, he coerced her in order to create intimate content. He then sold that intimate content on the internet for a profit. When she said that she was done with him and didn't want to interact with him anymore, she threatened to kill him. And so he's actually like a pretty big villain in a lot of ways that has kicked off the war. She's saying that this is all solo. It's all solo. And so let me tell you why she has motivation to lie. Not that I don't know that whether or not she's lying. I just want to be thorough in the way that we describe things. If Rose herself was party to the creation of underage and therefore illegal material, and if she was party to the sale of that illegal material online, and if she profited in duping people online to consume this content, then she would be complicit in a criminal conspiracy that actually does carry pretty severe criminal penalties. And so, yes, Destiny could be facing criminal penalties. And yes, he is currently facing civil penalties. But realistically, she could be on the hook for a lot of stuff too if she participated in this scheme on a voluntary basis. So by shifting the blame to Solo, this actually shifts the entire dynamic where, like, yeah, is Steven still a bad guy, arguably, for XYZ ABC behavior? Sure. But is he as villainous, I suppose, as villainous as Solo? And I think the clear answer is no. And so this is kind of like an inconvenient development for Queeman and J-Stock, who have been number one certified haters of Steven for the past year. So I made a flippant comment on my stream 48 hours ago or 24 hours ago where I said, it's kind of crazy that Queeman and J-Stock and the J-Stock rebellion has been such a passionate part of the drama sphere for the better part of a year. And realistically, anytime that I saw Queeman talking about Destiny, he was in the 500s to 700s. Anytime I saw J-Stock talking about Destiny, they were in the 500s to 700s. There were super chats flowing in. There were people happy that somebody was holding the Mad King accountable. They were cheering on J-Stock's rebellion. And so I was like, it's kind of weird that J-Stock and Ryle are so quiet. And so somebody clipped that and they sent it to J-Stock, and J-Stock and I had a prolonged conversation last night. And the crux of that conversation was J-Stock said effectively that the doxing war worked. And I'm going to explain that a little bit further because I've been a critic of Steven in this regard as well. Not only, according to Steven's detractors, is he a mad king and a psychopath and a sociopath and an abusive person because of the way that he interacts with women, but they also accuse him of being a sociopath and a psychopathic and abusive person because of the dox war. And so what happened was last year, Steven's personal information, his home address, his name, his telephone numbers, his friends and family, it might have been even in 2024, this might have started, but it lasted into 2025. Steven's personal information was on the internet, and people were using it to dox him, meaning expose his personal and private information and public information. They were using it to digitally harass him. They were using it to digitally harass Steven's family members. And also law enforcement was called to his house in an attempt to get him in trouble, both with the Federal Bureau of Investigation in reference to some of Steven's spicy comments on the internet, but also with local law enforcement for engaging in violence. And so Steven has been digitally and IRL harassed for a year and a half. And so Steven said, okay, well, J-Stock and Queeman are the two people online who are covering me the most in the most spiteful way possible. And within Queeman and J-Stock's communities exist people like Saiba and potentially exist people like Blav, and people exist like Solo. And J-Stock, to be clear, J-Stock, Queeman, and Chud Logic, who is another drama YouTuber, they all deny this. They all say that the evidence is weak to non-existent, that the argument about cross-pollination is true of every digital community, that The level of harassment that Stephen is visiting upon them is not proportional to what they are engaged in, because in their opinion, they're engaged in the kind of drama commentary and the kind of coverage that is common in the space, and therefore it should be fair game. So they deny all of this in reference to the doxing war. Okay. But Stephen's accusation is that Queeman and JStock play footsie with communities that are known to fuck with websites like Doxbin, Kiwi Farms, 4chan, Spicy Chat, all of that kind of stuff. And so as a result, they stochastically are responsible for the digital and IRL harassment that Stephen has received over the past year and a half. And whenever they're denying their involvement, they're being cute. They don't sincerely believe that they're not involved. They don't sincerely believe that they're not stochastically causing digital and IRL harassment to Stephen. They're playing both sides, I suppose. Now, what I already said, JStock and Queeman's counter argument, which is this is common in the space. Their coverage is as spicy as it is as everybody else, and their counter accusation is that Stephen has not only misrepresented their participation in the rebellion, but he has gone on a scorched earth campaign against them. He has sought out their docs information. He has published their docs information. He has doxed anyone near to them. Stephen has gone after Doobie for being a critic and has attempted to dox him. I think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Ryle might have been doxxed. I think he's been doxxed. I think JStock's been doxxed. I think Queeman might have been doxxed. I think Esports Batman has been doxxed. I don't know if Saiba's been doxxed, but I wouldn't be surprised if he has been doxxed, which is just taking their public or private information and then publishing on the internet in order to embarrass them and encourage digital or IRL harassment. If Saiba is not doxxed so far, people are actively pushing for his dox information, right? And then also they say that not only is this unfair and crazy and psychopathic behavior, but Darius used the doxing information of Ryle Kittenhouse to actually show up to his property unannounced and effectively IRL harass Ryle Kittenhouse and say, hey, your public information is out there. Anybody can find you. And so as a result, that's a form of like moving from, oh, isn't this cute that we all hate each other and we're all criticizing each other on the internet? And that's moving it to like actual kind of like creepy pseudo-violent shit, right? And so during that conversation, we kind of rehashed all of these arguments where JStock's like, no, I sincerely believe that I am correct in criticizing Stephen over Rose. I sincerely believe that I am correct in criticizing him over Pixie. I am sincerely dedicated to the rebellion against I am dedicated to the rebellion against Stephen. And realistically, not only do I applaud Pisco for breaking orbit, I don't think he mentions Vosh or Hassan, but he probably applauds them for breaking orbit and doing their own thing. And not only, I don't think he mentioned Doobie by name, but not only do I, approve of Doobie breaking orbit and trying to criticize the Mad King, but ideally, I don't know how you stay loyal to the Mad King considering all of the information that we've gone over the past hour. And we've talked about like seriousness and criminality and charges. And he effectively just like reasserted like every argument that I've gone over the past hour. And he said, I don't understand how you're still friends with this guy. And I said, okay. Now, what was revelatory about the conversation last night, though, was that JStock said that the reason why Queeman and him are quiet in reference to their drama coverage of Rose is because it's not because they're not interested in the drama anymore. It's not because they don't think it's relevant. And it's not because they're trying to tuck their tails and walk away because the Rose solo revelations are inconvenient to their argumentation of criticisms of Stephen. It's because they have found that by locking themselves into an endless content cycle of criticizing Steven, they are not growing that much as channels. They are not making that much more money compared to when they cover other topics. And then also the risk to themselves and to community members is so large that the juice is no longer worth the squeeze. And I think I said that multiple times without objection from JStock. And when I said, well, that's kind of crazy, right? That's kind of crazy that you guys wouldn't cover this thing just because Steven's acting in an authoritarian, dictatorial, hostile way. He basically said, like, why wouldn't it work though? And I realized that I had criticized Steven because I think this is immoral. Let me pull up another drawing real quick. So in the modern context, and by trust me, I know that this entire conversation is about digital media figures effectively harassing each other online. Trust me, I know that the stakes are low, but people love drama. Speaking of which, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Let me find another drawing about moral systems real quick. Enjoy the silence because I've been talking for a while. Just bask in the slowness of the stream. Where is it? Here it is. So within morality and violence, we have a variety of moral systems. Okay. And 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, the way that a lot of people operated in pagan society was barbarian retributive violence, or what I'm going to call barbarian retributive violence. And barbarian retributive violence is effectively like, let's say that you kill one of my family members. You're a raiding, marauding party. We're minding our own business. We're picking berries and hunting deer. But you show up with a spear and you kill a member of my family. Well, what I do in order to exact justice and regain my honor is I go to your village and I slaughter all the men, enslave all the women and children, and burn your huts to the ground, and then drag your tribe back to my tribe's area, and you become slaves, right? That's barbarian retributive violence. And we as human beings have tried to evolve past this like pagan moral system, because typically it's bad for everybody in the long run, because all that happens is whoever is strongest ends up winning. And that doesn't feel like a very moral or just way for people to live their lives. Now, eye for an eye, I think is a common moral system in the ancient world, and it was popularized by the Jews, okay? And eye for an eye basically says that if you poke out my eye, okay, let's say you walk up to me with a sharpened stick and you poke out my eye, well, you know, in the old days, we would do barbarian retributive violence. I would just kill you, kill all your family members, all your male family members, enslave all your women, enslave all your children. But that's not really reciprocal, right? You poked out my eye. So me engaging in all that retributive violence is not actually reciprocal. So what I'm entitled to, if you poke out my eye, is number one, I'm entitled to poke out your eye. If I want to, as a form of justice, I am allowed to take a stick and poke out your eye. Number two, though, I'm entitled to compensation equivalent to my eye. You are able to pay restitution through slaves, money, clout, power, food, to such a degree that a neutral third party and the aggrieved party feel like they have been compensated properly for the moral wrong that was done to them. And so while eye for an eye seems barbaric in a modern sense, it actually is an evolution past barbarian retributive violence. And then we got tit for tat with 10% turning the other cheek, which has been proven to be one of the best game theories for reciprocation. And reciprocation just meaning like people working together, okay? And so tit for tat with 10% turning the other cheek. What that means is, let's say that you poke out my eye. Okay. Let's say that you do something wrong that hurts me. What ends up happening is 9 times out of 10, I will I will impose a consequence upon you that is appropriate for you doing something bad. 9 times out of 10, I will demand justice. Okay. But I will also turn the other cheek 10% of the time where, you metaphorically poke out my eye. And out of every 10 times that you do that, I actually say, hey, man, you kind of screwed me over in this scenario. But because I want us to have a good relationship, I'm going to look the other way. Okay. I'm going to say, hey, you stepped on my foot. You hurt me, but I don't think it was intentional. Therefore, let's try to work together. And then working together kind of gets us to turning the other cheek. And turning the other cheek is probably the most Christian of moral systems, where it says, what is the scripture exactly? It's like, if it is said unto you to love your friends and hate your enemies, but don't even pagans do that. I call you to not just love your friends, but also to love your enemies. And if a man strikes you on the cheek, offer him your other one. And if a man demands that you walk with him 1 mile, walk with him 2. And if a man asks for your tunic, then also give him your coat. And so it's this like idealistic, kind of pacifistic moral system in which if somebody demands something of you and they're being tyrannical and shitty, you actually give them more than what they're asking for, in the hopes that you can build reciprocity and become brothers or sisters, right? Yeah, tunic. Tunic is an ancient word for clothing. Okay. And so what J Stock and Queeman have accused Stephen of, which I think is accurate, and I've said this to Stephen's face privately and publicly, and I think he agreed with me to a degree, is that he has talked about tit for tat. Stephen has talked about tit for tat in reference to online politics. He's talked about tit for tat in reference to J Stock. He's talked about tit for tat in reference to Queeman. He's talked about tit for tat in reference to Kiwi Farms and his online detractors and his harassers. And he has said that he's engaging in tit for tat. But realistically, if you look at the way that he's conducted himself within the doxing war, he has not engaged in tit for tat, because there is no specific evidence that points to J Stock or Queeman themselves being involved in the doxing. There's no specific evidence, a screenshot of J Stock saying, oh, hey, that's really cool that you have, Destiny's mom's information or Destiny's kid's information or the school that his kid goes to or his home address or a report to the FBI. That's so cool that you have this information. Let's publish this on the internet in order to harass Stephen. There's no evidence of that in reference to Doobie, in reference to Wicked Supreme, in reference to J Stock, or in reference to Queeman. And so their accusation is that while pretending to be engaged in tit for tat, in which Stephen is just matching the energy of his opponents, he's actually engaged in barbarian retributive violence. Because according to J Stock, according to Queeman, according to Saba, according to President Sunday, according to I'm trying to think of who else. But anyways, the point is, according to Destiny's critics, he's not engaging in tit for tat. He is engaging in barbarian retributive violence, and they are aghast. They are flabbergasted that Stephen has conducted himself in such a barbaric and immoral way. And yet people continue to associate with Stephen, continue to work with him, continue to look past his sins and his foibles and his personality. Excuse me. Even knowing that he's engaged in barbarian retributive violence, and to some degree, because Stephen says he's engaged in tit for tat, they effectively try to sanitize the language surrounding the drama in order to make it like Stephen is turning the other cheek or engaged in tit for tat, when realistically, he's not even engaged in eye for an eye. He's engaged in barbarian retributive violence. And I said, cool. Because the truth is that, like I said, in reference to the Game of Thrones drawing, let me see if I can find it. In reference to the Game of Thrones drawing, I do think that the Mad King is a little mad sometimes. I do think he's a little crazy sometimes. I do think he does a little bit of buck wild stuff sometimes. And I tell him. I tell him in private. I tell him in public. I also agree descriptively that he's engaged in barbarian retributive violence, that he has gone hard after J-Stock and Queeman and Esports Batman and all of these people. I agree descriptively that they are correct in saying that he has gone scorched earth against these characters. And I actually counseled Steven against this. I said, you should turn the other cheek. You should engage in maximum at tit for tat. And Steven said, that's not enough. I've been engaged in an online war for a year and a half, and I am still being IRL and digitally harassed. And so as a result, I'm going to go scorched earth on these people. And then finally, to put a bow on it, J-Stock and Queeman, unfortunately, through J-Stock saying that the juice is no longer worth the squeeze, he's basically saying, yeah, Steven won. Steven won the Docs war. And that's it. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Philip Coffee, thank you for the 20. Fashion 40, thank you for the 5. Vazaraka, thank you for the gifted and the membership. And let's take it from there. How do you guys like that? I felt, while getting distracted a few times, that was actually a fairly accurate summary of the scenario. So, Joe Vasquez says, I mean, it worked. It got the schizos to chill out. Allegedly. Christian Lara says, swatting and false reports. That happened. Eben says, I loved it. Good. Kay says, well, all you have to do is win to stay in the game longer. Maybe. But there's also the Jordan Peterson argumentation that you don't fight to win every single game. You fight to win as many games as possible by being allowed to play the game for longer. And I would argue that by going scorched earth on these people, Steven might have shortened the amount of time that he'll be in the game. Now, that being said, you know, he's got a few $1,000,000 in the bank, although he did lose 800,000 allegedly to the Pixie trial. And so that is that kind of, you know, that's a big hit. That's a big hit. False Earth Material 72 says, yo, what's up, False Earth Material? How are you? TS Phantom says, yeah, I really did get distracted. Can you start again from the top? No, you can rewind the VOD. I know you're messing with me. Rodney says, so barbarian retributive violence is the best move. Apparently, you know, that was one of the things from the conversation last night that I was kind of shocked by. Was I was telling Steven that tit for tat and turning the other cheek are better. They're more moral. You should go with that. Even if you suffer more, you should do it. And Steven was like, nah. He's like, nah, I'm going to engage in barbarian retributive violence. You know, I think they deserve it. They deserve the barbarian retributive violence. And then J-Stock was like, yeah, it worked. And I was like, okay. I was like, all right. And that was an interesting revelation from the conversation last night. Was J-Stock was like, wait, you're surprised that a terrible scorched earth tactic was effective, right? And I was kind of thinking to myself, I was like, yeah, I guess like efficacy and morality don't always line up. And so, you know, that's where I'm going to try to be as moral of a person as I can be, because I like being able to look myself in the mirror. But that's where, once again, I think the takeaway was efficacy and morality are not always the same thing. And who cares what Peterson says? I do, Rodney Hobbs. I care, because 2017 to 2019, Jordan Peterson was based, and he needs to eat a vegetable, and he needs to stop dying. So that would be great. Hedonic Samuel says, Connor, is the convo on YouTube? I missed it. No, it's on J-Stock. It's on the Kick stream. Maybe I'll cut it up as a VOD. If you guys want it as a VOD, I could cut it up as a VOD. It kind of depends. So I'm of two minds on this, right? I'm of the mind that I was very open and very critical and very transparent with all of my thoughts in reference to the Civil War and J-Stock's rebellion. And so as a result, there might be DGGers who get ass mad about me being open about the way that I perceive J-Stock's rebellion. And yet, I think that and yet I think that it's kind of like an interesting conversation because once again, we're talking about the end of effectively an era. Now, of course, there could still be counterinsurgencies. Maybe J-Stock decides, maybe Queenman decide. They're like, you know what? I'm not going to let him get away with it. I'm going to become even more unhinged. And I'm just gonna kamikaze slam myself into DGG. Maybe they'll do that. I have no idea. But for now, it seems like at least J-Stock's public stated position is that it worked and that he's not going to be a part of the stochastic momentum against Destiny because the juice is not worth the squeeze. He's not making enough money. He's not getting enough internet attention. The digital harassment is too much. Community members getting doxxed is too much. It's not worth it. Put the 82nd Airborne on the map. The 82nd Airborne are standing back and standing by. Christian Blair says, asking to find someone's docs doesn't equate to illegality under those statutes unless you can prove that it leads to direct threats, physical harassment, which could be the case with Destiny and Darius, maybe. Yeah. I think that's the reason why the doxing has continued unfettered is because technically finding publicly available information of somebody's personal life and then reposting it, that by itself is not illegal. What's illegal is harassing someone after you have obtained said information. And because of internet anonymity, the entire doxing and online and IRL harassment industry is reliant on plausible deniability. So local host says, it's only barbarian retributive violence if Juicedocker and Queenman are telling the truth about their actions. True. But if we don't have evidence to the contrary, then how do you just say, yes, we know that these people are guilty of that which DGG accuses them? Thomas Martinson says, J-Stock et al. Is 100% engaged in a smear campaign completely detached from reality and provable fact. Well, we might have to watch some content in order to do that. Or, to be honest, I might just summarize some content and create a mind map, and I might not even watch the content. If somebody wants to do the summary, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. But effectively, the key takeaway from Rose's deposition is that, according to her, under extreme pressure from a lawyer and under oath for which she could be held criminally liable, she is stating that she was recruited, groomed, trafficked by Solo, that Solo has threatened her with physical violence as a result of breaking up with him and not wanting to be a part of his schemes, that she has never had a conversation with Steven, and that it was actually Solo who was manipulating Steven the entire time. Because that does change some of the accusations against Steven, where he goes from, a goofy gooner to a violent predator. It kind of puts him back into the goofy gooner category. ZKVS 7294 says, isn't the main part of him not wanting to squeeze simply the content isn't negative enough for him? Yeah, probably. It doesn't benefit his war as much as other content could, but he's also saying that he's no longer engaging in the war to the same degree that he used to. TS Phantom says, I don't think Destiny's gripe is with criticism, but rather that the whole group of people are actively working to destroy him, i.e. getting involved in the court case. I mean, I think that's Steven's position as well. So, for instance, if you look at the past hour summary of this situation, I think I've been incredibly transparent about Steven's accused negative behavior. Now, maybe I use more sanitized and respectable terms when I'm describing said behavior, and I don't use the most negative, hyperbolic language possible to describe Steven's bad behavior. But at the same time, I don't think I'm wrong. And I think that when I asked J-Stock, I was like, hey man, a lot of people accuse me of sweeping, and sweeping means sweeping a problem under the rug. But then I asked him, what lies of omission or commission have I committed? And he was just like, oh, well, you're still friends with him, so therefore you're condoning his behavior. Which I don't feel like that is sweeping a problem under the rug. if you're honest about, let's say that you're friends with somebody and he engages in bad behavior, and you're very forthright and honest about that bad behavior, you criticize them to their face, you criticize them in private, and then also if somebody confronts you on it in public, you say, yeah, he did that. Yeah, he did that. It's bad. He should be held to account. That's not the same as sweeping a problem under the rug. So I don't agree with the sweeping characterization. And oftentimes when challenged on it, almost all of my critics are incapable of showing something that I have not said out loud or to Steven or in private. They're not really capable of showing a time that I've like covered up a problem. I've been quite honest and transparent about all the problems. Hedonic Samuel says, it's hard to get cops to care about doxing, unfortunately. That's true. Beef Supreme says, didn't say that. No, I'm not elaborating. I never once called for violence. Lol, get out of here. What? What does that have to do with anything? Bud123 says, good morning, Girl Hottest. I went to the gym to do back and bicep shoulder day, and I am going to do leg day today. I have my flight this Sunday to go back to university. Based. Thomas says, they've been shorting unverified anonymous rumors and declaring them as fact. Okay. Eben says, watch Destiny read it and fix the mind map. It would be hella cozy. Do you guys want to do cozy? We could do, if you guys wanted to find a debate, I can't really think of anything off the top of my head that's really like popping up. We could take a look at the CBP shooting if there was video evidence of it. Gen X was talking about that earlier in the stream. I don't know if the CBP shooting has video associated with it. We could do something hardcore like CBP shooting. We could try to get on a call with somebody and try to debate them. We could do something a little bit less cozy. If, however, you guys wanted to listen to the Rose Depot while I update the mind map or even draw a new mind map, then we could do that. Missy says, how does it change Destiny's actions, though? Well, arguably, it doesn't. I think it changes his culpability. So, for instance, if Rose was this uwu cutesy kawaii 17-year-old girl who Steven used the infinite grape machine to predate upon and discard when convenient and harass when criticizing him, that is a compelling anti-Steven narrative. Whereas if Solo is a trafficker who posed as Rose, who profited from her intimate imagery and videos and threatened her with violence, then Rose is not even at the center of this drama. It's actually Solo. Rose is a victim. The dox by Steven could still be bad, but he could still claim ignorance. He could still claim ignorance because effectively he didn't know who Solo or Rose were, and they had hurt him in a huge way. Fellrunner says, YouTube is messing up. I didn't see you streaming all morning. What the heck? Well, check in at 9:30, 9:40 a.m., and I'm there. Christian Blair says, have you talked to Destiny offline about this? Is he planning on backing down similar to J-Stock? No idea. No idea. This is all very new. This is all very fresh. This is all very fresh. Fellrunner says, here is post-psychic damage chips for last night. Absolutely hilarious ending. Thank you. Thank you to Fellrunner, From the Ashes, Philip Coffey, Fashion 40, and Vazraka for your financial support. Please remember to like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, and memberships if you got them. Thank you for being here. Sen Patriarch says, I posted a news roundup for the week if you need 3 minutes to decide. There's no evidence of consent violations for one, and people violate each other's consent constantly on all sides of this issue. Thomas Martinson, I would accuse you of being a sweeper. I think you're being a little bit too charitable, but that's okay. Fellrunner says, did you screen the ending of J-Stock last night? Not sure if it's worth the segment, but boy, is it funny. Yeah, so towards the end of the conversation last night when I was discussing with J-Stock, and he was effectively saying that the juice isn't worth the squeeze, and that I've been accused of being a sweeper for continuing to be friends with Steven, and Steven's a bad guy for all the reasons aforementioned. Steven actually jumped into the J-Stock Discord, went into the waiting room, and said, bring me on, bring me on, bring me on, bring me on. I want to correct half a dozen details of J-Stock's narrative. And J-Stock said, no, I'm not interested. And I said, dude, even if it was totally schizophrenic, even if you guys yelled at each other, even if you called each other slurs, even if it was the worst content on the planet, you're going to get like a 40% bump in viewership and a bunch of super chats. Why wouldn't you do that? And maybe I'm too content brained. I don't know. But it was funny. Fulmer says, I did It's also pitch black at that time, and I dropped my kid off at 7. It's hard. Leave me alone. Oh, sorry. Fashion 40 says it's hilarious that J-Stock had nothing else to say, but you're still friends or in contact with him. Well, yeah, that didn't feel very substantive. In reference to Sherry, the one thing that I need to do that I think that you guys should do as well, or anybody who's actually interested in the case, is I said, Sherry is in a different state. Sherry has accused Stephen of something quite serious, which is audio recording a consensual encounter without the other person's permission. And we haven't heard anything criminal proceed in the past year. So, and then he said, well, I wouldn't know about that. I don't know about that. I think something's still happening. And I was like, okay, do you want to share any evidence of something still happening? Do you want to tell us what's going on with Sherry? Do you want to tell us what's going on in Miami? Do you want to tell us what's going on in the original state where it was reported? And he was like, no, you can look it up yourself. There's information in the public sphere that's available for you to take a look at. So just don't be lazy and go look it up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look up Miami. I'm going to look up Stephen K. Banal as a defendant, and I'm going to see if there's anything criminal. And if there isn't, then I don't know what J-Stock's talking about. Jen Winkler says, you should watch Food Shops trying to convince Ryan Getty of the value of tit for tat. No. Listen, Food Shops, I think, is entertaining. And J-Stock's like, you think she's entertaining? Yeah, I think she's entertaining for milking the milkers. I think she's entertaining for being a drama frog who attacks drama frogs. I think it's funny. I think it's interesting content. But I also don't trust Food Shops to outmaneuver Ryan Getty. Let's put it that way. Joe Vasquez says he'll never speak with Destiny. He knows he's been defeated, says Joe. I don't know. They could talk in the future. I don't know. Maybe a cooling of tensions will allow people to approach the topic more soberly. First T News says J-Stock misspeaking could tangibly harm either or give Pixie and Sherry's case. So why would he do that just for a few clicks? How would he harm the case if he's not personally involved in the cases? This is where I think that you guys are coping to a degree. What information could J-Stock possibly reveal? You understand that when it comes to cases, this is something I'll try to be brief about this as much as possible. When it comes to cases, things are largely transparent, meaning that if there's a sworn written affidavit that's put into the record, that's there, regardless of whether or not the contents of the sworn written affidavit are true or false. So unless he's coordinating with Pixie or Sherry's lawyers on his involvement in the case, if what he's saying is a part of the court record, then you can't damage the court record. The court record is the court record. So the only way that he could damage a potential case is if there was stuff that wasn't in the court record that's going to be entered in at a later time. But then, number one, you could have the discipline to not talk about those issues if you wanted to talk about it. Number two, why are those things not entered into the record? And we're now a year past when criminal and civil sanction were being argued. So Lawson Aronson says, I know why he wouldn't do that. I don't think you guys are being very charitable, but that's fine. I understand why you guys are DGG Bannerman. Dr. Zaya says Sherry did post a case number on Twitter during one of her many suicide attempt PPD moments. It's probably deleted now, but I'm sure it's archived on Kiwi Farms. Okay, but what is the case number, right? And what state? Because if it's in a different state, I don't think it's moving forward. If it's in Miami and we check out the status of it and the case is closed, then it might be over. Morally Neutral says, I haven't seen anything legally posted on Pacer concerning Destiny outside of this case. Me too. Perry Roden is on Spotify if someone is interested in an audiobook. Interesting. Kilo says, okay, man, I'm just sitting here having a good time, letting you do your thing, but I draw the line at suggesting that Food Shops is entertaining. My apologies, Kilo. My apologies. Yeah, conservatism says the Food Shops versus Ryan Getty conversation sounds as cursed as it gets. Yeah. Okay, so Oilers and Chippers, please tell me what you want, okay? If you want me, because the plan was to listen to the Rose Depot and update the mind map. That was the plan. However, if you wanted to pull up like an actual politics thing, like a Ryan Getty video essay and update the mind map, we could do that as well. Let's Oilers and Chippers, please tell me the next move. Christian Blair says, also Florida doesn't have a doxing law, but relies on civil statutes. Interesting. Mad Money Max is Connor DGG Bannerman. I fight for the king in the north. Interesting. Well, that means that you fight for, did I don't think I had a Ned Stark. I think I was going to make Pisco Ned Stark because he got beheaded fairly early into the drama, where because he would not swear fealty to a Lannister Targaryen bloodline, he got his head chopped off. So I was going to make Pisco Eddard Stark, but we didn't get any Starks in this drawing, I don't think. I think the closest thing to a Stark is that like one of these might be like Saiba might be a Stark guy in the new Dances with Dragons TV series. I don't know. I don't think there's any Starks on here. Titanium Marbles is probably already posted, but you can come at the king, you best not miss. True. Christian Blair says, correct opinion. Food shops is similar to J-Stock. They are both boring as F and thus reliant on this drama to continue. Can we just let things be funny even if they're cringe? I want you, babe. That's sweet. I'm stuck with the plan. Okay. Let's see if any other Chippers or Oilers said anything. Fellrunner says, honestly, I want your thoughts on the admin spin on the hundreds of domestic terrorist rammings. It's cringe and it's a lie. And they're trying to normalize terrorist war on terror rhetoric so they can engage in extrajudicial and extra legal violence against political dissidents in the United States. And we are reliant on the guardrails of the Constitution to eliminate or to keep their insanity boxed in. Mad Money Max says, if you make Pisco Ned Stark, I'm moving to Essos. Wait, who did Pisco kill with the I'll say with the Shadow Demon Fellrunner. That's a crazy comment. First T says, I personally can't stand to watch J-Stock content unless he has someone else on like Kelly Jean. Gotcha. Christian says, is there anything else to cover in this dog-s drama? What about ICE or Geopol or current events that actually affect my life? Well, Christian Valeris is an Oiler, so we might not do the Rose Depot unless somebody says specifically from the Rose Depot what we're supposed to get. From the Ashes for 5, though, says that he wants the depot. So, I mean, that's a super chat. And I got to go with people who are paying, right? Pisco killed Econo Boy with the demon baby. Where did the shadow come from? Yes or no? Anything else? True. Well, Christian Blair says, I don't care. Are you saying I don't care like you don't care if I put on the Rose Depot? Or are you saying you don't care like you're going to kill yourself? Like you're like, I don't care anymore. Like what's the tenor of that I don't care? Valor Media Network, where are you in Dan and the Black Hawk Down react? We should, if Dan texted me back, he hasn't texted me yet. I texted him show today at 8:30 a.m. I'm going to send him a follow-up text message now. He said about a week ago that we were back. So we would start at 1 p.m. And we would start at 1 p.m. But he said we were back earlier in the week, but he has not confirmed that we're doing a show today. So I'll roll with whatever, says Beef Supreme. Connor the Mercenary, where are you in Black Hawk Down? I just answered that. Oh, no. No one of my answers means Connor doesn't get his dink money. It's up to everyone else. I don't understand, but that's okay. For the sake of continued video momentum, I think we're just going to do the Rose Depot, and I'm going to update it. I'm going to do a solo drama mind map real quick. And so, but it'll probably, truth be told, it'll probably be quick because I don't think there's really that much new in the Rose Depot. Anonymous Shadow for 10. Thank you. Depot's interesting, but boring at the same time. Shooting coverage will be short. Yeah. Okay. Dink money. Yes. Christian Valeris is dual income, no kids. And so Grassroots Hegemon and Christian Valeris, I would say, are two of the largest Oilers on the channel. And so because Christian Valaris has dual income, no kids, he's able to sponsor the channel. Not going to be allotted to mind map. I get it. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at it. Destiny streamer. Hour and 50 minutes. We're obviously not going to do an hour and 50 minutes. We're probably going to do 30 minutes while I do the mind map. So let's just do this real quick.
The username is going to testify before the deposition, or was this stuff a surprise to everyone? Your lawyer seems like a human being when she's talking.
Okay, hold on. We have a slight rebellion. Okay, let's do this. Let's see if I can find the CBP shooting real quick. Let's see if there's anything to cover right there, because I have new people. I have DGGers. CBP Portland shooting. Let's see if there's anything to cover there real quick. Federal agents shoot. If they're injured, no one's going to care. No one's going to care. People only care about homicides. So unless there's like video of the shooting, that's going nowhere. And guess what the take is?
I am following. They're not answering any questions.
The take is that the aggressive deportation operations are going to result in violence, that CBP and ICE should be ready for violence, that you guys, if you care about stopping the mass deportation operations, you can engage in civil disobedience. But if you give the cops an excuse to shoot you and get away with it, they're going to shoot you and get away with it. Yeah, it's bad. What do you want me to say? Killing people is bad. Right. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, dude, that's it. That's the CBP thing. Let's see if there's any Iran protests. I don't think there's anything with Iran. Once again, it's bad. What do you want me to say? Iran protests. Unless the government is overthrown, we are not going to get a lot of new stuff. Okay, sorry, guys. I'm just... Christian Valaris, I'm sorry. I have to play an audible, okay? I'm just going to do Rose Depot until I get the mind map updated, the drama mind map, and then it can just be a short segment. And then we'll try to find another segment before we wrap up today. At 1 p.m., I'll be trying to do Valor Reacts with Dan. So, anyways, let me do a new intro. Let's get it cracking. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name is Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. And today, I'm going to be covering a development in the Destiny K. Bennell suit, the civil suit, in which there is a new deposition about one of the alleged victims of Stephen's infinite abuse machine. That's the nicest way that I could think to say it. And yet, it's going to change the dynamics of what Stephen has been accused of, and therefore, I want to show it to you and update a mind map. Just in case you're coming in completely blind, Stephen Bennell is a liberal debate bro, kind of progressive, but not crazy progressive. He's a nihilist hedonist. He engaged in what I would call reckless nihilist hedonistic behavior, in which he sent private materials to a online profile named Rose. And Rose was allegedly an 18-year-old sex worker. A year or so after those people were communicating, the Rose account leaked said private communications with intimate videos and intimate photos. This caused a firestorm around Destiny where his orbit was destroyed. And a lot of people stopped talking to him. A lot of people stopped collaborating with him, et cetera, et cetera. And then what's happened in a recent court deposition is that the identity of the Rose account was revealed. So I don't want to say too much more. I kind of want to let the content speak for itself. So I'm going to go back to the beginning. I might fast forward it if we catch the gist and I'm going to update a dramatic mind map as soon as this thing actually lets me scrub and play. Let's go.
So after quoting from the Rose deposition several times in some of their stupid motions, they tried to move to get the full thing completely sealed forever because they didn't want any part of it released because they probably felt like it wouldn't help their case, I guess. But I guess that was rejected. So we have the deposition for Rose. Now you can find out why I've been so triggered since August, I think. 23rd is when this happened. Keep in mind that Pixie sat through this entire thing. So H3 sub still copes about the CSAM and a post. H3 sub is full of fucking retards. I don't care. That audience is fucking retarded. And Ethan is fucking retarded. I don't care about them. It's never changing. Okay. He'll never walk back on that. Mr. Pet.
I'm going up to 1.15 just because, like people have pointed out, this is relatively dry content. For those of you acting like nobody knows what the heck is going on, Ethan Klein is the head of H3H3 Productions. H3H3 Productions is a huge YouTube channel that used to be collaborators and friends with Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker is a far left-wing freak, but he's also a very large political commentator. And so when this drama dropped, Ethan Klein, trying to distance himself from Steven, I would say within the past 6 months, in reference to allegedly Rose, the person whose intimate materials were spread on the internet for sale, that she was allegedly 17 years old, they came at Steven hard, effectively saying that he was a bad person, he's a predator, he's a dirtbag, he's this, he's that. And what Steven did in response is he took every bad thing that Ethan Klein has ever said on the internet, including a Reddit profile that was vulgar and disgusting, and effectively blasted H3H3 with that. And then H3H3 ceased fire because they didn't want the heat. So Ethan Klein and the H3H3 Productions still think that Steven is a bad guy who deserves his comeuppance for his negative behavior, but Steven ended that war pretty quick. That's the equivalent of a large man. Let's say Steven was entering a digital prison and H3H3 was a 7 foot tall, this is a deep cut reference, black guy. Sorry, let me do a reference real quick. Ethan Klein was involved in some situation. I forget what it was. And he says, like, I was, there were 3 bouncers and they were huge and they were like 7 feet tall and they were 300 pounds and they were all black. And then like Gila Klein and a podcast guest, I think, were like, why was them being black relevant to the narrative? And he was like, because they were intimidating. They were scary. I think that if all of them were black, it's worth noting. So a lot of people have given Ethan flack over the years for noticing that in this story, all the bouncers were black gentlemen. And yeah. So imagine that H3H3 Productions, Destiny is entering the prison yard, and H3H3 Productions is a 7 foot tall, 300 pound black guy who can just beat the shit out of him. And so, the 7 foot tall, 300 pound black guy is like, hey, Steven, I heard you're here for this, blah, 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 blah. I don't take kindly to your kind of people around here. And then Steven just like cocks back and just fucking boom, just like smashes him right in the nose. And then the 7 foot tall guy he falls to the ground and he has blood running out of his nose. And then that guy decides no longer to screw with Steven. That's kind of what happened with like the 2-day Reddit war between H3H3 and DGG. Let's continue.
Oh, troll. The videographer. This is Stephen Hoog with the LVS Group, Inc. I'm the operator of this camera. We're on record, October 23rd, 2025. The time is 9:24 a.m. As indicated.
Wait, who was in Paris? Ninjas.
Indicated on the video screen. We are at blank, blank, Illinois. This is the videotape deposition of blank, blank. This case is captioned Jane Doe versus Stephen K. Bonnell. The second, case number 25CV 20757. Will the attorneys please identify?
I'm going to start working on the mind map. The mind map is going to be specifically relevant to the court case. I'm probably not going to make it a Game of Thrones analogy because I think we should actually show the arguments of the court case.
Themselves for the video record. Ms. Schlump Peters, Joan Schlump Peters, on behalf of the plaintiff. Mr. Camara, good morning. Jay Camara, along with my colleague Joel Sichel. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. So Jane Doe's in the room when this is happening? No, I think she's on Zoom. She's attending this via Zoom. Good morning, Jake Camara, along with my colleague, Joe Sichel. We're from Burke Brettler, LLP. We're counsel for defendant Stephen K. Bonnell, aka Destiny. The court reporter today is Amy Bateman with Vladimir reporting. Will you please swear in the witness? Witness sworn. The videographer, please proceed. So for background, this deposition was set up because Kiwi Farms managed to fully dox and figure out the identity of who Rose was or purported to be. And then a person from Jisticle's Discord server, Sabasexual, began to harass her mom, her dad, and her siblings until they agreed to cooperate with Joan to sit for a deposition. So now they've agreed to sit for this deposition. Joan is excited for this deposition because the things that they're looking for are, one, to try to get more information.
We have some pretty funny chats. Real Kathy Doyle says, "Are you saying Destiny is a snarker and deserves to be sued?"
That I'm a pedophile, they can throw into random filings, even though technically it has no bearing on this case. And then the second part is to try to get some confirmation on the date that I had a conversation with this person to bring it in range of the law that Pixie is erroneously suing me under, that she knows she's erroneously suing me under, because this law wasn't active when we had been communicating. So these are the two things basically that Joan is trying to get out of this deposition, that Jisticle's Discord server harassed this person into attending. Based King. Ms. Schlump Peters, counsel, can we agree to the standard stipulations, objections other than to form, privilege, waived until trial? Mr. Camara says, you're welcome to designate this transcript as confidential pursuant to the party's protective order. In this case, we have no objection to that. Ms. Peters says, okay, I'm going to do that, but just in terms of waiving objections until time of trial, we agreed to that, or do you want to proceed under the federal rules of civil procedure? Waiving objections to the testimony? No. Or object, can you specify which objections you're referring to? She said, it's just the standard stipulation that you reserve your objections other than as to form and privilege until the time of trial. I don't know what this means. I've never heard this in my life. I don't think she's even actually really has a law degree. I don't know if she's, I don't know. But I don't know. I also might just not be aware of this or what this means. But I'm not understanding what you're asking. She says, okay. One of my guys say, essentially reserve all objections. She says, until the time of trial. Mr. Camara says, sure. She says, yes. He says, agreed. She says, okay, so all objections, except as to the form of question or to privilege, are reserved until the time of trial, or other use of this deposition without being waived. Correct? Oh, I think I understand. So you're saying that even if you don't object here in the deposition, you would be able to object maybe at the time of trial, I guess, is, I don't know how common that is either. I've never, but maybe they do it sometimes. And also standard, the witness will read and sign the transcript within 30 days of receipt. And for the record, I do want to state this deposition is taken pursuant to the court's protective order, docket 116. So Amy, please mark the entire transcript and all exhibits as confidential, subject to protective order. The court reporter says yes. Joan says thank you. Today's October 23rd, 2025. We're here for the deposition of Rose in the matter of Jane Doe versus Stephen Bonnell, pending in the United States District Court for the District of Florida, case number 2520757, whereupon Rose, called as a witness herein, having been first fully sworn, was examined and testified as follows. By Miss Schlump Peters, by Joan. Good morning, Miss Rose. Are you okay if I address you as blank, or would you prefer blank? I'll just say Rose. Rose is fine. Rose, thank you. My name is Joan Peters. I represent the plaintiff, Jane Doe, and these are counsel for the defendant, and they might also be asking you questions today. Before I begin, I want to make sure you understand how a deposition proceeds. First, you're under oath, so your testimony today is the same force as if you were in a court. This deposition will essentially be a question and answer. Make sure you wait until I finish any question before you answer. Please listen carefully to each question. If you don't understand the question, just tell me and I will rephrase it. If you answer it, I will assume that you understood the question. You have to answer each question audibly, so shaking your head.
Excuse me. I'm going to fast forward 5, or actually just 2, because I want them to get through the preliminary stuff. Just bear in mind that a deposition, as far as I understand it, it does carry the weight of being under oath. So if Rose lied under oath and was found to have lied, she would be guilty of perjury and prosecutable. I think that is kind of rare for the state to prosecute people for perjury, but the reason why, excuse me, I think the DGG and Stephen would emphasize, excuse me, that Rose would be liable for perjury is because she gets pressed super hard during this depo. Rose is effectively shifting the blame of it, and we'll verify that in a second. I'm not just going to make stuff up. I'm not just going to ask you to take my word for it. Rose is saying that she never communicated with Stephen. And then Pixie's lawyer is asking her about that 10 different ways from Sunday to see if Rose had any communications with Stephen. Because number one, that makes Stephen look worse because he's communicating with a effectively what he believed to be an 18-year-old sex worker. but it also makes him look even worse because Rose was 17 at the alleged time of the beginning of their interactions. And therefore, if Steven knew that, then he would be potentially criminally liable. And then also just from like an aesthetics and an optics perspective, it's a way for Pixie to, give Steven a bloody nose optically. Now, the reason why shifting it to Ben, some people might be like, well, that doesn't change Steven's bad behavior in the scenario. And I agree with you. But I think the reason why shifting it to Ben is so pertinent is because that takes a lot of the malevolence, a lot of the predatory nature of what Steven is being accused of, and it shifts it to Ben being the primary aggressor, the primary villain of the story. And then it kind of begs the question, why would Pixie go after Steven so hard, but not go after the person who actually leaked all of this material?
AH1 through 10. Exhibit number 2 marked by Joan. Now, one of the things that was requested in the subpoena, blank, was communications. I'm guessing that was Rose, was communications between you and Solo Tiny Leaks. I'll just say Solo from January 1st, 2022 through the present. Do you have any other responsive documents that you did not produce in that packet? No. Okay, what about communications between you and the defendant, Destiny? Yes. No. On any of your different accounts that you would have for communication? No. No. Okay. Now, looking at the first page of Exhibit 2, can you confirm that this is a copy of your birth certificate? Yes. Thank you. Okay. Now, turn. If you turn to the next page, which is Bates stamped AH2, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6, can you tell me what this is? Jake says, Miss Peters, the copy you gave me jumps from AH1 to AH3. I do not have AH2. Joan says, here, can you of Solo? That's what he said it was, so I don't know if that's real or not, but that's what I knew him by. When did you meet him? November of 2021. And how did you meet him? An app called Yubo. Yubo? U-B-O. No, Y-U-B-O. Y-U-B-O. Is that like a dating app? Or, she says, it's supposed to be an app for kids to make friends, so you have to be under the age of 18, technically. And how old was he when you met him? 21. How old were you at that time? 17. And where was he living when you met him? He told me he lived on Michigan Avenue in Chicago, but I think he actually lives in Oxford in England, is what he told me later. And so you met him on Yubo. When did you meet him in person? I never met him in person. Did he ever provide you with any form of legal identification or show you any legal identification? No. No. And what leads you to believe that he was living in Oxford, England during this time period? So this first thing is, this first answer is not that great because Joan is trying to find a way to impeach the idea or to raise this kind of like false narrative that Kiwi Farms was trying to push and Pixie is retardedly trying to push, that there's some disagreement about the timestamps of messages that were sent. The messages are very clearly marked in a European date format, but they're trying to say, oh no, I think it was the month and date aren't actually swapped. This is real. And it's like, no, you can tell by the rest of them. So him living in Europe is bad for them because now the timestamps and the date format makes sense for us and it hurts their case. So now Joan has to press on this idea a little bit because she has to raise doubt that this guy's actually from Europe, because now it's kind of fucking over that part of the deposition. This is one thing they hoped to create some ambiguity around, and they kind of just lost that here. And what leads you to believe that he was living in Oxford, England during this time period? He had an accent, and whenever I asked to meet, he would make up an excuse. So that made me assume he's not actually there. And he also told me that's where he's from. He told me later on in our relationship, when I was breaking up with him in August, I think, that he actually had been living in Oxford for longer than he told me. Okay, so would you say you started a relationship with him beginning in November 2021, or November 21st, 2021, maybe? Yes. Yes. Okay. Do you have any idea whether he's an American citizen or a British citizen? I think he's British. He had an accent, and it never changed. Also, I could be wrong. I think, I don't know if this age for him is correct. I think he said 21, but I think he might be, I'm trying to think. He might be 24. I think he might have lied about his age. I would have to go back and check. But I think he's 24. Not that it matters much here, but do you have any idea whether he's an American citizen or a British citizen? I think he's British. He had an accent and it never changed. Okay. Also, there was stuff online that pointed to him living in England because of in America how dates are. It's month, date, year, but in England it's different. And so screenshots between him and Destiny talking showed a different date form. So I don't know how much Saba has leaked, but I've seen other emails that Saba didn't make public. I don't think he's aware of that, which is why I could speak a little bit more confidently about some shit that he's a little bit more cagey about. But one of the things that he was doing was he was providing a lot of information to her in these emails about stuff he was finding. He was asking her hey, do you know about the date format for this? Or do you have any information about this or that? He was trying to mine her for information about the case that he could pass on to Joan. So sometimes she'll refer to things like this, and she's referring to things that the Callum guys basically put in emails to her. Okay, so there's also, I believe, a 5 or 6 hour time difference between England and the United States. Were you there in person for this? No, I was flying. So when you were communicating with him, were you aware of that time difference? Yeah, he often would sleep in the morning and then he'd be awake like later afternoon until late at night. And then he would do his work usually. When I went to bed, he'd have me stay up until like 1 o'clock, I think, and he would say that he had to go and do work. Do you have any knowledge as to where he currently resides? No. So this is a long distance relationship the entire time? Yes, that you were together. So he never went to your family home? No. No. He never met your family? No. Okay. When did your relationship with him end? August of 2022.
Okay. I think that there is room for criticism of Rose here. And I'm going to make the criticism because I'm a misogynist. Okay. Why, in God's name, would you join a social media app designed for teenagers and kids to meet each other, then meet with someone, or excuse me, and then start communicating with someone, and maybe they're handsome, maybe they're cool, maybe they're charming, maybe they're charismatic, and then allow someone who, when you try to meet up with them in person because they claim to live around you, they could never meet up for whatever reason. They would always make excuses, and you allow your relationship to go on for 1.5 years. And then when that person asks that you engage in intimate acts with other people and videotape it and then send it to them, why? Why would you engage in that behavior? It seems unhealthy, seems stupid, seems reckless, seems a billion things. And I think Rose allegedly hooked up with like more than one guy in reference to videotaping and sending solo material that he then sent onto the internet for a profit. Then once you found out that your boyfriend had created social media profiles and was using the intimate photos and videos that you had sent him in order to manipulate other people on the internet, why aren't you just like, what the fuck? I am out. And so this is where I know DGG wants to assign all of the blame to Solo. And I agree that he is largely responsible for what's happened. He should be held criminally and civilly accountable if possible. However, I do think that Rose, you can use naivete and stupidity of a 17-year-old in order to excuse some of this. Some of this is like recklessly stupid, even for a 17-year-old, even for an 18-year-old, even for a 19-year-old. I have no idea why you would allow yourself to be lured into such a reckless and crazy and stupid and effed up and criminal situation. But that's just me being a misogynist. There we go.
Hold on 1 second. Is there evidence showing a connection between Joan and the Saba guy? Yeah, hold on. This is like one of the emails that Callum sent trying to get her to reach out to Joan. Hello, I've been trying to reach out to you, connect you, the law firm involved in a case against Steve Abundal II, also known as Destiny. I contacted you from a different email, but you stopped responding. They currently just want to know 2 things, whether you in the USA or Europe on April 10th, 2022, and the same for October 4th, 2022. They also want details regarding Solo, but that is less urgent at the moment. Nice. This isn't a play to trap you or to expose you to further harassment. A recent court order was granted which will protect your identity from the public, and the defendant is restricted from sharing any information found during discovery. I have continued to try and get social media posts and profiles of yours taken down as a show of good faith and to reduce risk for yourself. I hope you will try to cooperate. And if you do...
This is proverbially called touching the poo. I understand that Saba thinks of themselves as a good guy, but this is touching the poo.
Please contact petersjoan@bellsouth.net. And I think the only picture he posted on the server was kind of like lower resolution. But
the tribe says this isn't 1999 anymore. Tribe, is your insinuation that it is normal for teenagers to get digitally pimped out and that young women routinely are like, oh yeah, I should have sex with other men besides my boyfriend. And if I try to meet up with my boyfriend and they don't show up in the real world, then that's totally normal. And then him having a cuck fetish is totally normal. And then him creating social media profiles in my name to sell my illicit homemade pornography is totally normal. Whoopsie doopsie. Are you fucking serious? Connor, many mad young women are like this. I've seen shit like this a lot, especially if they're outcasts. Yeah, I'm assuming that Rose is social. I'm assuming her family is fucked up. Okay. I'm assuming her family is fucked up. But then this kind of gets to the heart of the matter, though, which is if you're a almost 40-year-old man, as I am an almost 40-year-old man, and Steven is an almost 40-year-old man, and you know that there are people out there who are like this, who have been groomed, lured, manipulated, bribed, threatened, coerced. And if you know that that is even more common in the sex worker industry, then why would you just go, oh, well, they're 18, so who cares? Right? Because that's my beef. That's my beef with the liberal degenerates in my case, in this case. I have a 17-year-old. I see how they are. My daughter is close with me, but not all her friends have that, and they can be easily manipulated and doing awful stuff. I agree with you there. But I guess the main point that I'm getting to is that I think that Rose has more responsibility than she's letting on. And I think that if Steven and I are both 40-year-old men and we understand that women are being lured and groomed and manipulated and threatened and coerced, then maybe don't engage willy-nilly with random 18-year-olds, right? Because if this entire situation, let's say this entire situation was identical, but Rose was 18 years in one day, that would be fucked up. It would still be fucked up, right? Anyways.
The identity of Rose. Oh, also, this is also proof, by the way, that Pixie lied in their filings when they said they had hired a private detective to find Rose. They didn't. They were just going by the what was being emailed to them. The identity of Rose has been found by some people at, unfortunately, Kiwi Farms. I've done some of my own research to try and confirm the details and the rolls, the something. I don't know what that says. Joan says, "Thank you. This is very helpful information. Much appreciated." Saba says, "I've made contact with Rose via email and told her to contact you with Solo's information. If she doesn't contact you within the next few days, let me know and I will give you her email address." Joan says, "Thank you. We will definitely let you know if we do not hear from Rose. We are very much interested in speaking with Solo and Rose, if at all possible." Then Joan follows up 20 hours later, I think. "Hi, Callum. We haven't heard anything from Rose yet. We very much would like to speak with her. Could you facilitate that or send us her email so we can try and communicate with her? Thank you, Joan. I have been contacting her through the email address," and then he lists one of them. "Thank you. Does it seem like she is at all willing to help Pixie in her case?" He says, "I honestly don't think she's willing to help. I've helped her get some of her information off the internet to avoid harassment to her and her family, but," and then the rest of it cuts off. So he was aware that he was harassing her and that she had no desire to be involved in this and didn't want anything to do with any of this, but neither of them gave a fuck. Pixie doesn't give a fuck. None of the people involved in this give a fuck because these people are all literally.
Yeah, and again, I feel like Steven's assigning too much malice, but I understand why he's hostile. I understand why he's frustrated. I understand why he's angry. But once again, I think we can acknowledge that Saba thinks that he was a good guy. Now, I think where Saba obviously is no longer a good guy is where you have someone, according to Rose, one of the things that's going to happen later on in this depot, I don't know if we're going to get to it today, but one of the things that happens in this depot is Rose actually says that she was totally unaware of the digital harassment, that she had an Instagram account where a bunch of random schizos were trying to follow her. Like she got like 20 follow requests in a single day, but that was it. That was like her total like digital harassment when she got doxxed as a result, because she didn't have like a broad social media presence. Allegedly, she wasn't in control of the Twitter. Allegedly, she wasn't in control of the Discord. And therefore, not very many people had like a way to find her. Okay. And so when people were trying to follow her Instagram, she just like blocks the Instagram stuff. So Saba, yeah, exactly. Machiko. So Saba was the only person who informed her about the leaks. It was like months later, and she still didn't even know that she was at the center of an internet firestorm, which honestly, like, as weird and messed up as this entire situation is, that's almost like white pilling to me in a way, that you could just walk away from the internet at some point. You could just be like, you know what? I'm done. Shut down all your PFPs, shut down all your public social media, jump off of Twitter, maybe keep an Instagram that way you can post like cute pictures of your dogs and your family for like family members and for friends, and kind of as like a private photo album that only family and friends can view. And then just like go live your life. It's almost encouraging. It's almost encouraging that, Rose was so digitally sheltered from the online firestorm. AK Batusai says, in my town, there was an underage girl who allowed stuff to be filmed, and the tape was going around the school for like 9 months, which makes sense to me because she was from like 7 hours away. That's crazy. I can't see your full name for some reason. Why can't I see your full name? From the ashes for two. The goon goggles are very debilitating, Connor. I understand that, but we all need to grow up at some point. Matter of fact, that is my number one advice to DGG hedonistic gooners who are coming in for the content. Grow the fuck up. I'm going to set a goal. I'm going to go ahead and shout out the people who have already financially supported the stream. 10 super chats, $2 or higher over the next 2 hours. We've had 10 super chatters so far. Thank you to From the Ashes for 2, Sacred Snow for 5, Anonymous Chatter for 10, From the Ashes for 5, Fell Runner for 5, From the Ashes for 2, Philip Coffee for 20, Fashion 40 for 5, Vazraka with a gifted, and Vazraka with a membership renewal. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, parasocial love. Let's continue. Hold on. Officer Nasty says, thoughts on after Destiny found out Rose was a victim. He pulled up her full Kiwi Farm docs on stream about 5 days ago. He should have hidden the screen, obviously. But I don't think that was malevolent. Maybe you could show me a screen where he's like, oh yeah, DGG, attack this woman now. Kiwi farmers, attack this woman now. Even though she's just massively helped out with my case. Attack her. Attack her now. Nightgale Wing says, what if you goon and also go to the gym? You are worthy of a wrench. Nightgale Wing. I'll make you a moderator. There you go. Here's a wrench. You are my second Bud 123. Okay. General Ballsack says, wrench me up. I don't know, General Ballsack. You've been gone for a while. I kind of forget. I forget your vibe. Are you conservatarian? Are you liberal? Do you hate Steven? I think we've known each other for a while. I'll wrench you. I'll wrench you even though I forget your vibe. I'll wrench you. You have been wrenched. First T says, didn't Willie Mack and Destiny accuse Queenman of doxing Willie Mack for the exact same reason? Of what? Like accidentally bringing up his shit? Yeah, dude, the dox war. I don't... You want me to litigate and opine on the dox war? I'm not going to lie. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Joe Vasquez says, you get a wrench and you get a wrench. Guess what, Joe Vasquez? You get a wrench. All right. Let's go.
Degenerate scum. And then in a very dark and sad way, I guess technically this all ended up being very helpful to me, but I mean, it came at obviously the expense of this person's mental health and privacy. And then just as a quick thing for the types of communication that Saba was pushing, because Rose didn't have interest in responding to his email, so he started to email her entire family. Assistance for investigation. I'm aware that you are fairly close to Rose. I'm not prying for any information about her. And then trying to get a hold of Rose. I've been trying to get a hold of your sister. It's important she gets in contact with. I've been trying to get a hold of your daughter. It's important she gets in contact with. I'm trying to get a hold of your daughter. So he's like emailing her friends, her family members, people they can find from her Facebook and everything. Yeah. Again, this guy's still in a logistical server. They're probably talking about this literally right the fuck now. And I'm sure they're laughing about it and everything else. But yeah. Oh, they are actually. Somebody just sent me a screenshot. Nice. I'm trying to think of where this transcript. I'm just curious what was redacted here. I can't read it out loud, but if it is redacted, it should just be like basically personally identifiable information related to her. Yeah, fuck. I don't know what it is, but anyway. Destiny, how much did you know about what she was going to testify before the deposition, or was this stuff a surprise to everyone? Your lawyer seems like a human being when she's talking about the traumatic bits. I sent them a separate email thanking them because they handled this very well. I do feel insanely bad for her and her involvement. I had no idea. I didn't know what she was going to testify because I've never talked to this person before, apparently. The only time I ever reached out, I think, was I sent like a Facebook message, I think in June. It was after she was doxxed or whatever on Kiwi Farms and before she was doxxed in July. Now people are going to say this is evidence I knew who she was before. But I think after she was doxxed, I found her Facebook and I sent her a message and then she blocked me immediately. And I was like, oh, God, I guess she doesn't want to fucking talk to me. But we'll get to that. Okay. In between August 22nd, 2022 and February 2025, did you have any communication with him? I don't think so. He tried to reach out to me a lot, so he would find I had to delete my Discord and my Instagram because he would find my Discord and make new accounts and trying to follow me on them or on Snapchat. But I don't remember talking to him in between then. Okay, we're going to get into your Discord account a little bit later. I want to show you in what has been marked as Exhibit 2, which is in front of you, if you could turn to page 9 and 10. How did you communicate with Ben? We talked through Snapchat. We messaged through Snapchat, and on Discord we also messaged, but that's blah, blah, blah. Have my face camera on, but he wouldn't. So did you ever see his face? Not live. Did you communicate other than Snapchat and Discord on any other platform, Facebook or Twitter? Skype phone call, or yeah, and messaging? Not very much messaging, but Skype call, yeah, and video call. And then I know Instagram, I don't think, and then Facebook, or no, iMessage, no emails. I don't think so, but I don't remember. All right, that's fine. And so your Snapchat messages with him, would those still be on your phone? No. Did you delete your account? Or when I stopped being in a relationship with him, I unfriended him and blocked him. And I don't know if he still has his old Snapchat account, because when I looked in my blocked accounts, his name doesn't pop up for his old one. Okay, what was your cell phone number in 2022? Imagine this is her cell phone number. Is that still your current number? Thank you. So when you met, or I'm going to say met, I know it wasn't in person, but just that you met him long distance in November of 2021, did you have a Discord account? Yeah. When was your Discord account created? I think in 2020. And what was your username on your account? I don't remember. I deleted that. Okay, so you created a Discord account yourself in 2020? Yeah. And when did you delete it? I think like a week after I broke up with Ben because he kept trying to contact me. So sometime in August of 2022. August or September, because I broke up with him later in August, I think. Okay, but I'm not exactly sure.
I know this has probably been pointed out, but you guys do know who Ben Solo is, right? Ben Solo. I'm going to show you a picture of Ben Solo. Everybody knows? It's this guy. It's this guy. Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren has been pretending to be a woman on the internet in order to extort. Yeah, Adam Driver. It's Adam Driver. Dude, Adam Driver has been extorting Steven for the past 2 years and change. Yeah. So kind of wild. And it would have been created either with your cell phone number at the time or your email address. Yeah. And Ben had a Discord account when you met him. Yeah. Yes. Do you know what was Ben's Discord username? Yeah, it was Rose, capital R, of, capital O, V, capital T, Garden, capital G. And with Discord, you have a hashtag, okay, with a number, and his number was 2043. Did you have a Twitter account prior to meeting Ben? I don't think so. No. How about, did you have an Instagram account prior to meeting him? Yeah. Yes. Facebook? Maybe, I don't remember. And have you ever had an account with Kiwi Farms? No. Did Ben have a Twitter account? Yeah. Do you know what his Twitter account username was, or any? I don't know what his one that he had before me that he used, but he made one impersonating me called Rose, capital R, is, capital I, and then capital CUMMING. So to make that account, did he use your email address or a phone number? From the Ashes for Five says Ben Solo, the guy from that one movie who said the bad word. Guys, there's a movie called Black Klansman where Adam Driver pretends to be, he's an undercover cop, and there's a black cop who's been calling into the David Duke and the new KKK, and Adam Driver is the white guy who has to go be the undercover cop, And so he's getting like interrogated by the KKK, and the black cop gets spotted outside. So Adam Driver runs out with all the racists, and the racists are about to shoot at the black guy with a pistol. And so Ben Solo, aka Adam Driver, grabs the pistol from the guy who's about to shoot, mag dumps at the car, but he misses on purpose, and then he screams the N-word in the most aggressive way I've ever heard someone say that. And what's so funny is Keanu Reeves has this, and who is it? Keanu Reeves and Ryan Gosling both have this, and it's so terrible and it's so funny. Ryan Gosling has some movie that I haven't seen where he's like, I don't think he's tatted up, but he's very young. He looks like he's 19. Yes, Adam, your line was, he got away, rats. They did that with Ryan Gosling in a movie where he plays a Nazi. And they did that with Keanu Reeves in a gangster film in which he says some of the most racist anti-Asian shit I've ever heard in my life. And the memes that I saw, like in reference to both of those, was Ryan Gosling going on this like 3-minute anti-Semitic rant while he's in a diner with like another character. And then they go to, and then they the comment underneath the clip is like, no, Ryan, your line was, may I have a chocolate milkshake, please? Oh, God. Classic. In
order to create it? No, he just used my face as a profile picture. Did he use his own identifying information to create it, such as email or phone number? I think so. Jake objects. I'm going to object. The witness lacks personal knowledge, calls for speculation. John says, do you recollect when this Twitter account was created, the one that you just stated that Ben created with your profile photo? Sometime in 2022, but I don't remember months. Okay, maybe early 2022?
Okay, I'm not saying this. I'm reading Christian Valeris's chat. So this is a quotation, okay? This will go excellent in the Counterpoints Out of Context series, okay? Christian Valeris says, it's a good movie, Street Kings. And somebody says, like, do you know who you're talking to? And then Keanu Reeves is like, do you know who I'm talking to? You're Korean gangster, so you talk black, dress white, and drive Jew. It's like the most racist shit that I've ever heard in my life. Oh my God. All right. Anyways, racism aside.
Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Now you had access to this account? I don't think so. No. You never went on that Twitter account. No. He let me make a Twitter account that was just like for looking at it because he'd want me to like look at it and screen share, or sometimes he would screen share himself and show me that account, but I didn't have access to it. No. Okay. And what was the Twitter account that you created? I don't remember. Do you still have that account? No. So you created that account after you started your relationship with Ben? Yeah. And what do you recollect do you recollect what your username was? No. You remember if you had used your email or your phone number to create the account? I don't remember. That's okay. Do you have any idea when you deleted it? No, I don't know. Sometime in 2022? Yeah. So Ben never shared the login credentials for the account that he created with your profile photo? Jake said objection, leading. Rose says, I don't know. Can you rephrase that? Jones says, sure. Did Ben share his login credentials, like his username and password, to access the Twitter account that he created with your profile photo? Share it to me? Yes. Oh, no. Okay. So you stated that you had an Instagram account prior to meeting Ben? Yeah. Did you create any new account after meeting him? Not on Instagram. Okay. And I apologize if I asked you this already, but do you recollect what your username is on the Instagram account? This was an old one. I have a new. Well, I had to delete that one too. I don't remember. So the Instagram account that you had back in November 2021, when you met Ben, that account is no longer active? Yeah, it's deleted. Deleted? Yeah. And do you have an idea of when it was deleted? Around the same time, I had to delete my Discord account. Okay. And approximately when did you set up a new Instagram account? Probably sometime in 2022 or 2023, but I don't remember exactly when. And why did you delete the Instagram account? Because Ben was trying to contact me through it. Okay. So you set up your Discord account back in 2020 and you used that account to communicate with Ben? Yeah. Objection compound from Jake, Joan. And you stated that you don't recollect the username.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and, excuse me, I'm going to go ahead and articulate my mind map real quick. And thank you to From the Ashes for $5. We do have a goal up, 10 super chats, $2 or more over the next 2 hours. If you guys would be so nice as to chip or oil towards the goal, it would be most appreciated. And thank you to the people who have donated 11 super chats so far. However, summarizing the scenario, the law that Pixie is currently suing Steven under, I forget what it's called, but it's basically like a revenge porn / intimate materials release law that was passed in 2022 by the, I think it's feds, but who knows? Yeah, I think it's feds actually. Except as provided in paragraph 4, an individual whose intimate visual depiction is disclosed is or affecting interstate or foreign commerce or using any means or facility of interstate or foreign commerce without the consent of the individual, where such disclosure was made by a person who knows that or recklessly disregards whether the individual had consented to such disclosure, may bring a civil action against that person in an appropriate district court of the United States for relief as set forth in paragraph 3. Okay. Now, starting with Pixie, okay, Steven used Discord and Twitter, which is a means of interstate and foreign commerce, without Pixie's consent to disclose an intimate visual depiction of Pixie that recklessly disregarded Pixie's consent. And as a result, she was harmed by this disclosure, okay? I think that is Pixie's, effectively her contention within the court case, okay? Then Destiny's counter argumentation is, who are you asking, the tribe? Oh, yeah, you guys are fighting each other. Anyways, that's fine. Destiny says that these communications were in early 2022, that this law was not in effect until late 22, and Pixie doesn't have evidence to the contrary, so this case should be dismissed wholesale. But even if it were true that Steven had violated this law after the date in effect, Steven did not publish this information to a public website. He disclosed it in private communications, and Pixie has engaged in similar behavior to the point that he's arguing that there was implied consent because there was a whole bunch of goofy gooners sharing intimate videos and sharing intimate photos with each other, of which Melina, Stasia, Pixie, Sherry, a whole host of people were participating in. And therefore, you know, she kind of knew what was going on when she was getting into it. And then she only got mad. And this is more of like a moral argument than it is a legalistic one, that she only got angry when she was inconvenienced, and that she is suing Steven, but not Solo, because she is ashamed of the exposure and can make more money from suing Steven than suing Solo. Okay, I think that's a decent summary of Steven's position. Now, Solo, I think, is arguing that Steven is an evil, degenerate gooner. He is too, but that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not Steven is. Who Solo wants to punish. Solo pimped out his 17-year-old long-distance girlfriend to shoot intimate content with other men, then created a social media profile to sell it on the internet. He threatened Rose with violence when they broke up and attempted to extort Steven via direct messages. Okay. Then Rose, which is the current deposition that we're listening to, she says that she was groomed by Solo and convinced to produce and send him intimate photos and videos at age 17. Under oath, she states that she never managed any of the social media accounts, and she has never texted or called Steven to her recollection, and that Solo was impersonating her the whole time. Solo was bisexual. I think this was a detail. Rose is a real person. She's a real person. She was Solo's ex-girlfriend. And Solo was bisexual and might have gotten a sick kick out of her creating that content, and also a sick kick out of catfishing Destiny. Officer Nasty says, where should I link the clip of Destiny doxing Rose again on 1/2/26? I assume you still want it. I found it for you. You can DM it to me on Discord, but what does it change? Is he hostilely encouraging Is he encouraging his chat to virtually harass? Like what's the point of the clip? Hear me out. Creator Clash 3, main event Pixie versus Rose. That's funny. All right. And then I'm going to draw a red line because I would argue that not only did Solo attack and try to extort Steven by exposing his embarrassing information after participating in a trafficking ring. And yeah, so I mean, my argument is like, Steven, you can think that Steven is a villain if you so choose. I also think that you can point out Steven's bad behavior and be earnest in your criticisms. However, I do think that Solo is more of a villain. Like, if we were grading these people on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say on a scale of villainy, Steven is probably a 2 or a 3. And I would say that Solo is like a 7 or an 8. He's actually a pretty scumbag person. Officer Nasty says, I think it's a pretty significant to pull up the full legal name and picture of a victim, but I guess that's just me. Okay, you're robbing the scenario of the context. And why would I pull up the clip if I was going to further expose the information? Was he pulling that up because he was trying to engage in digital harassment of said person? Or was he bringing it up because he wanted to show something that was relevant to what he was talking about? And then he accidentally exposed that information. Solo is 1,000% the worst person here. And Officer Nasty, I know that you said that we were friendly earlier today, but if you keep being a rude bitch, I'm going to time you out. Okay? How about this? How about this, Officer Nasty? How about I just invert the question real quick? Steven docs Rose. And? Explain yourself. Because when it comes to doxing Rose earlier in the drama, okay, he was saying, well, he didn't know if Solo was Rose, if Rose was Solo, if they were the same person. He didn't know any of that kind of stuff. And then this Solo person or Rose person had leaked all of his intimate information and had attempted to destroy their life. And so if that's true, why wouldn't he be trying to figure out who this person is by any means available? And then if you're talking about a recent doxing, then you would just need to contextually do it up. So Discord DM it to me. You can't share links on Twitter. I already told you. Send it to me via Discord. Mad Money Max says, how about just don't dox and let the professionals handle it? Well, Mad Money Max, it's funny you say that. Steven sent me a screenshot of text communications with his PI back from November of 24, where he hired a PI and tried to find Rose and couldn't find her. Okay. Because Desi knows Rose is a victim and is doxing her anyways. Okay. Is the intent of the clip that you're going to be sending me on Discord, was it Destiny's intent to create digital harassment for Rose? Was that what he was doing? Was he saying like, this woman ruined my life, she's a terrible person, she deserves digital online harassment, therefore here's her personal information? Or is it, hey, I'm going to look up this detail that's relevant to what we're talking about, blah, 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 blah. Whoops, I exposed their information. Because intent obviously matters. Okay. Anyways, you guys are being a little spicy in chat, but that's fine. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We're going to keep going, and I'm going to keep drawing.
On that Discord account? No, it might be my friends know. I don't know. I could maybe find it. I could maybe find it for you if I can look through my camera roll, because I know I used to take pictures of like messages between my friend group and I before I met Ben. So maybe I'll have it, but I don't know it off the top of my head. Okay, understood. I'm going to ask you to try to find that information as to what the username on the account was. Okay, or if there was what email address or cell phone number was associated with it. Okay, and did anyone else have access to that Discord account? I don't think so. Did you ever give Ben your username and password for that account? Jake says, objection, vague, which account?
Officer Nasty, says, in my opinion, yes, by pulling up her photo and full legal name, he is attracting undue and likely unwanted attention to her. That's not what I asked you. I asked you intent. Okay. So let's take a look at the word intent, because I think we're having a problem communicating. Intent, definition, purpose. Okay. Was the purpose to digitally harass Rose? Was that the purpose of his action? Because we can evaluate actions in consequence and we can evaluate actions in their purpose. Okay. So for instance, let's say that I just walk up to you and I just punch you in the face. Okay. Now, if it was my purpose to punch you in the face, I would say that's pretty bad. You should not walk around punching people in the face. However, if I'm walking and there is a bottle of olive oil that's about to fall off of a counter past you, and I attempt to reach past you in order to grab the bottle of olive oil, don't ask why we're using olive oil. It's not for cooking. But if I'm reaching past you in order to grab the bottle of olive oil and I accidentally hit you in the face, can we say that the intent was not there and therefore it is a less morally dubious action? Is it for the Diddy party? No comment. No comment. Thank you to Vazraka for the 5. I just want to make sure, Officer Nasty, that you understand the concept of intent. Okay. And then I'll check the Discord and maybe we'll pull up the clip.
Joan says, the account that she created in 2020, go ahead. Rose says, I don't remember. Joan says, okay, now, after you met Ben, was there another Discord account created? No. Did he create an account using your information? Jake says, objection, vague. What kind of account are we referring to? Joan says, Discord. Rose says, not to my knowledge. Joan says, not to your knowledge. Okay. So this Discord account in...
PAL 9000, would I give Cyber the same charity? No, not after the 20th email.
That you created in 2020 is the only Discord account you've ever had in your name. I made another one after Ben that I have now. Okay, so let's refer to the first one as your 2020 Discord account. Yeah. And then the second one, when was that created? I can look at my phone if you want, and I just need an approximate idea. Jake, objection, calls for speculation. I don't know, maybe 2023? Joan, okay. And for your 2020 Discord account, did you ever give Ben your username and password so that he could access the account? Not that I can remember. Okay, and when was that account deleted? A little, the 2021? Yes, 2020. A little after I broke up with him, a week, maybe in September of 2022. Now, after your 2020 Discord account was initially created, did you ever change your username or password? Maybe the password, because sometimes I forget my passwords, but I don't remember when. Okay, but you do you recall changing the username? No. So, Rose, I'm going to show you, it's a stack of documents, and these documents were produced by the defendant in this case. They have been date stamped SB 1617 through SB 1919, and they are all marked confidential. And taking a look at what is marked as SB 1618, do you recognize this as Discord messages? Now, the reason they're saying SB 1617 through SB 1919, these are date stamps for Stephen Bunnell, and then the reason why there's so many of these is because I provided a lot of documents because it was responsive to all of their requests for discovery. So they have all the information that they could possibly need. And I still have nothing from Pixie, by the way. But, you know. What is Bates? Bates stamps are just ways to refer to stamps, I think, in a court case, because sometimes it can be millions of documents. So you just have a stamp to refer directly to like a document, so in case you're ever getting confused on things. Jake, again.
What channel did you post it in, Officer Nasty?
Ms. Peters, if you're going to present the witness with a document, we need to have a copy as well. Joan says, you did say you had all of these documents, but here is, Jake says, I need a hard copy to reference, please. Thank you. Is this entire stack of hundreds of pages being entered as an exhibit? Joan says, I did not mark it as an exhibit. No. Rose says, what was the question? Joan says, so do you recognize this as a, and then Jake says, excuse me, Joan, which page are you on right now? Joan says, this is 16. Rose says, 18. Joan says, 18. Jake says, thank you. Joan says, do you recognize this as a Discord exchange with the defendant Destiny? Rose says, it looks like Discord. Jake says, Joan, I'm missing page 1618. Joan says, what page do you have there? He says, Jake says 1617 goes to 1619. John says, let me see if this is, it shouldn't be missing, but all right, hand me that one back and I need this, but I'll give you 1618. Here you go. No, keep that. Jake says, thank you. John says, so you said that you recognize this as a Discord exchange? Rose says, yeah. And Joan says, and did you have a Discord account with the username Rose? No. So when you refer to your 2020 Discord account, what name would have appeared here for you? I don't remember, but it wasn't Rose. This, just because it says Destiny, this is just the name that you can present, but Discord actually gives you a longer name. So Rose, it wasn't just Rose as the username. That was just the name that it can present to you as. So for Discord, it could look like Rose1234, but if you just want the name, it could just be Rose. Okay, and do you recognize, at least from that page, any of those messages? No. And then the videographer says, can you move your microphone up higher for me? Joan says, oh, sure. The videographer says, thank you. Joan says, so were you aware of a Discord account that was created under the name Rose that was communicating with Destiny?
Colorado says, who can boil this down into a simple whale we can understand? Destiny knew she was 17 all along. Is that the crux? Is that what you're asking, Officer Nasty? Because I'm kind of surprised that you would be saying that, Fellrunner. I feel like you're having a side conversation with Officer Nasty. If I was to boil down this content, which, to be honest, we'll probably keep going for like another 20 or 30 minutes, but I might change up in order to actually get something a little bit more meaty to engage with. But the crux of this conversation is that Rose is not the victim of Steven. Rose is the victim of Solo. That's what it is. And so by Pixie and Saiba dragging Rose into this, all they're doing is they're just kind of like re-victimizing her, making her testify about her victimization. But they're also proving that Steven is not as nefarious and evil as some of his detractors claim. I'm taking a look at, or I'm kind of writing this down because I kind of want to make this more clear for Steven's detractors on like what we can accuse Steven of and what we think is true. Okay. Because I think Steven is a nihilist. I don't think he really believes in much. I think what he believes in has to be tangible. I think he believes in himself. I think he believes in his intellect. I think he believes in his sensory experience, but I don't think he believes in much outside of that. I also think he's a hedonist. I think he tries to pursue pleasure and avoid pain. And if you look at the way that he conducts his life, even though he does cause himself a lot of pain through the pursuit of pleasure, I think he's kind of a shallow hedonist. Degenerate. Degenerate is oftentimes defined as people who engage in degenerate behavior, like a lifestyle that hurts you over time, because generation is life, degeneration is death. And I think doing hard drugs and shallow hedonism is degenerate definitionally. Gooning is being overly obsessed with sexual material. I think that that's true. I think Steven, even if he didn't like these things, I think he would admit that these things are true. Now, the accusations of predatory behavior come from him capitalizing on his internet fame, his clout, his money, his charisma, his intelligence, et cetera, in order to get women to engage with him on a shallow level and then to discard him when he so chooses. And so I don't like this term because I think when you say the word predator, you're invoking like a forcible rapist, you're invoking a date rapist, you're invoking a lot of things that are worse than predator. I think predator is oftentimes used in a colloquial mix of concepts that are a lot worse. But I think oftentimes the critics of Steven will say, oh, well, he capitalizes off of his fame in order to take advantage of naive and stupid and mentally ill people in order to have shallow relationships. And then he discards them when it's convenient for him. And that's what they mean by predatory. So I'll put like a yellow and a red because I don't agree with the characterization, but you can at least see the underlying argument. Now, I'm going to say I don't agree with him being on a criminal list. I don't think we have any evidence at this time that Steven has committed a crime that is typically in line with being on a list. I think even when it comes, J-Stock brought up digital voyeurism as a potential crime that could get you on a list. And with digital voyeurism, it involves video. Steven hasn't done that. The accusation from Sherry is that he did that with audio. And we still haven't seen that criminal case play out. We haven't seen the evidence. We haven't seen the police reports. We just have it on Jay Stock and Sherry's word that that is making its way down the pipeline, but we don't have any evidence. Now, deserve to be sued. I actually do think that he can be sued. I think that he has a legalistic argument. I could make this like a yellow. I'll leave it green. With the deserves to be sued thing, I think we can all agree that maybe engaging in shallow relationships and communicating pics and videos without the consent of the people, and even if this law wasn't in effect at the time that Stephen allegedly violated it or something like that, and maybe even if the case gets dismissed, I could understand how Pixie or Stasia or Melina or other people could feel betrayed and also feel like Stephen's recklessness ended up with them being publicly embarrassed. And so I understand why people would argue that he should be sued. Now, deserves to be incarcerated. I don't think we have an example of a behavior. The closest thing to the behavior is like a wiretapping law that Stephen might have violated by doing audio recordings without people's consent. And so I'll put like a yellow X right there because that's the closest thing we have to him being incarcerated. And so that's where, for me, I feel like, once again, we can criticize him for what's real. We can criticize him for what's in front of our faces. But people are acting like he's a forcible rapist predator. And I don't think that the evidence has substantiated that. And I think that people need to temper their accusations and desires for vengeance and justice in line with what's actually happening. It wasn't a conversation, Samson. It was a consensual physical liaison. Is Florida a dual consent state? Well, it wasn't a conversation, guys. It wasn't a conversation. First, he is saying Florida is a two-party consent state. I don't know if that's true, but I do think that we looked up a Florida state statute for, can you audio record somebody without their knowledge? And I think the answer is no. So, Bud123 says, go to the gym and touch grass. That will increase your testosterone and decrease your gayness. True. Or maybe it will enhance your gayness in a positive way, right? Grassroots with a 20. Thank you, King. Thank you for oiling today. I have landed, but the Destiny what do we call it? Traffic helicopter? I thought it was DDG. I thought it was like Destiny D-watching helicopter. DDW. It was the DDW traffic helicopter. Grassroots says, super late, extra gay. Thank you for the 20, King. Much appreciated. Like the stream, share with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. And just to re-summarize this for what we've done so far today for Grassroots since he was late. Not that you have to be here, but thank you for being here. We did go over the drama using the Game of Thrones drawing as a reference. I did speak with Jay Stock last night, especially the main takeaway from the Jay Stock conversation was that it looks like Jay Stock and Queeman are slowing down the doxing war on their end. Number one, they say they were never doxing, so I should actually state that. They're saying that they're slowing down the coverage, the aggressive coverage of Stephen, because the juice is no longer worth the squeeze. And effectively, Stephen engaged in retributive barbarian violence where he was doxing anybody who was a critic of him has actually worked. And so the digital harassment, the doxing, the online harassment, the IRL harassment is no longer worth the limited bump in viewership and the limited bump in money that they get. And so as a result, Jay Stock was saying that him and Queeman are making conscious choices to move away from Destiny intentionally. And so I was shocked that such an immoral tactic like barbarian retributive violence was effective. Doobie with the 10 says, I think it's very likely Rose is lying to cover her own ass because she was selling that stuff on Twitter as a minor. But if she isn't, how does this actually soften any of the criticism towards Destiny? I don't think it actually softens the legitimate criticism of Destiny. I actually did just do a mind map of the legitimate criticism of Destiny. that I think he's a nihilist, he's a hedonist, he's a degenerate, definitionally, he's a gooner. I don't think he's a predator, but I do understand what people are saying, that he's used his clout, money, and influence in order to attract vulnerable people. And then when he's tired of playing with them, he just kind of discards them. And if they complain about being discarded, he uses his orbit and his audience in order to crazy make them so he can accelerate them being discarded. I understand why people would call that predatory. Then deserves to be on a criminal list. I don't think we have evidence of that so far. Deserves to be sued. I think that his behavior in this case, the argument for one of Stephen's strongest arguments in reference to the civil suit is that the law was not in effect at the time. But that actually doesn't have anything to do with the moral analysis. It might have to do with the legal analysis, but it doesn't have to do with the moral analysis. And then deserves to be incarcerated. I don't think that Stephen should be incarcerated, but I think people who want to see Stephen incarcerated, they make the argument that he violated a wiretapping law by audio recording people without their consent. So I drew that. So how does Solo being a worse guy change this calculus? I don't think it does. I think what it does do, though, is it illustrates, because Stephen is saying, like, yeah, I might be a goofy gooner, I might be a little bit of a degenerate, but I'm not a predator who deserves to be incarcerated, and I don't deserve to have a successful suit against me. I am a better person than that. And then, so I am not the true villain in this story. Solo is the true villain. And if you look at the description of what Solo has actually done, where he allegedly pimped out his underage girlfriend, coerced her into sending illicit material, created digital media profiles in order to sell said material, catfished a bunch of people online in order to purchase and consume said material, and then used it as extortion after the fact, then I think it's pretty clear that Solo is actually indeed quite a bad villain. So I don't think it changes much for the sane criticisms of Stephen. I do think it paints a more vivid picture, though. So I'm going to type this in as Destiny case mind map. And then I do think, I'm just going to say this, even if I don't necessarily agree with it, I do think it kind of illustrates, too, Pixie is going after Destiny because Destiny is the person that wronged her by communicating that intimate material with someone that she did not consent to having those communications. But I do think that the ultimate person who exposed all of this material in an online sense is Solo. And so realistically, if somebody instigated this and deserves criminal and civil sanction, it's Solo more so than Stephen. Stephen can take his fair share of the blame. But I do think that paints a more vivid picture. And I do think that Stephen may not be correct. I think Pixie is partially motivated by honor and reputation. But I do think that he's correct that part of the reason why Pixie isn't suing Solo, even if he's one of the more egregious actors, is partially financial. Because there should be at least the hope of recuperating financial costs from Destiny. So Doobie has a couple more super chats. I'm going to address them. Thank you for pushing us through the goal, Doobie. I do appreciate it. Let me find your 20 and then your other 20. So there's your first 10. Then here's your 20. Doobie said he shared intimate materials without consent, potentially recorded someone without consent, held on to illicit material for a year after being told it was illicit material, spreads malicious lies about people, docks people for fair criticism, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Well, that's the Doobie. I actually invite you to watch the JStock conversation last night. I don't know if you were aware that it happened, but I actually sat down with JStock. We kind of went over it. And then also earlier in the stream too, we went over the, it might be worth it. I mean, if you want to hang out in the live, hang out in the live, but rewinding the VOD might be worth it because you might be able to tell what lies of omission or commission I've committed. First T News says Pixie's legal team put in a filing and footnote says Destiny communicated with a minor. And that's why Destiny sees its depot as a huge revelation because that FN isn't strictly true. Yeah. Yeah, it's a reputational thing. I agree with you. I agree with your analysis. There's another super chat here, though. There's 3. Oh, no. That was Grassroots. My apologies. Okay. Here we go. Back to the content.
I thought that Ben was talking to Destiny under his Rose of the Garden Discord, So I didn't know if there was a new one created or not. Okay, so this doesn't say Rose of the Garden. It just says Rose. That's what I'm saying, is just because it presents as Rose doesn't, the full name on Discord isn't always shown. So this could be Rose of the Garden instead of just Rose, is what I'm saying. Got it. So were you aware, did Ben tell you that he created a Discord account under the name Rose of the Garden or Rose in which he communicated with Destiny? Yeah. Yes. Did he share with you any of the messages or videos or attachments that were received? Sometimes, yeah. Yes. Did you ever have any access to that account? No. Ben never gave you login credentials to that account? No. So are you aware that excerpts from this chat thread between Rose and Destiny were leaked on the internet? Yeah. Yes. And when did you become aware of that? When that Callum guy emailed me. Ben didn't tell you? No. Are you also aware that a number of videos, sexually explicit videos, were released on the internet from this account? Of me? No, not of you. No. Okay, so you're not aware of the videos? Jake says objection, vague. Jones says, do you know who the plaintiff is in this case? No. Are you aware that the defendant in this case sent a sexually explicit video of himself and the plaintiff to Rose on this Discord account that I just presented to you for the first time?
Hold on. This is the, I see it. It's in chill chat. This is the clip that Officer Nasty wants us to see. Destiny connects Queeman to Snarkers.
So on December 20th,
he uses this as a point against Pisco associating with Queeman. All of them were linked from Queeman's Discord. Can't moderate him because that'd be inconsistent. The fact that Pisco is so willingly R-slurred. Is this the clip that you're saying that he brought up her information on? Is the information censored? I mean, I guess I'll play it for context. So, okay, just to re-summarize this in case somebody's walking in. So we're watching Steven's revealed deposition in which Rose is saying that Solo was a catfisher who took advantage of her, trafficked her, this, that, the other. And effectively that she was not party to the leaks. She was not party to the extortion. She actually broke up with him a while ago. She didn't even know the court case was going on until Saiba contacted her. That the only thing that she even made her aware that something was going on was that like 20 random people on her Instagram tried to follow her, and she didn't even she didn't even like let them follow her because she figured something crazy was going on the internet. And so categorizing her as Steven's victim, I think could only be true in the sense that Steven didn't know what was going on between Solo and Rose, and Steven released her public information in an attempt to find her. But I think that we understand from November of 24 into spring of 25 why Steven would want to find her, because the Rose account is where the leaks originated from. So if he didn't understand Solo and Rose's relationship, then obviously he needs to be able to find the people who are kind of attempting to extort him and are leaking his materials onto the internet, right? I think we understand that. And also I mentioned earlier that Steven texted me a picture showing that he engaged a private investigator in November, and that private investigator was not able to find the information that he was looking for. And so, yeah, but Officer Nasty wants us to know that Steven is still a bad guy because in a stream as recently as a week ago, he brought up Rose's identifying information and therefore is still a bad guy. Now, what I've said is the intent of Steven, oh, hey, Rose screwed me over, let's all go digitally harass Rose? Or is the intent of the clip, hey, I'm talking about a topic and this person is relevant, therefore I'm going to pull up evidence that's relevant to what I'm talking about? Because obviously I would view the intent of both of those things as different. So we're going to take a look at this clip real quick. It's a nice way to break things up. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you to the dozen chippers and oilers who have chipped and oiled so far today. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Let's go.
27th, Queeman does like a react to this debate, right? Wonderful Pisco chatter, super loved member of his community. Can't moderate him or do anything bad because that would be horrible and inconsistent evil, but...
No. You guys, the Mossad prefers Patreon anyways. Oh, does it? Well, okay then.
Justified in light of the initial aggression as to the means by which...
So,
Sorry, I'm going to use the volume booster. Why is this full screen? That's annoying. Why is it full screen?
Queeman is bringing up her stream because somebody in Queeman's Discord puts out this. Kalinda, the loner box / Hutch mod lady, talking to Pisco right now, does live streams and uses a webcam. so that Queen can bring her stuff up and they can start going personal on her.
Say,
No, dog, who auntie is that?
I only care about that.
On December 28th, okay, Kalinda does another stream talking about stuff, okay? I think within like an hour, here are the people that join her Discord in order to join the voice chat. You've got Ryle Kittenhouse 2, Just Eagles editor. You've got a guy called Achito YouTube, who is a commentary YouTuber, but it's not actually him. It's Ryle on an alt account.
That's funny. I had a Cheeto join one day and I was like, hey, a Cheeto, why are you in here? Drama YouTuber commentary account. Why are you in my chat? It was Ryle on an alt. That's interesting.
You've got a person called Cheddar, who is another schizo obsessive person called Kosher Kathy, who is they pretend to be Indian all the time. And this person joins the Discord and the voice chat as well. And then you've got another person called CPCA Emergency Government, who's another Queeman obsessive fan and a Dan obsessive hater. All of these people join her Discord voice chat.
Hold on. Guys. Machiko, you says, come on, bro, get your head in the game because Desi and DG never have alts. Guys, you understand that this is all very lame, right? You understand that this is very like I'm all about talking about this from a legalistic perspective. I'm all about talking about this from a Game of Thrones perspective. I'm all about talking about this from a how does this affect our little corner of the internet thing? But like this is kind of what Charlie Day, Pepe Sylvia, this is kind of what happens when we get into Discord alts randomly harassing each other in talking about things. Like this is me. It's like this is what you sound like to me. It's Charlie Day on 3 pots of coffee, not cups of coffee, but pots of coffee, where he's on the verge of like freaking out. And then he's going through the mail using like red lines and tape and all that kind of stuff in order to draw connections. And he's trying to like figure out like the deep space conspiracy. Like this could totally be true, right? Like it could be totally true that Ryle Kittenhouse and Queeman fans and whatever Kathy and all that kind of stuff have a bunch of alts that they use in order to either harass or go after or do gay ops or whatever against random people. But like, aren't you better off just like banning people? Like if a Cheeto comes in here and a Cheeto is Kyle Rittenhouse's alt and he's like, hey, you're lame. And you should attack Steven more. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not interested. And then they say something else that's annoying. Isn't it easier just for me to go over to the 3 buttons, click on it, and say either timeout or ban? So that's kind of why are we wasting our lives on this, guys? Like I like drama, I like fun, I like online fights, I like the digital Game of Thrones, I like all this stuff. But where do we stop? And my answer would be we stop when we start investigating Discord alts for shitters. Like Discord alts for shitters who are not even in Twitch and YouTube politics. They're Discord alts for shitters in the drama community. I don't care. Solidus says, okay, is it over? No, we're still suffering, Solidus. Sorry, buddy.
To start arguing with her on stream.
Hello, Cheddar.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay, so I have some questions for you if you don't mind.
Sure.
You know about Lorna Fox when he watched the debate between Elon Levi and Mehdi Hassan? Remember that?
Maybe.
When Mehdi Hassan was talking about Palestinian children being sniped in the head.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Are
Remember
you here to repeat Nada Banana talking points?
No, I don't even watch Bad about that.
Okay, well, did you see the clip going around Twitter? Are you gonna ask me if like Leonard was laughing at children getting sniped in the head? Is that what we're gonna do here?
No, I have a different question actually.
Okay, what?
It's not about Lorna Fox. I don't care about Lorna Fox. I want to ask you,
No.
do you think IDF sold
Anonymous with the 10. These terminally online schizos deserve each other, to be honest. At some point, that's how I feel.
Snipe each other intentionally.
Some of them probably do, yeah.
Okay, do you think that's bad?
Yeah, that would be a war crime.
So this person talking to her right now, for instance, is a person that posts on, I think it was the person who...
All right, I'm going to say something mean about Steven. Why does Steven care? Okay? Why does Steven care? Okay? Because Steven could do anything he wants, and he's going to get 3,000 live, right? I've seen 3,000 live watching Steven playing a video game without commentary. Okay? Why is Steven wasting his time on any of this stuff? Because he could be, you know, helping out Ryan Getty. He could be, because I like Ryan Getty, I'm not going to lie. He could be covering Ryan. Dude, the reason why I cover drama, let's be real here, okay? It's actually a lower dono day, but donations come in peaks and troughs. We have 162 live. My normal viewership is around 100, right? On a slow day, it's 90, it's 80, whatever. On a busy day, it's 150. We're at 162 right now. So the reason why I'm covering this, no, I will not stop simping for Ryan Getty. Ryan Getty did an excellent essay, and I'm probably gonna watch his content after this, right? But Steven has 3 million in the bank. He can do whatever he wants. Why is he wasting his time chasing down alts for schizos in the drama community who hate him? And I think the truth is he's bored. Okay? I think he's bored. I think Steven is almost 40. I think he doesn't want kids. He doesn't want to look for deeper purpose. He doesn't want to go to church. He doesn't want to, you know, do all the philosophical things that like would maybe make him a better person or whatever. And so he needs a way to pass the days. He needs a way to pass the time. And one of the most entertaining ways that he can do that is getting into fights with random internet schizophrenics for a laugh. And that's the only thing that I can think of, is the only rational explanation for Steven engaging in gay ops against Discord schizophrenics is the fact that he's bored and he's actually waiting to die. That's actually my only theory. Doobie for 10 says this conspiratorial paranoia is hilarious from him, to be honest. These people are in Discord servers, and when they see a stream they're interested in, they tag each other to hop in. DGG does the same shit. That's also, Doobie, I hate to say it, but you're kind of saying this thing that I was thinking of. What we do this, right? Like we don't do gay ops against random creators, but the only reason why I know of Ryan Getty was because I sometimes watch Food Shop's A-log content of the drama people. And sometimes I think it's funny. I'll admit it. I think some of it's funny. And so I watch that stuff on occasion. And then I saw the conversation with Ryan Getty. And then I was like, oh, Ryan Getty is not a schizophrenic. He actually seems like a relatively sane and sober person. I want to communicate with him. That's all that happened. So what's the problem here, I guess? Anyways, let's keep watching the clip. But my point is, I think Steven is bored. And he's waiting to die, which is why he's obsessing about political schizophrenics who hate his guts.
Founded my Snark, my DGG Snark subreddit, and they're also the person who posted on. So when Blav made his big post on Kiwi Farms, where Blav is like celebrating.
Sorry, this is an important question. Somebody says, why were you banned on X? I caught a permanent ban for ratioing Megyn Kelly. I said Megyn Kelly was a child rapist pedo apologist. I got like 60,000 likes in 48 hours, and then I got a perma. And when I asked them what was the offending tweet, they didn't tell me.
Finding out who Rose was, or, you know, that she was 17 when we first started chatting or whatever, when I was talking to the person who was running her account or whatever. When Blav makes this big post where he's like ecstatically excited, 0 years old, 1 year old, 2 years old. This person right now that she's chatting with basically copy pastes almost the exact same posts and puts it on leftovers H3 Snark.
All
Or
I'm
like
gonna say,
mind reading
Israel is like no one loved Israel. They lost the propaganda war. Keep Palestine, and you're gonna cry about it day and night.
Okay,
Wow.
fuck that guy.
Amazing. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, like goddamn. Listen,
I'm still disappointed you didn't call CPS live on stream.
that would have been funny. Listen, guys, I'm willing to have discussions and conversations, but I'm not interested in having discussions and conversations with people.
What? I left?
Yes, I banned him because he was clearly a fucking. I don't want snarkers in here.
Yeah, no, sorry. I just came in to like tell him to shut the fuck up and let a woman talk for a moment.
Okay, well, I mean, Achito, you want to try your
But
hand?
This is Ryle Kittenhouse on a Discord alternate account that then comes in to argue with her, defending the last guy who just got banned. And all of these people are here because they were linked from the Queenman server because they were making fun of her while they were reacting to the conversation that she was having with Pisco.
Well, you let everyone else in to make it a dogpile, right? You dogpiled them. I don't want this to be a dogpile, but then you dogpiled them, so you're lying, right?
No, I did not make it.
You couldn't handle the conversation yourself.
I
You let in
no,
Nina.
I
Right, you let in
joined.
Nina, who just muddied up the
No, I
conversation. I
can't
wasn't
join
talking
this
to you.
channel
I was
without.
talking to Kalinda.
Look,
I was
if
talking
you're
to
gonna
Kalinda. You're trying
accuse
to
her
dogpile me
about
right now.
something that
Past privacy or past any boundaries that would be unacceptable, right? Destiny and you talk about Hassan almost weekly, daily almost, sometimes, right? And some weeks it's like Hassan gets in, says some dumb shit. You'll cover him every single day.
So it's the same person, but now they've joined in another account to pretend to be somebody else.
Didn't you go on Pisco stream to talk about H3H3? And like maybe we have heard that and wanted to also talk to you
because
about that?
Pisco wanted to talk about
Why-
HGH.
is Nina
Oh,
continuing-
that's where.
Mad Money Max says Destiny's obsessed with the gay operators to clean his image so he can continue to goon. Yeah, but were they having that big of an effect? Were they having that big of an effect? I think his argument was yes. I think he was saying that these people are drawing attention to his bad behavior and they're so hateful and they're so spiteful and they're so snarky that they're feeding information to Hassan and they're feeding information to H3H3 and all that kind of stuff. But the H3H3 war was over in 48 hours. Because once again, as I analogized earlier, H3H3 came for Steven and then Steven punched him right in the nose and gave him a bloody nose. And then it was over in 48 hours. And then last night, it looked like J-Stock and Queeman were kind of thrown in the towel. So once again, like Steven, by going scorched earth, has won the war. But I don't know, man. I don't even know what to think. I'm still waiting for the docs. Where's the docs? Evan says, remember when we started this clip for Officer Nasty his room temp IQ was this was going to prove Destiny docs Rose? Did this clip show his claim? Not yet.
You guys all came.
You weren't
from,
saying anything.
You all came from Pisco stream because that's where all the snarkers hang out now.
I don't watch Pisco, right? I watch other creators.
Queeman.
Well,
Watching
then how
Pisco.
the fuck did you know
Did you
about?
not join?
Yeah,
Did
I
you not
did.
join?
I went to Pisco
Okay,
stream.
so you like talking H3 drama too. So what's
That, no, that actually
you're
was
not drama initiative.
That's not the reason why I went on Pisco stream. I went on Pisco
What did
stream
you
to
go on
talk about left-wing anti-Semitism, which you would know if you
What did
actually
you start
watched
with?
it.
What did you start with?
I
What did you
asked him
start with to
a
talk about for over
question
an hour?
about the H3. Yeah, the only reason why that went on that long is
Over
because
an
Pisco
hour
wanted to
about
keep
drama.
talking
Oh,
about
I
it.
hate drama, but I'm going to talk about it for over an hour. And then sorry that we come here and have some opinions about it. It's not crazy. There's no
No,
snarking here.
here's-
I just had some opinions that you know I felt were a little off.
Here,
but
no,
I
no,
shared
here's the
about
It's just so funny that it's like, oh, you know, we just all showed up because we just wanted to chat about this. We were just kind of curious or whatever. But like all of them literally were linked from Queeman's Discord. All of them end up joining the Discord at the same time. Some of these people, like the Ryle Kittenhouse guy, has literally made fake YouTube accounts like this.
Maybe the thrust of the point. I don't know if Destiny is saying like, oh, this behavior should be banned. I very much doubt that he would be saying, oh, this behavior should be banned. I think he's trying to show that there's more coordination between these characters than they let on. That they're closer of friends, that they engage in similar gay ops, that they have deeper conversations. It's all, you know, all that kind of stuff. Which again, I don't care for, man. Like if Kalinda wants to go into Queeman's Discord or Queeman's chat and talk about left-wing anti-Semitism, then Connor, he already showed her docs. You weren't watching. What was the what's the timestamp? What's the timestamp? And then also for Kalinda or whatever, I would just say like, yeah, Twitch and YouTube politics or online politics is a nasty place. So yeah, you just passed it. Dude, okay, so I'm going to rewind a little bit. Here's the YouTube. Here is Kalinda talking with the Queefers. Here is Kalinda still talking to the Queefers. What's the timestamp, bro? This? Dude, that was like 5 minutes ago. You couldn't tell us 5 minutes ago? Was he even talking about her? Hold on. Let's see what he's talking about when he pulls it up.
DGG Snark subreddit. And they're also the person who posted on... So when Blav made his big post on Kiwi Farms, where Blav is like celebrating finding out who Rose was, or that she was 17 when we first started chatting or whatever, when I was talking to the person who was running her account or whatever. When
Okay.
Blav makes this big post where he's like ecstatically excited, 0 years old, 1 year old, 2 years old. This person right now that she's chatting with, basically copy paste almost the exact same posts and puts it on leftovers H3 snark.
Okay, and sorry, this is your evidence that he was intending to encourage online harassment towards Rose while he's talking shit about how a queefer almost word for word copied Blav's information. Now, I agree with you 100% that in order to not encourage further harassment, he can still talk about the situation without pulling it up on stream. But I'm sorry, like, you think the intent there was for Steven to go, oh, go harass Rose now, kill her now, mods, twist their nethers. That was your evidence of it? Feels pretty weak, bro. I still don't know if you understand the conception of intent. My question was, why is Destiny showing her docs if he claimed he only docs Rose when he didn't know it was solo? Are you saying scrolling through a Blav Kiwi Farms post showing your audience their full legal name and photo isn't doxing? Sure, it's doxing. If someone docs you and I decide to pull up and show the docs to thousands of people while talking about the event, would you consider it a spreading of the docs? Yeah, sure. Sure. I think he easily could have done it without doing so. I think he could have just said, this queefer regurgitates Blav's talking points and he's a part of this thing. Yeah, sure. But again, like, the intent. Didn't your friends freak out about Hassan doing this in reference to PV? Yeah, they did, because they're pussies. Boom. That's funny. Can I share with you guys? Can I share with you guys the PV thing? So I get this like panicked Discord message from Sam Drizmala in late 2024. And he's like, bro, we published this information. We weren't supposed to. We talked to this person, they put this information in this financial report instead of this financial report. As a result, all the participants for PV are getting doxxed, including you. We're so sorry. We understand if if you're mad, and we understand if you don't want to work with us. And I was like, dude, I don't care. I don't care. Like, because like you have to understand. So doxing, I understand that people take doxing super serious in the space, like names, addresses, phone numbers, emails, all that kind of stuff. Because what it does is it obviously opens you up to a world of harassment if people want to go out of their way to destroy you. But like, another way to not have people try to destroy you is just to be who you are, right? Like, it's to just like be a consistent person in private and public, and what you say you believe and what you do, and not being a hypocrite and not being a liar and not being a cheater and not being a thief and not being a fraud and not being a whatever. You could also just like be a person, you could just be a person. And if somebody contacts my mom and they're like, hey, did you know your son made this gross joke on the internet? Then I could be like, yeah, I did. And I'm sorry, Ma. It was gross. It was fucked up, but I still think it's funny. Like, that's, I don't know, man. Like that's why I didn't panic in the fall of 24, because if you know who I am, good for you, F slur. Hold on, let's check in, because I still think I have like moral frogging in my chat. Anonymity preserves your ability to be who you are if you're a piece of shit. Anyone who, and by the way, it's like I still defend internet anonymity on principle, because Khazra, for instance, Khazra is an Iranian COG member who is actually in Iran, who, if they said something too spicy about the Iranian government and they were doxxed, then the Iranian government could come and like kidnap them and torture them for their political opinions and this, that, the other. I am an American. I am in the United States of America. Not only is it my God-given right to have freedom of conscience and freedom of conscience and freedom of speech, it's my moral duty to speak what I believe to be the truth. And if somebody's trying to destroy me with the truth, and it's destroyed, if it can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves to be destroyed by the truth. So yeah, Khazra should be protected by internet anonymity. A bunch of F-slurs in random discords digitally harassing each other legally should be protected by internet anonymity. But if you're an F-slur and you're being a piece of garbage and you're being an asshole and you're doxing people and you're harassing people, and then somebody goes out of their way to dox and harass you, I'm not losing sleep over that shit. I don't know why you are. Kilo Talk says not everyone has the luxury of their work or school or whatever not knowing about the crazy political opinions and jokes they say online. You could also just stop being a pussy. So for instance, I went to the University of Central Florida. I went to Valencia Community College. I said some spicy shit while I was going through school. Never blew up on me, but if it had, I would have been like, yep, that's what I said. That's what I said. I made a watermelon joke about black people on my public Facebook. Guys, do you remember? I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now. Okay. Have you guys ever seen this? My apologies to my black audience. I disavow previous Connor. Okay. Previous Connor was an asshole. And this is very racist. Okay. It was very racist. I disavow this meme. But this was on the community college page, right? This was on the community college page, and I think I reposted it, right? It was very racist, but I stand by what I said. Single female with former stalker boyfriend. Well, you should defend your internet anonymity 100%, but you should also have operational security. Do you understand that there's like public and private people, right? You can be a private person right now. The way that you become a private person is you use operational security in order to protect your internet identity, and then you don't do spicy shit on the internet. That's so obviously true. You do not have an unlimited right to be a public person like I am, but also an unlimited right to privacy. You have to choose the balance between the two. So if you want to be a public person, if you want to be in the public discourse, if you want to be in the zeitgeist, if you want to be talking about shit, then you got to throw elbows. You got to go crazy. You got to say, yeah, come and bring it. Right? Whereas if you want to be a private person, then you can't participate in this kind of behavior. Ali Katale says, what about Rose? Rose has a little bit of latitude because she was 17 at the time of her bad behavior. So like we can excuse some of it through youth. But do you think that shooting, like, is it advisable for anybody aged 17 to 50 to shoot amateur pornography and then give it to your boyfriend who you know is selling it to strangers on the internet? Do you expect to keep privacy after that? We can give her grace because she was a child at the time. But at the same time, like, does anybody think that that was a smooth move if you wanted to keep your internet anonymity or privacy? Obviously not. And by the way, like, I get this is like a total boomer take. Like I get it. The tribe was talking about how this is a boomer take now and all that kind of stuff. I don't care. You understand I'm right? You understand that the easiest way to not have your homemade pornography leaked on the internet is to not shoot homemade pornography. You understand that the second easiest way to not have your homemade pornography leaked on the internet is to not share it with people you don't know. Right? We understand this, right? Okay. Just checking. Just checking. I think Doobie was fighting me a little bit, so I kind of want to go back and see that. Kilutonics and Doobie were not happy with this take, so I want to see what they were saying. Kilo says, so you'd be willing to lose a scholarship or a job because of jokes you made online? Yes, Kilo. Guess what I did? When I became a law enforcement officer, I deleted all of my previous spicy, even when I went to the academy, I deleted all of my spicy social media and I stopped posting spicy stuff online for, dude, I have, you know, part of the reason why I'm spicy now, you know why I say crazy stuff now, even though there could be real world consequences for me being spicy? It's because I was not allowed to be spicy on the internet from 2006 to 2010. I was prohibited from it. The only spice that I could do is closed Xbox Modern Warfare 1 and 2 lobbies where I could hurl homophobic and racial slurs. That's what I was allowed to do on the internet. But I was not allowed to do that on social media because I was in the military. And you are prohibited from being spicy in the military, especially if you're in uniform, especially if you represent yourself as a member of the military. So I wasn't spicy on the internet from 2006 to 2010. I did smoke spice. I smoked spice in Okinawa. Gave me heart palpitations. Very scary. But also from 2015 to 2019, I was a little spicy on the internet while I was going to my 4-year college. And basically, 2015 was when I was applying for law enforcement jobs. I think I had already stopped being spicy on the internet in 2014, but I think I deleted all of my spicy public-facing stuff, and then I did not post anything spicy for 4 years. So yeah, like you have to balance your desire to be a public person versus your private ambitions. Have you had a stalker ex that you prefer never found you than your docs? No, I'm not a woman. I'm not a woman or a gay man with a psycho ex. My psycho ex doesn't want to contact me anymore. Jen Winkler says, am I stupid? Didn't Dusty just post a photo of her legs on a college campus, just try to show she was in college or what? I don't care. Doesn't matter. Doobie says, you barely have a real job now. It isn't really comparable. There are plenty of people in your community who would be fired if this meme was reposted or by or sent to them. Yeah, but dude, I did construction administration for 4 years. I worked the entire time I was in college. I worked the entire time I was in high school. I also just did not post crazy shit when I was in public sector jobs that it was a huge liability. So if you want to be crazy and spicy, balance that against your private ambitions versus your public ambitions. This is so elementary. Like, do you want to enshrine it into law? Do you just want to enshrine it into law that you can be as spicy as you want on the internet and your job is not allowed to punish you? I mean, honestly, I would probably sign on to this legislation. If there was legislation that was saying that an employer cannot hold you accountable for your online activity unless it affects your job performance, I would actually be okay with that. I think there would be like a lot of furries. I think there would be a lot of furries who would get in trouble with that or would be tolerated in the workplace as a result. But, you know, maybe that's their rightful place. Maybe you shouldn't be discriminated against for being a furry. I don't know. Conservative liberalism says if you're critical of a public person, it's okay to dox you. No, I didn't say that. We're talking about like moral versus legal. And we're also talking about expectations as individuals performing in a complex society. I'm saying that you should not, as an individual, have an expectation that you can be as wild as you want on the internet without expecting that to come back and bite you in the ass somewhere. That's like the crux of what I'm saying. And I feel like it's so uncontroversial, but I think the people that it's controversial with are people who do not want their online activity to be reported to their friends, family, or professional coworkers. So, sorry, I'm scrolling through. Mick says, no, you're stupid. He gave away the name of her college and her full face, which allowed her to be found. Okay, and that was what, back when he thought that she was leaking his shit a year ago? I thought we said that was ethically dubious, but potentially justified. Tyler WW says, if you're saying stuff online that would get you fired, you 100% have it coming. Welcome to being an adult in the real world. I mean, obviously we can find things where people shouldn't have been fired. An example is that lady who was walking her dog, where the dog was off leash, and the guy said, "Oh, you know, I'm gonna like beat up your dog, or I'm gonna poison them," and then she freaked out and called 911. And then he was videotaping her, or she was videotaping him. She got accused of being racist. I think she was a real estate agent. Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong. She like lost her job, lost her clients. She got fired, or this, that, the other. She suffered financially. And then it turned out that that guy actually routinely went into the park looking for unleashed dogs so he could harass their owners. So, I mean, that would be an example of like the cancel culture going crazy. But that's another thing where I would say it's true that like you shouldn't be unlimited spicy on the internet and expect to suffer no consequences. It's also true that you shouldn't participate in a digital hate mob. Doobie says prior posts and going to your employer. I mean, I think that's immoral too. We need DEI for spicy posters. Listen, that's where you guys can win me back, okay? We don't agree on whether or not in our current media environment you should be allowed to be unlimited spicy without consequence for your real life. However, I think we do agree that if it was possible to pass a law that employers were not able to fire you for your social media unless there was like a demonstrable effect of the job, if I could pass that as legislation, I would. Yeah. Doobie says we've seen people fired and expelled for stuff they posted in their teens. Doobie, there's a perfect example that I think is horrible. The NASA girl. There was a girl who she was on Twitter and she was like, "Fuck you, I got into NASA." And then some like random boomer goes onto her social media and is like, "I don't think you should be saying that because NASA is a professional organization with forward-facing social media, and this is not very nice." And then she was like, "Fuck you, I got into NASA," which was like the based response. And she lost her job at NASA because that guy was I don't think he was active in NASA, but I think he was like an alumnus of some kind of like academic institution that works with NASA. And so he pulled strings so she wasn't with NASA anymore. Obviously, that's fucked up. Obviously, I think that's fucked up. But I also think that like, learn your lesson, right? What about if your speech is detrimental to your business's reputation? For example, a coworker for a California company posts MAGA stuff all the time and the customers get mad. I would say that it would have to do with like affinity for the company. So if that person's social media didn't have a bunch of company shit on it, then the law should apply. Like the law should basically be, if your social media has no ties to your occupation at all, and you're saying crazy shit, and then the employer finds out about the crazy shit, and you're not like a salesperson or like if you're not like a salesperson, then you should be able to keep your job. Helotonic says, yes, correct. I don't want my employer to know that I'm a Mr. Girl fan. Is that so crazy? That actually cuts so deep, man. It depends on why you're a Mr. Girl fan, bro. If you like his I Kill Pedophiles song, I think you should be able to share that with your employer. If you're a fan of some of his theories on sex, you know, maybe keep that to yourself. Oh my. Your clip. I don't give two shits for your clip. Okay. I don't care. I don't think the intent there was to harass Rose. So I don't care. And when you ask me again in 5 minutes, and when you ask me again in 10 minutes, when you ask me again in 15 minutes, I'm going to say, I don't give a fuck. All right.
Mind reading.
All right. Back to the content. Guys are distracting. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We got 40 minutes left in the goal. We're at an 8 out of 10. So if 2 chippers could give $5, $10, $2, $200, $100 in order to get us past the goal, that would be great. And then I would reset the goal. And then honestly, we would probably get out of here after that. But let's, 2 people give like $2 or $5 so we can finish the goal. And then let's go.
That I just
sorry.
presented to you the first page of this. On the first page of the chat thread, there's a word missing here. Sorry. I was told that Destiny sent blackmail porn of the Jane Doe to people, but I don't know who. This is all stuff, remember, that Callum has emailed her. That's where she's getting any of her information from this. Okay.
Thank you, Samson484 for the 5. One more, guys. Somebody with $2 or $5. Get us over the goal. Let's go.
Did you ever see...
There we go. Christian Blair's with the 5. Dude worked for National Space Council, her boss's boss. Okay, that sucks. Datus Halcyon gifted 5 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, King. And Send Patriarch, thank you for the 2. You guys have pushed us past the goal. We have 22 super chats on the day, which means that we've technically cracked 2 goals. On average, I try to crack 3, but that's okay. If we have slower days, if we're recovering from the holidays, et cetera, that's totally fine. I parasocially love you guys. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Goal is reset. Let's continue with the content.
Ben ever share with you any of the videos that you were sent by Destiny on that Discord chat thread? Like the videos of Destiny? Yes, sometimes. Okay, do you have any idea of how many videos Ben would have shared with you? He didn't share very many. I think I only saw probably a handful of videos that Destiny sent. And now that you're aware of this case, do you have an idea do you have any knowledge of whether you saw the video that is at issue in this case, which is the video of the plaintiff and the defendant? No. Do you know if Ben shared any of the videos that he received with other people? Which videos? Any of the sexually explicit videos he received from Destiny? I don't know. So in 2020, December of 2024, after the leaks occurred, a user on Kiwi Farms questioned why you would have shared these videos and chat threads in the leak in November of 2024. And Solo replied in
It's a dude. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna stop the moral fragging right now. What were the thoughts on Elder Drazi? $5 if you give your favorite 40K quote. Dude, obviously it's I was there the day Horus slew the Emperor. Obviously. Okay, watch this. All right, Elder Drazi, okay? What was my opinion on Elder Drazi? Elder Drazi had forward-facing social media that had his first name and last name on it. And so as a result, people looked up his personal information and they used it to embarrass him and they used it to harass him within like the drama commentary Queeman court or Quee court or whatever. Okay. But I'm going to show you right now. Okay. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to do this. Okay. It's on your screen. Okay. I'm going to exit out of it. That way it's 5 seconds long. Okay. But my name was just on your screen. It's been on your screen a dozen times over the past year. If you want to find me, if you want to find my job, if you want to find where I live, if you want to find my parents, if you want to find my family, you could do it off of that. But what I'm going to say is, if you take my information, if you collate my address, if you take my phone number, if you get my email, if you get my boss's email or whatever, you better come correct. And what I mean by that is that if you come to harass my family in real life, you better be ready to fist fight because we're going to fist fight. Okay. If you harass me in real life, depending on the degree of harassment, you better be ready to fight because we're going to fight. Now, if you want to drop by, you want to say hi, that's fine. You know, we'll go get lunch. We'll go get a beer, but just DM me first. This is incredibly irresponsible. Valor, you're not always home. I have animals. I have an alarm system. I live in a nice town. I have a 2-minute response time from law enforcement. I have firearms. So just letting you know. Just letting you know what's what. Okay? So Don't drop by unless you're coming correct. Okay? That's that. My question is, do you consider the people covering Drazi's stuff to be a doxer? Yeah, I think definitionally they're a doxer. Sure.
Regards to why she's sharing it now, she isn't. She gave me the account a while ago and told me I can do whatever I want with it. She doesn't really care about stuff being leaked. Jake says, objection, lacks foundation. You appear to be quoting from something, but if there's a document you're quoting from, please provide it to the witness. Joan asks, is this an accurate statement? Jake says, objection, vague and ambiguous. So
I love pizza and I love beer. That's perfectly fine. Pizza and beer is great.
by this point in the deposition, so unfortunately I couldn't watch. I don't know if there's a video of this or not, but the description I've been given is that the energy has kind of shifted a lot because they've kind of like fucked themselves really hard on two major points. So one is they've kind of lost the pedo accusation that they really.
Grasser says, it took ages to get around Connor's alarm system. Also, your vents are dusty. True. Doobie says, you're not always around. All it takes is a night where you're away from home and a few schizos who hate you enough to want to. Dude, that was always true. That was always true, Doobie. You think I didn't think about this when I was in the military? You think I didn't think about this when I was 4 years in the Marine Corps and I was walking around and I realized that human beings are effectively water balloons that you can pop at any moment? You think I didn't realize that when I first started fucking with firearms, when I first started fucking with explosives, and I realized, oh my God, we're all incredibly vulnerable. You think I wasn't thinking about this when I was a law enforcement officer and my name was on my nameplate? My name was on my nameplate. You think that was bad? You understand my first initial in my last name was on a plate that I was walking around with in public, and I was talking to drug dealers and murderers, right? We understand this? Okay. All right, Doobie. I get it. But I think the thrust of my point is still the same. The thrust of my point is that being a real person with a first name and a last name and a family is not a crime. Having kids is not a crime. Being a advocate for morality or being an advocate for a political ideology is not a crime. And if half of you fucks spent the energy that you spend on, not you, Doobie, but other people, if half of you fucks spent the time and energy that you spent hating on other motherfuckers on the internet in order to, I don't know, hate on the motherfuckers that are hating on motherfuckers, then we would probably have a better society. But instead, what you do, because this is actually fairly annoying to me, is instead you say, oh, there's scary and shitty people out there, and therefore don't be a normal person in public because people will take advantage of who and what you are in order to hurt you. So you should be afraid of everything at all times. So no, I'm not going to be afraid. I understand that the world is dangerous. I understand there's schizophrenics. I understand that there's crazy people. I understand that some of those crazy people are in my orbit. I understand that there's people who hate the people who are in my orbit. I understand all that shit. Okay? I get it. I get it. Yeah. But if I was worried about that, I wouldn't be. If I was losing sleep over that, I wouldn't be a public creator. So I wouldn't be a public person. Anyways, reading this stuff. Grassroots for 5 says, Simpati and I are going to sue you for giving us emphysema based. Plus, I got grassroots. I got grassroots and Sun Patriarch living in my walls, bro. They're fine. They'll watch the house. Anonymous says, I'm going to wait till we have a couple of beers in us and argue about the founder's thoughts on 2A, and then we can fist fight. Perfect. That sounds like my idea of a good time. Well, QC John says 10. Please play 60 seconds of any random deer hunting or fishing video you choose to remind people that the world looks like outside after the terminal onlineness of their souls, Grill Shala. Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do B-roll footage of the outdoors. And by the way, go watch Counterpoint Sci-Fi, The Death of the Canterbury, and Counterpoint Star Wars Obi-Wan Kenobi is a monster. Those are my 2 other channels. They're excellent. Go watch them. Outdoors B-roll footage. Okay. Forest B-roll. Let's do the creek. I'm just going to play this for like 30 seconds, okay? But I have a dog park around me that looks like this. It's got a nice lake. It's got a couple of acres of forest in it. The forest has some undergrowth and some trees. You know, I don't think we have lichen. I think we're too hot for lichen. We have Spanish moss though. We do have ferns. I don't think there's any running water. It's just a lake. But anyways, yes, enjoy the outside, okay? Enjoy the outside for a second.
Loved sticking in that footnote, and they know that they're going to be asked to change it or they're going to be sanctions coming. And now they've lost the timestamp argument as well that they were trying to stir up some ambiguity around. So the subject matter jurisdiction question related to the roast up is basically completely tossed at this point, and they're probably going to have to correct filings. So now Joan's goal has shifted into, I have to stir up some doubt about the credibility of the witness. I need to try to prove that she's lying. I need to fuck with this in some way because like it's kind of tries to salvage the deposition at this point because it's very, very, very not very, very not good at this point. Joan says, okay, so Solo said that you gave him the account a while ago.
Okay, Doobie, your objection is noted, and I appreciate your concern. Sincerely. Thank you for your concern. I will try not to be so reckless, but I also don't want people... dude, I'm sick of crazy motherfuckers running everything. I'm sick of crazy motherfuckers running politics. I'm sick of crazy motherfuckers running the internet. I'm sick of crazy motherfuckers scaring normal motherfuckers out of being normal. I'm sick of people being pussies about calling them out. I'm sick of people being pussies about, allowing bullies to dominate everything. I fucking hate that shit. I hate that shit on an instinctive level. So I agree that recklessness is not advisable. I agree with you. And I appreciate your concern, and I appreciate the fact that you don't want me to be reckless because you probably care on some degree. I appreciate that. However, I also just want you to know that, like, I don't know, man. Everybody should stop being fucking pussies. Okay? So I appreciate your concern, but let's all stop being pussies.
This was a statement in December of 2024. Roe said, what account? Jake said, same objections.
Also, no offense, but if I get killed before Destiny, that's going to be deeply, deeply, deeply ironic. Okay? If I get murdered before Destiny, God has a fucked up sense of humor.
Joan says, the Discord account. Jake said, hearsay, lacks foundation, calls for speculation. Again, if you're referring to a document, please show the witness the document that you're referring to. Joan says, your objection is noted. So one of the issues is if you are setting up for a deposition, okay, you need to have all of your exhibits in a row. So you have to be able to provide exhibits to the opposing counsel. You need to be able to provide exhibits to the witness and then to the videographer so that they can stamp them as exhibits for the deposition. This is part of, I'm sure there's a part of like your standard preparation for a deposition. You can't quote things that you can't show and be able to present as an exhibit. And if you have exhibits that you'd like to present or stamp for a deposition, you have to be able to give them to the opposing counsel as well. So everybody's reading from the same stuff so everybody knows what they're referring to and can conduct the deposition in a proper manner, basically. How can Joan ignore so many objections from your lawyers? An objection in court prevents the testimony from continuing so that the jury can't hear things that a judge has sustained as a good objection. In a deposition, you don't have a judge to rule on whether or not the objection is good. So what you do is you object, and what the objection does is it preserves it for the record so that in an evidentiary hearing, pretrial stuff, you can, argue, I don't think this should be in court. Look, I object to the deposition, but you wouldn't be able to have somebody do like deposition after deposition after deposition and then argue, well, actually, I want to object to that. So you object to kind of preserve it on the record so that you can object when you're arguing on your pretrial evidentiary stuff or whatever bullshit, The only there might be two, but the only objection I'm aware of where you can stop a deposition is for attorney-client privilege. Like that's the thing you say, objection, attorney-client privilege, and you're not allowed to continue past that point. But okay, Joan, you can proceed to answer. Did you give the account a while ago to Solo? Rose said, no, there was no account to give him. Joan says, okay, because you stated that it was his account that he created, correct? Yeah. Okay. Did you ever tell him that you don't care about your stuff being leaked? No. No. Were you aware that he was going to leak any of the videos or chat thread from the Discord account before he did so? No. So he never asked for your permission? No. In your communication with Solo about the leaks is only what you testified to earlier regarding your communication on Instagram. Jake, objection, vague and ambiguous, lack foundation. Rose says, iMessage on Instagram. Joan says, yeah, I thought you said it was Instagram that he reached out to you. Ben? Rose says, no, that's, Jake says, misstates prior testimony.
See, this is the kind of stalking that I could get down with. Timothy Douglas says, dibs on standing outside Connor's house with a speaker over my head playing I'm a Never Trump guy. Please do. All right, listen. Let's put a little bow on it and let's do, what time is it? I will stick it out, but I want to do some real content. Okay. I could easily sit here and just milk 165 live viewers, but I actually want to do some content. Okay. I think I'm going to go do a Ryan Getty video real quick, but like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let's summarize it real quick. Let's use my drawing in order to summarize. Okay. So what I would say is that this is what Steven is being sued for, and it is Pixie's contention that Steven used Discord and Twitter, which is a means of interstate and foreign commerce, without Pixie's consent to disclose an intimate visual depiction that recklessly disregarded Pixie's consent. Desi's contention is that this was in early 2022. The law was not in effect. Holy shit, I see the oil coming through. Thank you, King. The law was not in effect until late 2022. Steven did not publish this information to a public website. He disclosed it in private communications that Pixie has engaged similarly in, because she sent videos back and forth. She only got mad when she herself was inconvenienced, and she is suing Steven, not Solo, because she is shamed and can make more money from Steven than Solo. Solo said that Steven is an evil, degenerate gooner who Solo wants to punish, even though Solo is the pot calling the kettle black. Solo pimped out his Solo pimped out his 17-year-old long-distance girlfriend to shoot intimate content with other men, then created social media profiles to sell it on the internet. He threatened Rose when they broke up and extorted Steven over leaking said intimate photos. Therefore, he is the largest villain in this story. Rose, in this deposition, says that she was groomed by Solo and convinced to produce and send him intimate photos and videos while she was underage. Under oath, she states repeatedly that she never managed any of the social media accounts and that was all Solo. She never, according to her recollection, texted or called Steven, and that it was Solo impersonating her. Solo is bi and might have gotten a sick kick out of cuckolding with Rose, but also out of catfishing Destiny. And so as a result, Destiny is saying like, okay, yeah, maybe I disclosed it to this one person, but the intent was never to leak it and hurt you. And if anything, why are you mad at me? You should be mad at Solo. Solo's the person who leaks it. Now, the accusations against Steven that I think are rational versus irrational is that Steven is a nihilist. I do think that he believes in himself above believing in anything else. Don't worry, I'll address chat in a moment. He is a hedonist. I think he tries to maximize pleasure and minimize pain. I think he is a degenerate. I think he engages in behavior that is not good for life. It actually destroys life over time. I think he's a gooner in that he's overly obsessed with sex, almost to the point that I think he's socially R-slurred. I do not think he's a predator, but I understand people's argumentation when it comes to him being a predator. So the people, when I hear predator, I think rapist, I think pedophile, I think date rapist, I think somebody who uses drugs in order to attack women. Whereas the people who accuse Steven of predatory behavior say that he uses his clout, money, influence, and power in order to engage in casual sexual relationships with insane women and mentally and emotionally vulnerable women. And then when he's no longer wants to play with them, he just discards them. And if they ever complain about the casualness with which he discards them, he typically hooks up with emotionally and mentally vulnerable women. That way, he can just crazy make them and say that they're insane. And, you know, she turned on me out of nowhere and she's bananas and you shouldn't listen to her and this, that, the other, which seems to be a pattern of behavior that's happened over time. Okay. And so as a result, they think he deserves to be on a criminal list. I don't think that being a fuckboy, as some people would call it, I don't think that's criminal. And I do think that Steven has engaged in horrible, reckless behavior that I do criticize, but I don't think at this point he has met the threshold of criminality. Some people say he should be on a criminal list. I don't think he's met that threshold. with reference to the criminality that people have accused him of that could be validated by a criminal court is allegedly doing audio recordings without the other person's consent. And by the way, JStock asserts that that is still making its way down the pipeline. I haven't seen evidence to that, and I will probably check out the Miami-Dade clerk of courts to see if there's any criminal cases pending against Steven. And if I don't see anything, then, you know, what am I supposed to do with that? Am I supposed to hold my breath until Sherry lets us know what's happening? Am I supposed to hold my breath until, you know, JStock tells us what's happening via Sherry? I have no idea what to do in reference to that. And then in reference to being sued, I think based off of the statute, Steven deserves to be sued in the fact that Pixie feels like she's wronged and they need to have a civil resolution and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if he's met the threshold of the statute, and I'm going to let people who are more informed than me figure it out. So like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We did have some oil come through. We've had a lot of chippers, but we also got oil, and you guys are almost about to smash the third goal. So I'm going to thank, I scrolled up, Exponential Entropy donated $100. He's the oiler of the day. Anonymous Anonymous Chatter says, Grill Hottest bar meetup when? Soon. Sometime in the next year. I kind of want to do the thing where if we start making decent money, I kind of want to do a volunteer thing. Matter of fact, since I decided that I have to be Steven's friend pretty much no matter what, even if he's a bad guy, I have to try to be a good friend to him. Maybe I'll see if he's interested in that as an idea, where we do, instead of doing a canvassing operation, we do a meetup just to do a community event where we clean up trash off the beach, or we run a dog adoption event, or we clean up after a natural disaster or something like that. I wonder if he would be interested in that. I need to pitch that to him, see if he would be interested in it. So need to take a look at that. But thank you, seriously. So let me go ahead and thank you, the people who have chipped and oiled. Exponential Entropy, thank you, King. Thank you for not being so offended by my racism that you no longer oil. Thank you for the oil, King. $100 does mean a lot to me. I know that you guys spoil me. I know Christian Blair spoils me. I know Grassroots Hegemon spoils me. I know you spoil me on occasion. I know Numenax and other folks spoil me a lot. But it does mean a lot. It does mean I'm able to pay my bills. It does mean I'm able to take care of my family. It does mean I'm able to continue this job, which I love. So thank you for the oil. Old School for 10 says, I know it's Valor Media Network, but can you cover science fiction on Fridays? The stuff triggers my anxiety. Serenity now. Well, dude, you got to go check out Counterpoint Sci-Fi. You got to go check out Counterpoint's Star Wars, man. I'm making content for you. Thanking the other people who have donated today. Anonymous Chatter, From the Ashes, Weld QC John, Anonymous Chatter again, Grassroots, From the Ashes, Deus Halcyon, Sen Patriarch, Christian Valeris, Mad Money Max, Samson 484, Doobie, Anonymous Chatter again, Doobie, Grassroots again, Vazraka. Thank you, Vazraka, for being our resident lurker chipper. I do appreciate it. From the Ashes again, Sacred Snow, Philip Coffee with the early morning $20. Thank you, King. Fashion 40 with the 5, Vazraka with the gifted, and Vazraka with the membership renewal. Thank you kindly. Now, what I'm going to do, it's 4 hours and 12 minutes, but it's only 1:47 because I started relatively speaking on time. Because it's Friday, I would typically use that as an excuse to leave early. But recently, Christian Valeris has been calling me a coward for not staying until 2:30 p.m. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to change it up, and we're going to engage with real politics, because we just did effectively a whole day talking about Destiny's random bullshit. So I'm going to pull up Ryan Getty, my new favorite political video essayist. He covered the ICE shooting. So maybe we could check out the ICE shooting. Did he cover the ICE shooting? I feel like I just saw. Oh, that was a live. That's why we did it. Okay. Can Trump fake a legacy? The garbage ideology of national conservatism we already watched. Liberals suck at YouTube, I think, is what we're going to cover. And the future of the Democratic Party is here. I think that would actually piss me off a lot. So my question to you, Christian Valeris, because you are my oiler who I am trying to listen to. Do you want to do the future of the Democratic Party, which is almost certainly likely to piss me off, and then I can start yelling at stuff? Ezra Klein and what happened to American liberals, or liberals suck at YouTube? I think all of those are excellent choices. AK Batusai for $2. Thank you, King. You pushed us past the goal, King. You pushed us past the goal, so I'm going to start another goal. We got 45 minutes to get 10 super chats. You guys do not need to worry about it, especially with Entropy X. He has oiled and everybody else has chipped to making it a good day. Hedonic Samuel says, wish I could oil, but here's some chippy. Cheers. Thank you, Hedonic Samuel. I appreciate you. The chips and the oils all add up. And then thank you, aka Batusai, with the 2, if I didn't say that already. Cover the Einstein folders. The fake legacy is my favorite YouTube video ever. Okay. Where is the evidence that she is covering my ass? Basting. True. Ezra. I sent it to y'all in Discord when it came out. Legacy is the good one. Group decision. Liberals suck or future of the Dem Party. Which ones? I'll do liberals suck at YouTube. Why not?
Recently, I saw an interesting.
Let me reduce the volume. For those of you who don't know, Ryan Getty is a liberal, and we had a conversation yesterday about the future of liberalism because he too feels like liberalism is insufficient. It's an excellent political philosophy. Maximal human freedom is an excellent political philosophy on which to base your society. However, what he argued, which I was so happy to hear him say, which feels like a conservative argument, is that liberalism is insufficient and has abdicated. I need to do this as a part of the intro, actually. Let me go ahead and remove this and do an intro. So let me let the dogs out. Dogs want to get out. Well, let's do some real politics. At least for a moment. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. Today, we're going to be checking out Ryan Getty, a liberal video tube essayist. He is writing a video that we're going to take a look at that liberals suck at YouTube. Basically, they suck at social media. But as I was describing my new but hopefully blossoming relationship with Ryan Getty, he is a liberal who understands liberalism, has read the liberal forefathers, understands politics, and overall seems like quite insightful and astute. And I am glazing him because I hope that he continues a long and prosperous digital media career. But what we talked about yesterday when we were talking, because we actually had an online conversation, was that liberalism is not enough. Okay. Saying maximal human freedom for the human population is a great place to start because it ends a lot of the squabbles and violence of our politics and society. Where if you say, wake up, work your job, pay your bills, pay your taxes, and be righteous to your neighbors, that solves a lot of our issues on a day-to-day basis. However, that doesn't mean that there's a moral core to liberalism as a political philosophy. And he says that the original liberals, the people who were espousing this ideology 200 years ago and 250 years ago, actually did think that a moral core is absolutely necessary for a coherent society. And so we were trying to come up with labels for it, like torch liberalism, torch republicanism, which I like, because a torch is something that you receive from another person that has light. And it is something that you pass on to another person in the hopes that they carry that torch forward. And I think that's kind of beautiful as a metaphor. And so I'm going to take a look at Ryan Getty's essay. We're going to take, I'm going to criticize it every few minutes. Let's see what he has for us today.
Article from Dylan Wells at the Washington Post going over podcasts by politicians. I thought this was a great concept for an article, so I'd encourage you to go check it out. But what really stuck with me from the article wasn't anything about what was actually in the podcasts, but the fact that almost nobody was listening to almost any of them. We have some top performers. Ted Cruz and Gavin Newsom both pull over 1.5 million views a month. Dan Crenshaw is a distant third with 364,000, still respected.
Bro, do you understand how bad that is? Do you understand how bad that is? 1,800,000 for a podcast from a senator who's probably a multimillionaire and votes on political stuff. And I'm not saying that like every politician needs to be a podcaster, but you understand that my Warhammer 40K content gets between 500,000 and like, especially on a busy month, like 1 to 1.5 million views a month, right? I probably average around 500,000 because Games Workshop doesn't put out enough content recently, but I have actually broken 1 million views multiple times. So if my Warhammer 40K content is comparable to Gavin Newsom and Ted Cruz and Dan Crenshaw's podcasts, that's it's probably not good. I don't think that many people know about Counterpoint's 40K. I think a lot more people know about Ted Cruz, Gavin Newsom, and Dan Crenshaw. That's scary as hell.
But then it falls completely off a cliff. Andy Bashir, a sitting governor and one of the big potential 2028 candidates, pulls just over 8,000 views a month. Jamie Harrison, former DNC chair, gets 1,800. The Fly-In, a podcast by the New Democrat Coalition, the largest ideological caucus for Democrats in Congress, gets just 501 views a month. The Washington Post article that these numbers came from inspired me to look into how some other institutional liberal publications are doing as well. And when it comes to YouTube especially, what I found was not pretty. As someone who's personally trying to carve out a space on this platform for a kind of broad-based liberal politics, I think it's bad that so many liberal politicians and publications are totally face planting on this platform, especially when the right wing is completely dominating on social media. We've all heard by now too much about how the Democratic Party.
I want to amend that real quick. I do understand that the podcast bros and Joe Rogan went for Donald Trump recently. And you could even argue that the podcast bros were partially responsible for their success. Jordan Peterson's obviously right wing. He's been sweeping for the right wing forever. Ben Shapiro, the same thing. Theo Vaughn's, dude, I don't think Theo Vaughn's actually a committed right winger. I think he just had a favorable interview with Donald Trump and didn't know how to push back. But if you actually watch his comments on the ICE raids and mass deportation operations, he's actually pretty broken up about it. Same thing with Joe Rogan, where I think Joe Rogan is pretty aggressively disappointed. He obviously caused the Trump administration to happen. But I also think that he's quite critical of it. And I think he would be more conservatarian than he would be MAGA. So I don't think these people are totally lost to a liberal or conservatarian attempt to re-engage with these brands and creators. I think Theo Vaughn and Joe Rogan could flip liberal or progressive just as easily as they flipped conservatarian this last election cycle. But I guess the main thrust of the point is that conservatives dominate alternative media.
We've all heard by now too,
which is true,
much about how the Democratic Party is failing to reach young people, especially young men. 41% of 18 to 29-year-olds regularly get news on YouTube, yet too many institutional publications and public figures still aren't meeting this audience where it already actually is. These are people and organizations with budgets, staff, expertise, and the institutional credibility to bring on high-profile guests. You'd think that this might all add up to an audience. How is it possible that nobody's watching these shows? And maybe more importantly, how can we fix it? First, let's take a look at one of the podcasts mentioned in that Washington Post article, the New Democrat Coalition show, The Fly-In. Just for some background, the New Democrat Coalition.
Okay, real quick, guys. I'm just going to share this with you because it is disappointing, but I think we can attack non-coggers with this information, okay? Back when I was passively listening to Destiny and drawing out a drama explanation, we were at 165. Okay. Now, 20 or 30 of those people, let's be real, they could be queefers or they could be J-stalkers, they could be drama frogs, and they're waiting to see if they can find some clip of me openly backstabbing Steven. That way they can, blow up our relationship and burn the bridge and this, that, the other. Let's just pretend that there's 10 to 30 people who are like hate watchers. But that also means that there's like 30 or 40 people who are interested in the drama of Steven, but are not interested in actual politics. And so what's frustrating to me about that is I feel like I did decent coverage today. I feel like we had fun. I feel like we memed. I feel like we had a good time. But they didn't trust me to go into a real topic about like political efficacy or podcast stuff. And so number one, I want to thank the True Cog. I want to thank the 105 to 112 people who have actually stuck around for a conversation about real political matters. But I also want to tell you that that is a subconscious, it's a subconscious pressure on me. Okay. If I have 160 or 175 people and I'm normally at 100, then I'm doing something right, right? I just increased my audience size by 30%. But if it's inane and it's stupid and it doesn't really like forward our political conversations or understanding of the world or anything like that, then it kind of feels like I'm being rewarded for being a worse content creator. So I guess I want to acknowledge the subconscious pressure. I want to thank the people who are interested in something more substantive than Destiny's sex life. And I want to say thank you to the True Cog.
Is the biggest ideological caucus for Democrats in the House of Representatives. They're center left, and people generally think of them as being to the left of the more conservative blue dogs and to the right of the more progressive caucus. Their YouTube channel.
Ooh, hold on, sorry, that's important to me.
Caucus for Democrats in the House of Representatives. They're center left, and people generally think of them as being to the left of the more conservative blue dogs and to the right of the more progressive caucus. Their YouTube channel, as I'm writing this, has about 850 subscribers, 248 videos, and the most recent episodes of The Fly-In all have under 100 views. According to the Washington Post article, across all platforms, The Fly-In gets about 500 views a month. This video is an interview with Congresswoman Sarah McBride of Delaware. The topic is the recent government shutdown. The production is very professional looking. Someone's clearly spent some money on good cameras and microphones, not to mention the actual set, which also looks pretty fancy. The interviewer is another representative in Congress, Greg Landsman of Ohio. He does a good job at keeping the conversation flowing. And as a viewer, if you were watching this when it came out, you'd actually be in for something pretty interesting. Instead of journalists or pundits just speculating on the government shutdown, you'd get to see two members of Congress discussing the government shutdown. Two of the people who actually hold some power in Washington discussing the government shutdown in a pretty candid way. Unfortunately, you probably didn't get to see this, I think, fairly unique perspective, because in a month, this video only got 97 views. How could this be? Well,
consistency is king, kings and queens. Consistency is king. So if you're going to start a high production podcast with intelligent, rhetorically gifted people, you got to grind it out just like everybody else. You got to market it. You got to have a good conversation, and you got to do it even if there isn't financial or viewership rewards. You think that, just being honest, you think it's not embarrassing for me a little bit? Like it doesn't hurt my feelings a little bit that I'm able to post a Counterpoints 40K video on basically whatever is still available, like an Age of Sigmar animation that nobody really cares about, or some random video game cinematic, and I'll get, 5,000 views guaranteed within 24 hours, 10,000 views typically within 24 to 48 hours. And then if it's a new piping hot content, like coming out at the end of January, I could easily break 150 to 150K. You think it's not embarrassing for me to post a Counterpoint sci-fi or Counterpoint Star Wars video and get less than 100 views? The humility that you have to be willing to consistently put content into the algorithm that you think is high quality, but has not been picked up yet. You have to have that humility, especially as a new creator. And you can't just have the humility, you have to have persistence. So if you're brand new, you got 2 or 3 viewers, you're less than 100 subs, you post something, you get 8 views and a pity comment from a family member, that's where everybody starts. Okay. That's where everybody who doesn't have a big name or daddy's money or the right connections or that's where everybody who doesn't have the right marketing and the right money and the right friends, that's where everybody starts. And you got to push on from there. So, I'm simultaneously laughing at 2 Congress members unable to pull more than 100 views on a Democratic podcast. And yet, if they actually wanted that show to be successful, the only solution to that is to keep grinding like a motherfucker and have a vision and faith in your product.
it's actually pretty simple. Imagine you were a viewer coming across this thumbnail and title in your recommended feed. What would you think this video is about? Would you know?
I would think that it's another 2 random libs having a conversation about modern politics. I wouldn't know that these people were congressmen. I would think it was like another high production, too much money invested, not enough of an audience podcast. Kind of like Breaking Points when they first started.
That this is an interview of Congresswoman Sarah McBride. Would you know that the person interviewing her is another member of Congress? Probably not, unless you're an insanely eagle-eyed, politics-addicted
Oh, can I also say PV had a problem with this? Their titling and thumbnails were not my favorite, to put it lightly.
news junkie. I would guess that these thumbnails were auto-generated by YouTube. If you don't make one yourself, like most YouTubers do, YouTube will just pick a frame from the video and make that the thumbnail. Look at the title. What's communicated about the topic of this interview? Literally nothing. We know that this is episode 18 of a series, but even that doesn't actually communicate much since these episodes don't need to be watched in order or anything. These episode numbers aren't actually doing anything for us. Instead of giving you any information about what...
Guys, can I be mean for a second? Because this is feedback that I've been giving Valor Media Network since April. Okay. I gave this to Philip. I gave this to, I forgot the other girl's name, but I don't think she's on the back end anymore. But then Ken, who I love, I'm not shit talking Ken, but Ken is very busy. He's kind of on the outside. So this one's good. This is way better than it used to be. Operation Absolute Resolve, Venezuela shock oil politics and AI-driven startups. I like these guys. I've hung out with these guys. This thumbnail is better. We're talking about Maduro. That's fine. Choose her or leave with a dude that looks like he knows what he's talking about, wearing flannel, and men talking mindfulness. The logo is up in the back right. This is all fine. This is actually substantially better than what it was 6 months ago. But if we scroll back to 6 months ago or a year ago, we got shitloads of words. This actually isn't too bad of a title. But anyways, man, we've had similar problems with branding and thumbnails and marketing and vision. We've had similar issues with Valor. So anyways, this is resonating with me.
What the video is actually about. Every episode of The Fly-In is given a title with some sort of enigmatic reference to planes or air travel. Let's compare the title and thumbnail from this video to one from Pod Save America, since I'm imagining that The Fly-In is trying to target a similar audience. Also, an interview with Sarah McBride, this time with a thumbnail that clearly pictures who's being interviewed, the interviewer, Trump, and some big bold text with the general theme of the video. This video also has a title that tells you who's being interviewed and exactly what's going to be discussed in the video. I want to emphasize again that the New Democrat Coalition is not some small or unimportant group that I'm picking on here. They have plenty of resources at their disposal and some pretty massive platforms to promote this podcast on. They've clearly...
Not only is Ryan correct, my experience has been that the liberals who control the money actively Hey, sorry guys. Sorry for losing you. But I knew that it wasn't 2:30 yet, so I couldn't leave. I couldn't leave because Christian Blair says you have to be here until 2:30. Christian Blair is my new boss. Christian Blair is my new boss, where he's like, "Dang, that Connor guy sneaking in 10 minutes late, sneaking in, leaving work 30 minutes early. I like the quality of his work, but his timeliness sucks." So hold on. This is allegedly a new angle that somebody is saying that this proves the driver innocent, or excuse me, proves the officer innocent. But I don't think that it actually showed what it alleged to have shown. So we're gonna watch this real quick. I know we're in the middle of the Ryan Getty segment, and I'm sorry for the internet kicking out, but I did replug it in, and I think it's working. So hold on real quick. Doobie says, when we met, you were defending police goon squads who brutalized handcuffed suspects for daring to ask questions while they're being unfairly arrested. Aren't you just a sim for men in uniform? Yeah, probably. Anonymous Chatter says, I'm a Kentucky Democrat and just found out today that Andy Brashear has a podcast. There you go. All right, there we go. All right, hold on. So let's take a look at this real quick.
That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
Oh, that was body camera. Holy shit. I didn't know this was body camera. Oh, shit. We got to watch that again.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking veteran. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
I stand by everything I said yesterday. I stand by everything I said yesterday. Let's do it, frame. So he's circling the thing. She already knows that she's surrounded by law enforcement. She already knows that she has a duty to surrender. This is clearly a police officer. She makes eye contact with him. She knows they have her license plate. So she's already subject to arrest, regardless of whether or not you like it. Let me play it at quarter speed.
U.S. citizen.
All right, we're gonna watch the we're gonna watch her eyes real quick when he comes back around, because if she sees him and looks him in the eyeballs and drives forward, I don't give two shits about this. I will stand by everything I said yesterday. Can I go yell at Destiny? He's calling it murder. Yeah, maybe not tonight, but in general. So hold on. Let's see where she looks. She's back. She sees him, dude. She sees him. Look at this. She's staring right at the guy. She's not a terrorist, obviously. She's a random Karen who is in too many Facebook groups talking about how ICE is the equivalent of the Nazi Gestapo. which, let's say there's some historical parallels, but let's just say that those historical parallels don't give you the capacity to run a cop over. So she sees him as she's still backing up. She puts it in gear. She thinks it's fucking funny, dude. Look at this shit. She thinks it's funny. I'm good. I'm all right. I stand by exactly every single thing I said yesterday. I stand by every single thing I said yesterday. Sorry. A couple of super chats came through. Doobie says, also, do you stand by not snitching on the corrupt cop who was writing bogus traffic tickets to fill up his quota? You don't even remember the story. They weren't even writing tickets, Doobie. You forget the story. They weren't writing traffic tickets. They were calling in clean plates that they wouldn't have to write tickets on. You don't even remember the story. Sad. Sad, Doobie. Sad. I'm a white nationalist and I simped for somebody faking tickets. I think you just don't listen to what I say. Brianna for 2 says, can you go yell at Destiny? He's calling it murder. Yeah, later. I need to cool off because if I go right in there, I'm gonna get spicy. I need to not get spicy. Hold on. Samson says, dang, Samson, you deserve to get modded for that. Yeah, Samson, I love you, but here's a 5-minute timeout. She shouldn't have missed. That's a crazy thing to say. That's I think that's TOS. So you actually deserve to get hit harder than you're getting hit. I'll give you a 5-minute timeout though. Grassroots for 5. If you actually go to Minneapolis, this 0.25 speed is actually how they talk, but it's because it's Minneapolis. It's illegal not to be drunk. All right, base. Doobie says, nah, they were writing tickets. You were covering up a corrupt dude defrauding the taxpayer. No, you idiot. I told the story. I remember the story, Doobie. I remember the story because I'm the one who told it. Yes, I know. Doobie is talking about when you guys met in a Prime Guy debate. I know. The story is there's this female cop. I could tell you her last name. I know who he's talking about. Okay. There was a female cop in the city of Mount Dora who was a K-9 officer, and she had a higher we had a quota. Don't call it a quota, but we had a quota. The quota was 3 stops per shift, and we did not have to write tickets. Okay. I guarantee you, if you go back to that debate, I did not say she was writing tickets. Okay. She went to this intersection that's on the west side of town. It's on the west side of a street called Donnelly. I know exactly where she was. And she was calling in traffic stop, traffic stop, traffic stop, traffic stop. And I was driving in the area. And basically, I was like, hey, I'm going to go back up this person. And she called that she was back in service at that intersection as I was pulling up. And I was like, that's bullshit. Like, she's not at this intersection. And then I was like, okay, well, maybe she was on like an adjacent intersection. Maybe she pulled somebody over, and she was a block away or something. And then I drove around and I looked for her, couldn't find her in like a 5-block radius. Okay. And she was calling on the radio. Her calling the traffic stop and her calling back in service was within 2 minutes. It was within, I was there when she was calling back in service. Okay. And so what I deduced, because she was calling in so many traffic stops so quickly, is that she was running plates because we have a system called David. And if you abuse the system, you can get your David taken away. And so shut up, Doobie. But your David is the Department of Vehicle Identification Database or something like that. And so what she was doing, or what I think she was doing, is she was using her David in order to run license plates, because every single traffic stop came back clean. Driver had a valid driver's license, the plates had a valid registration, and she was going back in service with a warning. Okay. And what I realized is that what she was doing is she was sitting at an intersection. She was running the plates to make sure that they had a valid driver's license and a valid license plate. And then she was calling it in as if she was doing a traffic stop, but she never did the traffic stop. And so Doobie saying that I was covering for somebody writing tickets. No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. And if she was writing tickets and charging members of the public hundreds or thousands of dollars for traffic infractions that she had never done a stop on, you better fucking believe that I would have snitched on that like a motherfucker, because now you're fucking with members of the public. What she was doing was a lie, but it was, relatively speaking, a victimless crime. Whereas if she was charging members of the public, you better believe I would have snitched on that. Doobie says, you were covering for the dude in the goon squad who were beating up handcuffed suspects, and when I called it out, you threatened to grape me with a mop and a broom. Based. Old Connor was based. No, what happened is I told two separate stories. What I said was that there were field trainers and there were people in the academy who said, and by the way, I never saw this in person, or I don't think I can't remember saying that I saw this in person. Might have seen somebody do a brake check. I've never seen somebody do a waffle. Okay. A waffle is something else. A waffle is where, let's say you have somebody who's like, I'm gonna kill your family. I'm gonna kill your mom. I'm gonna, kill your dog. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. And you have somebody who's handcuffed in the back of your squad car and they're talking that kind of crazy shit. Well, what officers said they did, not that I saw it, and I'm not being euphemistic. As a matter of fact, I think I might have said that I didn't see this in person, and you might have thought I was being euphemistic during the debate, but I wasn't being euphemistic at all. I actually have not seen this in person. I've heard cops tell this story. They do something called a waffle. And so what a waffle is somebody saying that he's going to kill your family, and he's handcuffed in the back, and he's being an asshole. You slam on the brakes as hard as you can and go, oh, there's a dog in the road. Slam on the brakes as hard as you can. And then their face gets smashed into the grill in between the driver and the prisoner. And then they get waffled. That's what I was talking about. Separate from that, not the same thing, because a patrol officer who's driving a car and a corrections officer who is a part of a goon squad is not the same thing. A goon squad are the big guys, the big boys at the DOC. And what happens is if you fight, if you spit, if you shit talk, if you threaten to kill someone's family, they call the goon squad. And I think they called them the goon squad. And the goon squad was effectively 5 of the biggest guys who would come out and yank you out of the car. And if you got handsy with them, they would bump you into walls and shit. So once again, you're like exaggerating it. And I don't even think you're representing the stories that I told you accurately, but I did threaten to assault you with a broom up your butthole because you were being quite obstinate at the time. Follow-up super chat. Did you say you wanted to turn me into a great victim? Yes or no? Yes. Yes, I did. I did say that. Are you denying that you threatened to grape me with a foreign object? No, I did. I don't know what to do about Doobie being like, did you threaten me with a broom? Yes or no? And I was like, Said Patriarch says, don't tell my wife this is my fun money. Okay, you guys hit another goal. Thank you. Okay, yes, I threatened to assault Doobie with a foreign object. My apologies. But, I still... Have I seen the abuse that you've dealt with? No, I haven't. Yeah. Some people are like, I consider that flirting. Yeah, that's flirting. It's 2:23. We got 7 minutes to go. Let's go.
Success of this podcast. Why drop the baton at the finish line, folks? Make a nice looking thumbnail. Make the titles descriptive of what's actually in the video. Sarah McBride has some name ID. Why is her name not in the title? There's some potential here, and I hope the new Democrat coalition makes some changes instead of treating this stuff like an afterthought. Okay, now.
Was it said in jest? Relatively speaking, Doobie was making me angry. I didn't know where Doobie lived. I didn't plan on actually buying airline tickets to fly out to California to sodomize Doobie with a broom. I had no real plans of executing my violence. He was just being a dickhead. And I wanted to call him an F slur, but I couldn't call him an F slur because it was Twitch. I think at the time it was on a Prime Kai panel. I probably couldn't even call him the R slur. So in lieu of calling him an R slur or an F slur, I threatened to sodomize him with a broom. So, you know, my apologies, but in my defense, I was prohibited from calling him an R slur or an F slur. Yeah.
Let's move on to the next one, a podcast with the governor of Kentucky and potential 2028 presidential contender, Andy Beshear. This one's doing a little better. According to the Washington Post article, it's pulling 8,000 or so views a month. Its production is also very slick.
Doobie says, I confess that I was just trying to see how angry I could make Connor then. I was extremely entertaining for me. I might have actually... Thank you for the 10, Doobie. That might have actually been like the closest I ever had. You and Demon Mama in the first 6 months of my Twitch and YouTube political career actually did get me so angry that so I'm gonna tell another story. We only got a few minutes left, and I'm not fully gonna finish this segment, so I want to be respectful of Ryan Getty too. So back when I was a teenager, okay, me and my friend Javier Martinez, we were fighting over a girl. We were like 15 or 16 at the time, and we wanted to be bros about it. We wanted to be good friends, and we didn't want to lose our friendship together over our mutual crush on a girl. And so we went to Firehouse Subs and we took a shot of like California Reaper hot sauce. Like we found like the hot sauce that is more violent than pepper spray, and we poured it into like a sample cup and we did a shot of it. And so what happened, and the girl was there, by the way, which is kind of embarrassing, but that's okay. And we're like 15 or 16 at the time. We go onto the side of Firehouse Subs and we are retching for like 30 minutes. Like both of us are throwing up harder than we've ever thrown up in our entire lives. And so what happens is I throw up so hard that I burst a blood vessel in my eye. Okay. I go to the bathroom and my eye, you've seen Joe Biden have his eye blood vessel rupture. No, this is not how I met Mrs. Points, although that would be funny. That would be mad funny if this is how I met Mrs. Points. But I went to the bathroom and my eye was filled with blood, the way that like Joe Biden's eye was filled with blood that one time during that interview, where his like eye vessel randomly burst because he was old. And no, we didn't actually, we were 15. We didn't sleep with the girl. Good God. Anyways. So I burst my eye blood vessel. Okay. So sometimes when I have a blood pressure spike, when Beef Supreme is triggering me or LB used to trigger me, or I'm trying to think of who else, but whenever somebody triggers me or something, sometimes I can feel the pulse in my head and I can feel the scarred blood vessel that was ruptured like 20 or 30 years ago. Hi, Beef Supreme. And I can feel it like breaking under the pressure of my blood pressure. And so I swear to God, somebody on this channel will eventually make me so angry that I re-rupture the blood vessel on my in my eye. And maybe I'll die. But you know, it'll be funny. Doobie says, letting a girl watch you and your bro chug hot sauce to win her affection is an unforgivable sin for $10. Well, if it makes you feel better, Doobie, I think that us throwing up while fighting over her gave her the ick. And as a result, neither of us got her. I think we gave her the ick. So she actually ended up, she actually went to a different school. And so she ended up dating somebody from her school instead of dating either one of us. Yeah. Those were the days. All right, we got 2 minutes left. So I want to be respectful to Mr. Getty.
Like guests are very.
I actually want to watch this in its entirety and turn it into a segment. I want to watch most of his content and turn it into a segment. Grassroots for 20. Thank you, King. My Yellow Reapers will actually kill something. I can get it up to 4 million Scoville straight out of the dirt. but the yellow ones are less intimidating looking, so I give them to jerks. I'll send you some. No, thank you. But one day, all of that to say, Doobie and Demon Mama were the first people in Twitch and YouTube politics within the first 6 months of me being in Twitch and YouTube politics. So this was summer of 2020, okay? And summer of 2020, Doobie and Demon Mama got me so angry during Prime Kai Reverie Roundtable debates that I could feel the blood pressure in my skull, on the verge of rupturing the blood vessel in my eyeball. So, yeah. So let me thank all the chatters. You guys have been incredibly gracious today. Thank you to Entropy X in particular for oiling with the $100. But of course, we appreciate Christian Valeris and Grassroots Hegemon and Doobie and all the chippers who have chipped. So I'm going to thank you by name before we get out of here. Doobie with the 10 says, I'll never understand why people like spicy food. To be honest, you guys are nuts. Why do you like being tortured while you eat? I've developed a taste for hot sauce. Texas Pete hot sauce is the perfect level of hot and tasty. It's perfect. I love Texas Pete. But anyways, Doobie, thank you for your multiple chips adding up to an oil, like 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 20. Seriously, dude, that I know that we don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but I do appreciate the financial support. Grassroots with the 20. Thank you. Send Patriarch with the 2. Thank you. Brian Naluria, 8471 with the 2 says, we want spice. Well, it happened. Jeb Kush with the 2 says, the Demon Mama and Hans debate made me become an ED. You have erectile dysfunction from Hans Fakir and Demon Mama debating. Wait, are you saying you became an arsler, or are you saying you developed erectile dysfunction? What are you saying? Oh, sorry. Thank you. No, it's not Brian Naluria. It's Brianna Luria. My apologies, Brianna. My apologies. Thank you, Brianna. Doobie with the 10, Grassroots with the 5, Brianna with the 2, Doobie with the 10, Doobie with the 10, Anonymous Chatter with the 5, Hedonic Samuel with the 5, AK Batusai with the 2, AK Batusai with the 1, Old School with the 10, Exponential Entropy. Thank you, King, for the $100 oil today. It is very much appreciated. That's what lets me, like, all the chips obviously add up to oil that lets me continue to do this job. But the Oilers are why I'm able to have a community of 100 to 150 people and continue to do this job. So thank you to the Oilers. Christian Valeris, Grassroots Hegemon, and Exponential Entropy in particular always throw big bones my way every now and then. So thank you. And of course, thank you, Doobie, whenever you get a hair up your butt and you throw stupid cash at the stream. Anonymous Chatter with the 5, From the Ashes with the 2. Thank you for chipping today from the ashes. You didn't need to do that, buddy. You didn't need to do that. I wasn't fishing, but thank you. I love you. Parasocially, of course. And definitely not in a gay way. Definitely not gay. Christian Blair says, good stream. Despite the Destiny dick watching and no Valor reacts. Fuck Officer Nasty. He's a moral flogging loser. I am happy I made him spurred. Thank you for the 100, Christian Valeris. You did not need to do that, but thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay? I can do this because of Grassroots, because of Christian Valeris, because of Entropy, because of QC John, because of the people who drop 100 or 200 in a week, but then also the chippers add up, and thank you to the chippers, and thank you to the Oilers. QC with the 10, speaking of which. Anonymous Chatter with the 10, Grassroots with the 5, Grassroots with the 5, From the Ashes with the 5, From the Ashes with the 5, Days Halcyon with the 5 gifted, Sun Patriarch with the 2, Christian Valeris with the 5, Samson with the 5, Mad Money Max with the 5, Doobie with the 10, Anonymous Chatter with the 10, Doobie with the 20, Doobie with the 10, Grassroots with the 20, Vazraka with the 5, From the Ashes with the 5, Patriarch with the 10 gifted. Good God. Good God. Thank you. Once again, didn't need to do that, but I really appreciate it. Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you for being an oiler. I did forget Patriarch. So Patriarch, thank you for the oil. From the Ashes with the 5, with the 2, Sacred Snow with the 5, Anonymous Chatter with the 10, From the Ashes with the 5, Fell Runner with the 5, From the Ashes with the 2, Philip Coffee with the 20, Fashion 40 with the 5, Vazraka with the gifted, Vazraka with the membership renewal. And thank you, Christian Valeris, for ending out the stream with massive oil with the 100, and Patriarch with the 10 gifted. I could not do this show without you. I want to parasocially engage with you as much as possible. That way you feel like you're having fun, having a good time, hanging out with the boys, bullshitting, all that stuff. But I also do want to make good VOD content so we can be here in the long term. So was a long time since I gifted on Valor. Well, thank you, Patriarch. I do appreciate it. So anyways, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I'm out for today. It's 2:33 p.m. I showed up almost on time for Christian Valeris. I was probably less than 10 minutes late. And I stayed until 2:30 p.m. because Christian Valeris was calling me a bum for leaving early on random days. So, I parasocially love you guys. I hope you enjoyed the content. Thank you, Beef Supreme, for posting the Discord. And also, I will see what Steven is saying about the shooting. And I will see if I can get a kind of spicy debate out of it with him this weekend, early next week. Okay. Anyways, parasocial love, guys. Thank you. We probably made it through 3/4 of the day and we broke 2 goals. And I normally think breaking 3 goals is good. Y'all broke 5 goals by the end of stream. So thank you. Have a beautiful day. Bye for now.